Dreamscape presents The Wallflower by J.L. Beck. Narrated by Renee Thorne and Ryan Stone.
Chapter 1. Drew. In football, there are two people, winners and losers. Nothing else in between matters. And with my last name and image hanging in the balance, there is absolutely no way I'm fucking losing, not even in practice. I give the asshole trying to stand one more vicious kick to the ribs, then step over his body. He'll be fine. He's wearing football pads. My friends come up behind me, the men I trust most in the world. Lee, Aries, and Sebastian take my back as I jog slowly toward the training center to clean up after our practice. The rest of the team, and even the coaches, follow at a healthy pace, as if they want to keep their distance. I'm amped up, as I didn't get nearly enough time to run off my energy. That dick groaning on the ground back there tried unsuccessfully for a sack. After his failure, my boys and I taught him a lesson. The coaches called practice over, but I'm still amped up for a fight. I pull off my practice jersey and start unstrapping my pads as I head into the locker room. It takes a minute to strip them off, leaving me only in my pants and shoes. Once I jerk my locker open, I shove the equipment inside and throw myself onto the bench to strip off my cleats. Lee plops down beside me, his dark hair standing up in a sweaty mess.
"You all right, man?"
I lean back into the locker, letting the cold metal cool me down. "Yeah, fine. Just wish we would have stayed out a little longer today. I have to work off some energy." Aries leans in, his dark curls equally messy. "Want me to go find you a girl? Give you something to preoccupy yourself with?" I shake my head and stretch my feet outside the confines of my shoes. "No, I'm saving it for tonight." "You can go find me a girl, Ari," Sebastian says, his tone dark and deep. "I might need a little appetizer before the main event. It's hard as fuck to wait until tomorrow. Just a little thing to suck me off, tide me over. It's always good to get someone to take the edge off." Aries narrows his eyes at Sebastian. "The last time I found you a girl, you fucked her throat raw, and now I can't go near that sorority house ever again." Sebastian snorts. "She wanted it. She begged me before I let her have it. The only reason she got bitchy about it afterward was because I told her I wasn't fucking a cunt every man on the team has had. She could have my fingers or nothing, and she chose nothing." Lee snorts from his spot at his locker a few paces down. The room is full now, the entire team filing in and stripping down to shower. The boys rib each other a bit more, but I lean my head back, clenching my fists, thinking about tomorrow night's big event. I can't wait to sink inside some little doe-eyed beauty who doesn't have enough sense to run when I finally catch her. That's what my body waits for, what my dick waits for. I should have realized nothing else would do. The guys strip off their own gear, shoving things in lockers and harrying the towel boy as he comes through to hand out the fresh towels. I snatch one off the stack and shove him faster through the row to get him out of my sight. "Sebastian, is everything prepared?" I leave the planning for the hunt to the most depraved of us. Sebastian always comes up with fun little surprises. He might appear to have his shit together, but he's far from ordinary. This guy makes me look like a gentleman, and that's saying something, given how fucked up I am myself. Sebastian strips his undershirt off and drops it to the bottom of his locker. "Of course, it's all finished. Who do you think I am? Invitations have been sent out and shared by the guys. Every detail is in order." I stretch my neck from side to side, thinking. "And the pack this year, anyone who might pique my interest?" Sebastian grins at me over his shoulder. "What do you think? There are at least a couple of virgins and a few lovely girls who have no idea what they're getting into. I suspect a few of them might bring their own clueless friends along. Lee and Aries both chuckle at this. Aries scrubs his hair away from his face. I want one with a little fight. She might start out clueless, but when I catch her, I want her to make me bleed. And maybe I'll return the favor. Lee shrugs. I like surprises. I'll chase, and we will see what I happen to scare up. I let out a long sigh and stare back and forth between them. You all know what I want. But this time, I want it to be fucking real. None of this pretends not to want it while her cunt is sopping wet bullshit. I want to see the whites in her eyes. If she fights, fine. But I want it to be out of fear, not pretense. Lee snickers as he shucks his cleats. You want what we all want and have yet to find. Good luck, man. I hope when you find her, you're able to keep her. I shrug. Maybe, maybe not. It depends mostly on her, I suppose. The more she doesn't want me, I think, the more I'll enjoy the hunt. That's my goal, the ultimate hunt and the ultimate prize. I want very few things in life. Given my money and my father's legacy, there is nothing I can't have except this, the perfect chase. It disturbs me how much I need it, how much I've thought about nothing else recently. Maybe tomorrow will be the night. When you have as little control over your life and the things that happen in it as I do, something as simple as a little chase in the woods can make or break you. It's one singular thing I have a choice about. I clench my fists again and stand, shoving off my pants and tossing the rest of my kit into my locker. Shower first, then I have a nerd to hunt down. I check my phone again, and I'm not surprised when there's no response to my text. The little shit will regret keeping me waiting. I paid him $500 up front for that paper, and if he thinks he can stiff me, he's sorely mistaken. It doesn't take me long to shower and throw my wash into the designated bags. I make sure to shoulder check the glowering teammate who thought he could take me on the way out. Ruckus or Tucker, maybe. I don't remember his name. The guys watch me go and say nothing as I head out, hair still wet and my hoodie and jeans. On the way through the training center to outside, I shoot the little asshole a text telling him to respond before I hunt him down and beat the shit out of him. I stop to fill my water bottle from a fountain on the path while I wait for him to respond. The idiot reads the text but doesn't answer. That's how he wants to play it, so be it. Unfortunately, some people aren't nearly as intelligent as they think. I don't pay nerds to do the work because I can't do it myself. I pay them because it's easier to have someone else do it. I don't have time to waste on writing papers or doing research. But it only works if the person I hire actually does the work. I stalk across the quad, heading toward the place I first found him, the library. It's not even a half mile, and the slight chill in the air cools the simmering rage in my veins into something sharper and more sinister as I walk. A flitty little blonde rushes up to my side, matching my pace to talk to me. Drew, I heard that tomorrow is the big night. I give her little more than a grunt of agreement. So? She bats her long, fake eyelashes, now practically running to match my long stride. Well, I was hoping for an invitation. I have some friends I could bring along for some fun. I stop, and the halt makes her lose her balance. I wait to see if she falls, but she doesn't. What kind of friends? Out of breath now, her smile widens. Oh, I have a lot of friends. I guess it depends on the type you're after. I narrow my eyes and scan down her low-cut top and skin-tight leggings. She's dressed as if she's ready to go frolicking through the woods at this very moment. How about someone with a little innocence? Know anyone like that? She taps her chin, considering what I've asked, but her eyes have a knowing twinkle. Well, I have a few who might fit. I'll ask them to come in exchange for an invitation of my own, and some tips on how to bag one of your crew." I tip her chin up gently, towering over her, and lean in. "Sure, come along, but you'll have to figure out how to catch their eye on your own." Not so gently, I shove her back a few steps. "Meet at the mill house at sunset, tomorrow." I walk away without looking back. There's a small chance she might have what I'm looking for, but it sure as hell isn't her. The rest of the walk to the library is uneventful, mostly because everyone else on the path takes one look at my scowl and doesn't even try to approach me. Good. That's how I like it. I keep up the nice guy image for appearances only, but I'm about as nice as a crocodile that hasn't eaten in months. I take the stairs to the library entry 2 at a time and push through the glass doors. It's a big space, being the only library on campus, so it might take time to find the scrawny little fucker, especially if he's doing his damnedest to hide from me. I stalk through the stacks first, slowly. My approach sends a few people scurrying out of my way, which is fine. No one catches my eye, and I slow my pace so I don't miss him between a row of shelves. Once I reach the far side of the library, I move to the other side and begin searching the little study nooks dotting the area. A group of tittering girls spots me in the distance, and I can hear their chatter as they dare each other to come and speak to me. I ignore their existence. A few other people are spread around, and a professor tucked up into a glass cage in the back. No scrawny little nerd in sight, though. My patience is growing thinner by the second. If he doesn't want me to murder him, he'll make an appearance soon. Frustrated, I tug my cell phone out of my pocket and shoot off a quick text. It only takes a second to hear the ding in the mostly quiet space. A smile tugs at my lips. "Gotcha, you little fuck." I scan the space where I heard the sound until I spot him. He's staring at his screen, looking appropriately scared. Good. He should be scared. I stalk around the backside of the stacks and come up behind him. It takes seconds to grab him by the scruff of his sweater and drag him between the shelves. "Hello, Mark. If I didn't know better, I'd say you're avoiding me, because you forgot to send me something today." He sputters, his phone slipping from his hand to clatter on the worn carpet. Whirling around, he appears baffled. No, I'm not avoiding you. I'm just proofreading your essay. I didn't forget to send it." "I'm pretty sure it was supposed to be delivered this morning. When I give you a deadline, I expect it to be met. Now I have to worry about getting my assignment in on time, which isn't something I should have to worry about, especially when I've already fucking paid you." I give him a hard shove into the stack of books. He whimpers and turns his head to the side, likely hoping to protect his face. "I'd love to let you go without any consequences, but that would set a terrible precedent for any future nerds I hire." Minding the distance of the shelf behind me, I jerk back to deliver a punch in the gut when I hear a gasp to my right from deeper in the stacks. It's loud enough to make me pause. I can be as depraved as I like, but I can't risk getting cut from the football team or making my father look bad. It would be unlikely, but I don't need to invite the question, especially not during the season. It's hard to see what I'm looking at in the dim lighting, but I focus my gaze on a spot hidden in the dark. The gasp came from a little thing in a worn, oversized hoodie. Her blonde hair is tied up in a knot on top of her head. It's bright blonde, a beacon of light in the dim space. She's very pretty. Something dark and sinister swirls in my gut. I can't look away from her, not for a second. She steps closer, tentatively, and places a hand on the nearest shelf. "Is everything okay here?" She doesn't sound sure of herself, not like she's afraid, per se, but she hasn't raised her voice at all. I release my hold on the nerd and let him sink back to his feet. "Yup, everything is peachy." "It doesn't look like it. If you let him go, I can pretend I didn't hear what you said. No one has to know what you're doing." I'm a bit shocked at her gall. Is she dating this little nerd? Is that why she's protective of him? The kid doesn't appear to know who she is, not in the least bit, so it can't be that. You don't look like the type to blackmail, so what will you give me in return for releasing this little weasel? He's stolen from me. He took $500 in exchange for services performed, and he's yet to provide his end of the deal. So, where does that leave me? She waves at Mark. If you hurt him, he can't do the work, can he? Think about it that way. Plus, like I said, if you let him go, then I won't have to say anything. The warning in her words should alert me, but it doesn't. I'm not scared. I lean in and crook my finger. Instead, I'm curious. Who is this girl? I need to get a better look at her, to see the color of her eyes, the shape of her lips, and the slope of her neck. Come closer. I watch her intently as she swallows hard. My hand would fit perfectly wrapped around her throat, like a glove. Yes, I can see it now. My cock grows hard. Some of the bite she gave a moment ago is gone. Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea. Who says you have a choice? I hiss.
Chapter 2. Bell. The moment I meet his eyes, I know I've made a mistake. Something dark lurks there. Something deep, demanding to come out and play in my presence. What the hell do I do now that I've caught his attention? His question hangs in the air. What will I give him? I swallow hard and pull my sleeves to give myself a moment to consider and think. Just let him go. The jock smirks and smooths his hand down his former captive's shirt. Well, the lady says release you, so I guess I'll let you go. I want my paper, nerd. Or next time, I won't allow anyone to get in my way. Blood will be spilled. You have 24 hours. The other man hesitates for a moment, his gaze ping-ponging between me and the belligerent bully. I shake my head gently, telling him to leave while he can. This guy won't hurt me, not here in the library or in public. I think. As if the guy can read my mind, he scurries away like a terrified mouse. Unease coats my insides. Without the other guy here, all this jock's attention is left on me. His gaze sharpens on me as he stalks toward me through space I refused to cross. He's tall, wide-shouldered, with tousled dark hair and full lips spread into a perpetual frown. Something about him is dark and dangerous, and everything in me says run. I want to back away, but damn it, I don't want to show weakness. Especially here, in my domain. This isn't the sports field or wherever he gains his admirers and followers. I saw the way he marched in here like he owned the place, and how everyone turned to watch him, some even jumping out of the way as he passed by. He's popular, a jock, and no doubt rich. 2 more seconds in my presence, he'll notice my worn sweatshirt and the holes in my jeans from real use, not fashion. He'll realize I'm a scholarship student and keep his distance. I don't need to run when he'll do it for me. Like a bug beneath a microscope, he studies me, his eyes tracing down my body and back up to my face. Worse yet, he's not even bothering to hide the fact that he's checking me out. What a pig! I'm poor, so of course I'll fuck him. That's the look he's giving me right now. Come here, my little wallflower. I want to get a better look at you. I curl my lip in disgust. I'm not your anything, and no thank you. I need to get back to studying. Unlike you, I have to do my own homework. He takes another step, leaving him only a couple of feet from me now, and Damn, he is taller than I thought. He's got to be close to 6'2" or 3. His frame towers over me, making me feel small and insignificant. My gaze trails over his body. His hoodie strains against his broad shoulders. It's obvious he's a jock because his body alone resembles that of a Greek statue. I'm afraid to look any lower or take my eyes off him for a second. A lump forms in my throat, and his lip curls a little more, as if he's a cat who's found a mouse waiting to be pounced on. How the hell do I get out of here? I won't turn my back on that look in his eyes. Like I'm the prey and he's the hunter. I moved a step back and he narrows those dark, intense eyes of his. Shaking his head, he says, "Not so fast, little flower. I released your nerd. Now I want to talk to you for a second." I don't have anything to say to you. As I said, I have to get back to... What exactly? The stack of textbooks I contemplated selling to pay for my sick mother to finally go to the doctor? To the chattering girls in the next cubicle talking about some silly little frat hunt thing where they plan to find a hot jock to fuck them in the woods? Yeah, super a lot to get back to. "You're studying, I remember." He finishes for me. I stand there, feeling awkward as fuck. My stomach in my throat, and I really don't know why. He's not going to hurt me. He can't. Not here. I can't help but remind myself that he was perfectly fine hurting the other guy here, out in the open. What's to stop him from doing the same to me? With his size, I imagine not very many people pit themselves against him. He tilts his head slightly and shoves his hands into his pockets. It's an attempt to be disarming, but it only makes me more nervous. "What's your name?" My eyes go everywhere but his face, scanning the area for an exit. If I sprint backward, then I'd be in the main room. He wouldn't push me there, right? As if suspecting my next move, his arms snaps out, and his hand wraps around my wrist like a vice. "Not so fast, Wallflower. I want to talk to you. Give me your name." It's not a question this time, but a demand. One I don't appreciate. No, thank you. You don't need to know my name, and you don't need to put your hands on me either. Now let me go. Shifting closer, I catch the smell of mint and something masculine. Teakwood, maybe? He's only a few inches away now, and I swallow against his intoxicating scent, breathing through my mouth. Who does he think he is? Better yet, why didn't I just mind my own business? Cautiously, I flit my gaze to his and wait. He wants my name, but I won't tell him, so we are at an impasse. It feels like a standoff. His lip curls again, and then blooms into a full-on smile, and suddenly, I see why people stare at him. Shit. Something tells me he doesn't use that smile often, only when he thinks it will get him whatever he wants. "Your name," he whispers, his voice soft and raspy. "What's the magic word?" I prompt. He scoffs. "I'm not asking you for anything. You'd better give me what I want." Is please not a word in your vocabulary? Now his eyes narrow, and his grip on my wrist tightens. It's his turn to meet my eyes and stay silent. He wants my name, but he's not going to be civil about it. Figures. I tug on his hold, trying to free myself, which only encourages him to tighten his grip until I stop struggling again. A heat unfurls in my chest, and it takes a minute to realize for the first time in a long time that I'm fucking pissed. Fighting with my mom all the time about money, about the doctor. All of it has killed something inside me, has made me squish and bury all my emotions so every twitch doesn't make me say something else that hurts my mother, makes her look at me like I've disappointed her just because I can't watch her die. How dare he treat me this way? He doesn't even know me. Heat surges through me in a new way, awakening things that have long slept. I tug at my wrist hard this time, breaking his hold, and clutch my hand to my chest. I resist the urge to rub at the tender flesh there. Just leave me alone. Your name, little Wallflower, and I'll leave you alone. It really isn't hard. I'm not yours. I'm not a little flower or wallflower or whatever the hell it is you're calling me. Then tell me your name, and I'll use that instead. His pensive eyes continue their perusal of my body before dragging those dark eyes back up to my face, trailing a blaze of ice-cold annoyance over my skin. Tell me. I keep waiting for a damn please, but he doesn't give it to me. Manners clearly aren't something he was taught. Either that or he doesn't have to use them often. I'm going to walk back to my cubicle, and you can go kick balls, eat dirt, or whatever the hell it is you do when you're not terrorizing people. His smile widens, and flashing white teeth shine at me in the dim overhead lighting. It's more predatory than comforting. Goosebumps bloom on my arms, and I hunker into my hoodie, although I resist the urge to pull my hood up to hide from him further. Fast, so fast, his arm loops around my waist and he presses into me. The breath in my lungs escapes with a shudder, and I'm tempted to kick him in the balls. This close, he's intimidating as hell, and I have to crane my neck back to meet his eyes. Every inch of him presses against me, and all I feel is hard, hot muscle. I shiver, and it seems to delight him, his smile only growing. He leans in and whispers, "Your name, plea." There's a rustle to the left, and we both freeze, twisting to see who's interrupting. Professor Stone stares at us with narrowed eyes. None of that in here. Take it back to the dorms if you want to do that. His tone is just as dark as it was earlier when he warned me about my overdue payment for our class New York trip. At least he's not just a dick to me, it seems. I take a peek at the jock's face, and it's almost fascinating to watch the genial mask slip across his features. He goes from menacing to mellow in less than a second. We're so sorry to disturb you, Professor. It's not what it looks like. I was just helping... He glances down at my face with a dopey, sweet smile, and I realize he's waiting for the professor, who gives him exactly what he wants. Maybelle. He winks at me. Maybelle. She took a little spill. I was just helping her up. The professor glances back and forth between us, then marches away without another word. What the hell? Anger rushes to the surface, and I shove at his chest hard. But he doesn't budge, not even an inch. It's like trying to move a slab of concrete. Maybelle, is it? I think I prefer Wallflower. It suits you better. He spreads his fingers so he can touch as much of my back as he can. When his hand slides lower to cup my ass, I give him another hard shove to break away from him. How dare you? His mask slips away, and I see his real face again. Boredom, arrogance, and obsession reflect back at me. He's looking at me like he owns me, but I'm too stupid to know it yet. Oh, this is only the beginning, little flower. You have no idea the things I could do to you. I could hurt you a little. Break you. Rip those petals off that lush little body you try so desperately to hide. He leans into me, and I can smell the mint on his breath, both brisk and biting. But you've fucked up, miscalculated, because I see you, and you're fucking doomed. There's no escaping me now. Those words should terrify me, and they do, of course, but the tiniest, weird, feral part of my brain throws caution to the wind. There's a dark secret lurking inside me, one I've never confessed to a soul, a fantasy I've never explored, the desire to be taken against my will, to be completely helpless and at another person's mercy, and this man, as terrifying as he is, sparks that reminder, igniting me with new life. The way he looks at me, not like he's looking through me, but inside me, to see all my flaws and broken pieces. He wants me for more than just homework help. He wants me for me. And that's enough fuckery for me. I swallow hard and turn to walk away. Surprisingly, he allows me to go, and I rush toward the stacks, thinking I can skirt the other shelf and get back to the main room as fast as possible. What I don't count on is the prick following me. As if he anticipated a chase, he's hot on my heels, his long legs eating up the distance like it's nothing. Run, little flower, run as fast as you can. I can practically hear his voice in my head. What's wrong with me? I force my legs to move faster, running deeper into the stacks ahead, hoping to fake him out, but he's right there. So close. His breath fans across the back of my neck, tickling, stirring flyaway hairs and shooting goosebumps down my spine. I don't bother looking back as I speak. Go away, you psycho. Go away, you psycho, he mocks. I think I want that on my tombstone. I walk a little faster. Keep following me, and I'll personally make sure it gets done. Which part? The one where you inevitably end up in my bed moaning my name? Or the tombstone? A soft chuckle reaches my ears. The sound is even more disconcerting than him touching me. Relief fills my veins when I reach the other side of the stacks. The second I get a foot of distance between us, I take a hard right into the main area and walk straight to my tattered bag. The temptation to turn around and see if he's still following me throbs at the back of my mind, but I don't dare feed into his psychotic game. Instead, I continue forward, rushing toward the library doors which lead outside to my escape. Once the cool fall air brushes my cheeks, I suck a ragged breath into my lungs, letting it clear my senses. What the fuck was that back there? Who the hell was that guy? As the adrenaline wears off, my paranoia spikes. He made such a big deal about learning my name, but he never told me his. I peer over my shoulder to see if he's still following me, but there's no one. I swear I can still hear his laughter behind me as I push forward. Fuck. It would be my luck that the second I meet a hot guy, crazy but hot, he'd be an absolute psycho. I've been so focused on my studies, taking care of my mom and helping to make ends meet, that dating has been pushed to the back burner entirely. Now, the one time there is interest from someone, it's some random guy chasing me around the library, ordering me to tell him my name. No thank you. I adjust the strap of my backpack and hustle the rest of the way to my car. Fear makes us do crazy things, and with my mind occupied by that jock and his crazy-as-hell antics, I failed to notice the person coming toward me and bump shoulders with them. It takes a second to steady myself, and I nearly sigh with relief when I recognize her familiar face. Jackie, what the hell? She lets out a small laugh, rubbing her arm where I hit her. You plowed into me harder than my last date did. What the hell are you running away from? She flicks her blonde hair over her shoulder, tilting her head at me in question. The sun glints off her high cheekbones, shining across her deep blue eyes, making them glow like sapphires. I don't dare tell her what happened back in the library. Jackie's the type that would tell me to go back inside and get his number. But I'm still glad to see her. Since day one, we've been friends and roommates, and she gives me balance when I need it. I risk a glance behind me, then shake my head. Nothing, really. Just stayed too long at the library. You know how I get immersed in my studies sometimes. She smiles and nods. Let's get some dinner, and I can share with you the good news I got. I promise you'll want to hear it. I shouldn't, but I take another peek behind me. The feeling of someone watching me lingers at the nape of my neck. When I do look back, there are just normal students. No oversized assholes loom in the shadows. Then why do I still feel his eyes on me? I shiver and turn toward my car. Oh boy, I'm not sure I want to hear this. I joke. Let me drop off my bag in the car, and I'll come with you. Her gaze scans my oversized bag. Doesn't that kill your shoulder? I mean, there's probably at least 15 or 20 pounds worth of books in there. She's wrong. There's actually 25, but I don't correct her. I don't want to make myself look any more of a nerd than I already do. It's easier to do it this way than having to go back and forth to the dorms or back and forth to my car, I say over my shoulder as I cross the remaining distance to my car. I unlock it and toss the heavy-as-hell bag inside. It lands with a hearty thump, ripping a little more. I sigh. Oh, by the way, I have to go to my mom's after dinner. Jackie frowns, and even though she knows I don't have an option, I can't blame her for being sad. We hardly ever hang out anymore, and if we do, it's only for a few minutes. I'm a terrible friend, I know, but I can't do shit about it. Life's got me in a chokehold I can't seem to escape. Her frown gives way to something mischievous, and she rubs her hands together gleefully as I return to her side. We start walking back in the direction of the cafeteria. Oh, good. That means I can bring any guy I want back to the dorm, and we can run around naked, have sex on the counters, maybe even on your bed, too. I scowl. Ew, no, that's unsanitary. I don't want your bare ass or any other bodily fluids on my bedding. Oh, come on, Belle. It's not like your bed is seeing any action. I know it's a joke, and she's playing with me, but it still stings. She realizes her mistake, and her features pinch with remorse. Okay, that was mean. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that. Don't be sorry. It's not like it isn't true. I shrug, and thankfully the cafeteria doors come into view. I hate discussing my love life, or lack thereof. I know, but I also know you're taking care of your mom, and that's your main priority right now. There will be plenty of time for men in the future. She smiles, and I nod, wanting the conversation to end there. It's bad enough my mother reminds me almost daily that I should be doing other more productive college kid things instead of taking care of her. I want to be there for my mom, but she insists I focus on my life. Except it achieves the opposite effect she wants. I worry more and more until my mind becomes a web of inescapable haunting thoughts that I'm not doing enough for her. That I might lose her. I swallow thickly. The double doors to the cafeteria open and we're blasted with warm air as Jackie and I step inside. The dinner rush is in full swing. The chatter of fellow students and clinking silverware rattles my eardrums. Anxiousness rests deep in my gut. I hate crowds and loud noises. Usually I come here before lunch or right after dinner to beat the crowds. Mr. Psycho distracted me, and I forgot what time it was. Jackie weaves through the masses, and I follow her closely until we reach the other side of the room where the trays are located.
Jesus Christ! Why are there so many people here today? It's not even Taco Tuesday.
I shrug. Maybe they're giving away free food.
Unlikely.
Jackie scoffs.
This place is too fancy to give out freebies.
We stand in line with everyone else and wait our turn to select what we want. The cafeteria serves a combination of both hot food and pre-made items. I grab a yogurt cup, an egg salad sandwich, and water, while Jackie goes for a sub sandwich and a slice of pizza.
Don't you dare judge me.
She grins when I give her a raised eyebrow. What happened to I'm giving up carbs until the new year? I speak the words back to her that she said to me just last week, after she weighed herself and realized she'd gained 5 pounds. She begged me to remind her of her diet every time we tried to cheat. It's not like I don't get it. Carbs are my kryptonite. If I could afford to eat the pizza and pasta here every week, I would. How much I weigh doesn't mean shit. People should love you for who you are, not what the number on the scale says.
Look, it's that time of the month, and I'm craving something delicious. Bite me.
She hisses, and all I can do is shake my head while smiling. Jackie and I are opposites in many ways, but she's the closest thing to a best friend I have. We pay for our food, and then all that's left is to find a place to sit. If it were me, I'd take my food back to the apartment, but Jackie thinks I need to socialize more. I let her pick a seat, which is the worst idea ever since it's smack dab in the middle of the room. As soon as my ass hits the chair, I start eating. It's been hours since I've eaten. I sink my spoon all the way to the bottom of my yogurt and stir it, while Jackie leans into my side.
So, remember how I told you that I had something exciting to tell you?
Nope. I don't recall you saying anything about exciting news. I shove a spoonful of the parfait past my parted lips. Letting out a huff, she rolls her eyes.
You're lucky to have such an amazing friend who gets you invited to all the things.
Invited? Invited to what? I question between bites. The slightest show of interest from me has her eyes glimmering with mischief.
Oh, now you're interested in hearing what I have to say?
Shut up, I was interested before. Tell me more. Not that I'm agreeing to go or anything.
Of course not. You'd rather sit in your bedroom all night and read.
Hey, leave my book boyfriends out of it. I tease and give her a fake scowl.
You could have a real boyfriend if you would go out and be social.
I stick my tongue out, but she continues like I haven't interrupted.
Anyway, I got us an invite to the biggest event that Oakmount holds. It's an exclusive, invite-only thing that takes place tomorrow night.
Fear creeps up my spine. Tomorrow night? Could she be talking about the same thing those girls discussed in the library earlier? The chase or something like that? I was trying my best not to eavesdrop on their conversation, but that's pretty difficult when they're talking loud enough for everyone to hear. Most of the things she invites me to are planned out beforehand, so I can move things around to have a legit reason not to go if I need to. Is it mean? Sure. Have I been spending less and less time with her and more time with Mom? Sure. But truthfully, I'd rather hang out with my books than be hit on by another psycho guy. She bobs her head and purses her pink lips, the gloss sparkling bright in the overhead lights.
Yes. Go ahead and provide your words of gratitude. I can't wait to hear how I'm the best and coolest best friend, since you know I got us an official invite to the hunt.
She waves her hands like she performed a magic trick. I don't know, Jack. It doesn't really sound like my type of event. And if you got an invite, how did I get invited? Do you have a +1? Jackie rolls her eyes.
The guy who invited me asked me to bring a friend, and since you're the only person I really like...
Don't even guilt trip me, I warn. She gives me her best puppy dog eyes.
Come on, Belle. We hardly do anything together. Please come with me.
I'm tempted to say no and leave it at that, but a nagging voice in the back of my mind reminds me of something I heard the two girls talking about. Prize money. $25,000.
If you aren't tempted to at least go because of me, there is a prize for $25,000. The first person to the cabin gets it.
So it's a game of glorified hide and seek? Jackie smiles.
Something like that. Do you want to go? Please say yes. We could both try to win the money, for your mom.
I should say no. That's the smart thing, the Maybelle thing to do. But when your needs for something outweigh your fears, there's no saying what you won't do. Fine, I'll go. I begrudgingly agree, hoping I didn't make the worst mistake of the year. Then again, with that kind of prize money hanging over my head, the only mistake might be not trying at all.
Chapter 3. Drew. There's nothing more thrilling than the chase. Actually, no. The chase is exhilarating, but capturing your prey between your bare teeth while they beg for you to release them, that's the part that gets me every time. When I was a kid, my dad would take me hunting. He wanted to teach me the fundamentals of life and death and how sacred taking a life was. He had no idea he was setting me up for failure. Maybe he knew how fucked up I was from the start and was trying to curb the problem before it arrived. Either way, it didn't work. It only made me hunger for something real. Nothing turns me on like the thought of hunting her, of watching the fear fill her pretty blue eyes and her lips part to release a scream of terror. That desire and burning need is only intensified with the knowledge that she's not faking it. She really is scared of me, which makes it all the more exciting. I can see it in my mind, chasing her, pinning her to the wall, and taking what I want. It would be so easy. Would she beg me to stop? Would she fight back? I'd love to feel her nails digging into my skin. Instead of doing what every cell in my body begged of me to do, I let her slip away into the evening. It's adorable that she thinks she won just because she escaped. When she realizes I allowed her to leave, she'll be pissed, and I can't wait to see that fire crackle in her eyes. She's different, small but fierce, submissive but determined, and now that she's caught my attention, I won't let her go. I wander through the library's main room, avoiding the gazes of others. This isn't a place I frequent regularly, so I can feel eyes on me. It pisses me off, but also pushes me to hurry the fuck up. If I wasn't so preoccupied, I might tell them to fuck off, but I'm interested in something else. As I pass by the study nooks and head for the entrance, I'm struck with an idea. Just on the other side of the circular library desk stands Professor Stone. His gaze is centered on the piece of paper in his hand. He seemed to know who Sweet Maybelle is. Perhaps he can share some information with me. "Excuse me, Professor Stone." I greet and tug my phone from my pocket to flash it at him. "Maybelle dropped her phone and I just found it. You wouldn't happen to know which dorm she's in so I can take it over to her?" Briefly glancing up from the paper, he mutters, Yeah, I believe she's over in the C building on the 3rd floor. Ask one of the RAs if you can't find her." Wow, I didn't expect it to be that easy. Just like that, he returns to what he was doing, and I give him a golden boy smile. Luckily, I exit the main door just in time to see her on the sidewalk, talking with the blonde I'd invited to the hunt earlier. Interesting. Maybe it is my lucky day. I duck to the edge of the building, watching as she scans the library entrance, undoubtedly looking for me. Even from a distance, I can tell she's affected by me. The way she keeps peeking over her shoulder and the fearful glimpse I catch in her eyes, I bet she can feel me watching her. The adrenaline pulses in my veins. Fuck. The things I want to do to her. It's wrong and fucked up, but I don't care. I never claimed to be a good guy. From my hiding spot, I watch her toss her ripped bag into her car and head toward the dining hall. Once they're a good distance ahead, I pop around the corner and start to follow them. I tuck my hands into my pockets and plaster on the usual smile. It's nothing more than a heavily placed veil. God only knows what people would think if they knew the real me. The blood pumps louder in my ears with every step I take. I'm tempted to kidnap the girl and take her back to the estate, tie her to the bed and lock her in my bedroom. But she's not ready to see that side of me yet. I also need to do all I can to keep my dad off my ass at the moment. Doesn't mean I'll let her slip through my fingers. When they disappear inside, something close to irritation pricks at my skin. I could go in there, grab a tray and pile it full of food. I could then plop down in a seat beside her, terrorize her with whispers in her ear, or watch from a distance, letting her know I'm close by and that there isn't a fucking thing she can do about it. Sounds like a fun time, but I do everything I can to limit my time on campus. It's hard enough pretending while I attend classes, and even harder when my patience is as thin as it is at this very moment. Your family name and image are the most important things. Don't fuck it up. I can hear my father's deep, angry voice in my mind, almost as if he's standing right beside me, speaking the words. You got lucky this time, Maybelle. With the knowledge that I'll be seeing her again real soon, I turn and start the short walk to the other side of campus. The crisp air carries with it a slight bite of cold. Fall is upon us, and winter will be here soon. I welcome the fresh air and take the time while walking to clear my head. It's only about a mile walk to my family's estate, which butts against the school campus. Right now, a couple of my closest friends and I live here. Of course, we use the old mill house for meetings, but those have been few and far between with everyone's busy schedules. Every year in October, we hold the Hunt. The one big event has been a tradition on school grounds for over 100 years. The original Hunt was nothing more than a glorified game of hide-and-seek back in the 1920s. It wasn't until 10 years ago that changes took place, making the event that much more elusive and popular. Every year we strive to outdo the year before, and this year will be the first where we have no rules. Everything goes. If you accept the invitation and show up, you agree to those terms. Every year, 50 men and women, mostly mill members, those members who were inducted into the society the previous year, are picked to be part of the event. It means the new members, those who are inducted after the start of the year, after the Hunt, don't get to participate. But tough shit. In the past, I've grown bored. It's always the same girls and the same fake screams. This year will be different, though. I know it. I can feel it in my bones. My family has been at the center of the mill since it was founded 3 generations ago. I'm determined to make my time as president legendary. Hell, it already is when college students from other damn states beg to come to our public-facing events. If only they knew what happened in the shadows. For now, I need to focus on the present. All I have to do is ensure Maybelle makes it to the event, and then I can let myself go. I can experience the event for what it's supposed to be. Ahead of me is the house. My feet crunch across the packed gravel drive to the old Victorian mansion. Back in the day, the house had been built by the dean of the school. Then, a couple years later, my great-grandfather acquired the place for his own personal and debauched use. He wanted a home away from home for his eclectic activities, hosting illegal alcohol parties in the basement for the other high-profile students on campus. My grandfather had specific tastes, and I'd heard a number of stories from my father about the fuckfests that took place on these grounds. Unsurprisingly, it all started during the Roaring '20s. The wrought iron gates open as I approach them, and I jog up the other side of the driveway to the landing and front door. The heavy wooden door creaks as I open it and slip beneath the Gothic arches. Stained glass and polished dark wood greet me, and the spicy scent of cinnamon tickles my nose. Patty hobbles out of the kitchen and into the main entry, greeting me with a smile and a plate of cookies. She looks as she does every day, wearing the maid's uniform my father provides all the help with. Her thinning dark hair is pulled back into a tight bun at the nape of her neck. Not a single strand out of place.
Andrew, sweetie, take a cookie. They're snickerdoodles, your favorite.
My immediate response is to tell her to fuck off, but I pause. Now don't get me wrong, Patty is a nice lady. In fact, she's the closest thing to a grandma that I have, but small talk with my father's staff is my least favorite thing. I'd rather gouge my eyes out than engage in a conversation that will most likely end up being repeated back to my father, becoming our next topic of discussion. Therefore, I simply smile and snag one from the plate she offers me, and then another for later. With a weathered smile of her own, she pats my arm and walks off, probably to offer the others the same cookies. That seems to be her life mission, stuffing us full of her delicious food. Otherwise, besides laundry, stocking the fridge, and cleaning, she leaves us to ourselves, especially during mill business. I climb up the wide circular staircase 2 steps at a time. At the top of the stairs is a landing that leads down a long hallway. Each side of the hall has numerous doors that lead to a number of bedrooms and bathrooms, and at the very end of the hall is my room. The first room I come upon is Sebastian's. Sebastian prefers silence to conversation and usually keeps his door closed, so color me surprised when I see it propped open. I pop my head through the doorway and find him sitting on the edge of his bed, a cookie in his mouth as he turns the page of a paperback. One glance at him and you would assume he's all looks, with his perfectly moosed hair, devilish smile, and haunting green eyes, but contrary to popular belief, he's smart as hell. I assume it's from all the reading he does. We've known each other since grade school, and there's never been a time when I haven't seen him carrying around some type of book. If he doesn't understand something, he researches it until he does. I gesture to the book. "You can read. When did that happen?" Without missing a beat, he launches the cookie at my face. I catch it midair and shove it into my mouth. His eyes promise murder and destruction, but all I do is shake my head. Sebastian is many things. Monster, asshole, crazy son of a bitch, and believe me, he is all those things and more. But he's also loyal, determined, and the closest thing to family I have. "Thanks," I say around a mouthful of food. "If you spent more time spreading pages in books instead of spreading legs, you might be half as smart as me." The murderous look disappears from his eyes, but the usual aura of depraved darkness surrounding him clings to the air. Everyone thinks I'm fucked up, but no one knows fucked up like Sebastian. While my own childhood has been shitty as hell, it looks pretty damn great compared to his. Either way, showing pity or apologizing for the past doesn't make sense. We can't change it, but sometimes I wish I could tell him it will be okay, that he'll come through all of this on the other side. His attention slips back to the book, and I meander into the room, dragging my fingers across the bookshelf near the door. "Spreading legs is more entertaining," I quip, tossing myself into an old armchair near his bed. I prop my feet up on the edge of the bed, my dirty boots resting on his gray comforter. "Seriously? Where are your manners?" He shakes his head and glares icy daggers through me. "You might be my best friend, but you have 5 seconds to tell me what the hell you want before I toss you out of my room." Before I can mutter a response, he shoves my feet off the bed and wipes at the comforter like I've ruined it in some way. We have a washer for a reason. "Sorry, I left my manners at the front door," I laugh and continue. "I'm here on official mill business. I need to know the specifics of the plan for tomorrow night so I can put some precautionary measures into place." The muscles in his jaw flex and jump. "Weird. I thought you asked me to plan the events this year. I've made certain everything is done, and you're either questioning me to see if I've completed everything or attempting to oversee my work. In which case, if that's what it is, you can fuck off and jump down the cliffs. I've spent hours planning this event and sending invitations out. Friendship or not, I won't be questioned by you." The cliffs being the edge of the property, complete with our own personal waterfall. Joke's on him. I've been jumping off that ledge since I was a kid. "I'm not questioning you or trying to oversee you. Everything is fine, but my inner control freak needs more information, especially since I found someone worth chasing for the event." He stares at me, studying me, no doubt seeing the gleam in my eyes that's been dead for a while. "Consider me curious. Who is she?" "Who she is doesn't really matter. She wouldn't even tell me her name. As soon as I'm done here, I'm going to talk to Lee and have him gather some intel for me. I'll use whatever information I can find to keep her compliant. I just need some ammunition first." Last we talked, you were going to the library to get your paper from that thieving nerd. You couldn't even find the non-fiction books in the library. How the hell did you find this girl? Of course the fucker has to bust my balls a little bit. The library isn't my usual hangout spot, nor is it a place I frequent often, which is probably why Maybelle stayed out of reach for so long. I lean back in the chair. "First of all, you're a dick. Second of all, I didn't find her. Funny enough, she found me. It was like fate delivered her to me on a golden platter. Happenstance, really. I can't wait for tomorrow, to see the fear shine in her eyes, and it's the real kind, none of that fake shit we get each year. I want to hear her screams, smell her panic, and feel her cunt squeeze me tight." His own eyes darken, and I know that look. He's been searching for something similar for a while now, but he won't get a piece of mine. Maybelle is mine. All fucking mine. "Congratulations, buddy. I'm happy for you, and if you decide to share, we could have a hell of a time tag-teaming her. I can already see it now. It brings back fond memories of the one year we took down that shy little deer. What was her name? Vivian?" Red-hot anger fills me in an instant, and I clench my hand into a tight fist, ready to swing at him. It's sudden and uncontrollable, but most of all, it freaks me the fuck out. I've never felt such an emotional reaction like that when it came to a girl and sharing. Hell, sharing is hot as fuck, and something Sebastian and I have done often, so why am I considering ripping his head off and shitting down his throat at the mention of it? I'm guessing by that look of murderous rage in your eyes, you aren't interested in sharing? I shake my head and swallow down the rage. Nah, at least not the first time. Sebastian shrugs. That's fine. Now, in reference to the event and you needing to know shit, all I gotta say is tough luck. You'll find out the same way everyone else does. Asshole, I grumble jokingly and push up out of the chair. If I really wanted to know anything, I could easily find out. One phone call would give me all the information I need, but it would mean talking to my father, and I'd rather not. Go bother Lee. I have to finish this book. You're such a nerd, I say over my shoulder as I turn to walk out of his room. At least I can write my own papers, he counters, and I'll give him that. He's got way more patience than me. I'm smart in the academics I need to be smart in. Nothing else matters. At least that's what my father thinks and ensures. Wanting information about Maybelle more than I want to fuck with Seb, I head straight to Lee's room. Drake blares from the other side of the door so loud it's as if it's open. I'd knock, but what's the fucking point? Grabbing the brass knob, I twist and shove the door open. I'd like to say I'm surprised when my eyes immediately land on some random girl's pussy, but I'm not. She's on her knees at the edge of the bed, deep-throating his cock like a pro. Standing just inside the doorway, I lean against the jamb, my arms crossed over my chest. The girl's head bobs up and down almost furiously, and my eyes catch on Lee, who's fisting her by the hair. His hands guide her movements, his head tipped backward and his eyes closed. Almost as if he senses me standing there, his eyes pop open and he leans forward, a smile splitting his face a second later. Being bashful in this house gets you nowhere. Sex is as normal as doing the laundry. I've seen every one of my friends' cocks, and even a few people who aren't my friends. This is tame compared to most of the things I've seen. I tap my imaginary watch and yell over the heavy beat to ensure he can hear me. I need your expertise, so please hurry it the fuck up. Leave it to you to ruin a good blowjob, he snorts and fastens his hold on the back of the girl's neck, fucking her mouth almost savagely. She gags, pushing back against him. It's a feeble attempt at escaping, especially since it only encourages him to tighten his hold and thrust faster. He grits his teeth, his eyes becoming half-lidded. I stand there watching, unaffected by them. My mind is on someone else entirely. A few more pumps and he finishes in her mouth. When he's done, she leans toward him, probably asking when he plans to return the favor, but he shakes his head. Go downstairs and wait. I'll come and find you when it's your turn. Called it. Her lips part, an argument waiting to slip free, but Lee's cutting glance is enough to make her grab her dress off the floor and walk out of the room. She slips it on as she walks toward me, and I keep my stance in the doorway, forcing her to squeeze by me to pass. He switches the sound system off. The absence of the ridiculous music is almost an entirely new sound. Friend of yours, I tease. You know better than anyone else the answer to that. She wanted my dick, so I gave it to her. If that's considered friendship, then sure. Otherwise, nope. All I can do is laugh. Lee's father thinks he's never going to give him grandchildren. The homophobic ass doesn't realize bisexuality isn't the same thing as being gay. Of the pack of us, Lee seems the most stable, so he's got that going for him. He's also the first one to jump into any mess, off any roof, and over any bridge, most likely following one of us assholes on the way down. It also helps his social standing at school that his father owns a billion-dollar tech company. Lee learned to hack while he learned to walk. It's in his blood. If only his father was more supportive of him. Hopping off the bed, he disappears into the bathroom and comes out a minute later, a pair of basketball shorts hanging low on his hips. Do you require my expertise? Yes, I need good intel. Anything you can find. I cross to sit beside his desk as he slips into his office chair and slides up to his computer. Of course you do. Good thing you got a friend like me, huh? He grins. So what's her name? Maybelle. Found her in the library. Well, actually, she found me. She lives over in the dorms. Refused to tell me her name and tried running away. Turns out she's a bigger challenge than I expected. Now I need to know whatever I can about her. What kind of person does it make me, knowing that I'm excited about the possibility of having something to use against her? Blackmail, white lies, secrets? If I can use it as ammo, then I will. Anything to keep her compliant. Ah, got it. Lee doesn't ask questions, and why would he? He knows the score and how cruel the world can be. Don't get it twisted. Lee might appear to be the most normal of us, but he's got his own demons and secrets. His fingers move over the keys easily as he hacks into the university's student database. In less than 2 minutes, he's got her university profile loaded. I lean forward, staring at the screen a little closer. It's her, and my heart kicks up all over again. Every muscle tightens, priming me for what's to come. The anticipation is killing me, and I haven't even solidified that she's going to be at the event. It doesn't matter if she goes or not. I'll find a way to get her in the woods. The event would just be an easier way. That's her, I announce. Lee nods and studies the screen a beat longer. She's cute and a little nerdy, but definitely not your type. Is this revenge or something else? It's not revenge, and I know she's not my type. Maybe that's why I'm so compelled to own her. I don't really know, but what I do know is that I need you to send me whatever you can find on her. Just invite her to the hunt. Then you can be the first to catch her and do whatever you want to her. That's the plan, genius. However, she's a smart girl. I need to ensure that she'll attend, and that if she doesn't show up, I have proper blackmail in place to use against her. This sounds... Lee narrows his eyes and looks at me hard. Are you going to make her your girlfriend or something? Because from the sounds of it, you're talking as if she'll be a permanent fixture. Am I? Fuck. No. You know I only fuck. No dating. My plan is to claim her and fuck her until I grow tired of her. She's different, though, and by the looks of it, a challenge. Therefore, I'll need something to use against her. Makes sense? He nods, his attention going back to the computer. He scrolls down the screen, clicking on a few more tabs. A moment later, a file containing her exact address, parents' address, her current GPA, class schedule, and information regarding that girl I saw her with, who I now know is her roommate, pops up. Quickly, I fish my cell phone out of my pocket and snap a photo. Send it all to me. Not a problem, he mutters, his eyes moving over the screen as he reads something. It appears Miss Maybelle Jacobs has gone in to see the school therapist multiple times this year. Looks like she suffers from depression, anxiety, and PTSD. I wonder what she's got going on upstairs. You sure you want to get tangled in her crazy? The way he's questioning me right now leaves a bad taste in my mouth. No offense, Lee, but I didn't ask for advice. I asked for information, and you've provided me with that. We all have personal shit going on. Depression, anxiety, abuse, and trauma. Life goes on. Now please, don't fucking question me again. Look, I didn't mean it badly. I'm just surprised. You've never come to me about a girl before, especially not to get dirt on one, and you have women tossing themselves at you left and right. If you need blackmail, then something tells me this one is a hellion, and taming her won't be easy. I clap him on the back. Thank you for the information. Let me worry about that. My interest in her has nothing to do with the mill, nor is it anyone's concern. All you need to know is that she's not like the others, and I want her. She doesn't know what's good for her yet, but she will soon enough. Sure. Just watch yourself. The warning hangs in the air between us, and I know what he's referring to when he says watch yourself. My father. He stares at me a moment, weighing something in his mind. Take this. I watch as he reaches behind his computer for a moment and pulls out a black flash drive the size of a piece of gum. Remember that job I worked on for one of the brothers last year? To change the grades in his class and not get caught? You can use that to get more information on this girl if you get access to her devices. It's a simple plug and play that will mirror everything for you. Perfect. He hands me the device and I slip it into my pocket. Thanks for this, and for the warning. But we both know if anyone can handle my father, it's me. It's not about handling your father, Drew. It's about surviving. Shit's getting worse, and it'll only be a matter of time before something happens. My mood sours in an instant. Conversations about my relationship with my father will do that. Bad shit happens every day, Lee. You can't save me. Let whatever is going to happen, happen, I growl. Lee frowns, and I understand his sentiment. I recognize his fear and warning. I comprehend more than anyone, but nothing can change what is already happening. I'm merely a puppet in my father's play, and he's pulling the strings. Doesn't have to be this way. Lee starts, but I cut him off. I don't want your advice, so save it for someone else. Thanks for the drive and intel. I appreciate it. You need anything in return, you know where to find me. I remind him and walk out of the room, stopping the conversation from going any further. Once in the hall, I continue toward my bedroom. The door to Aries' room is closed, and I'd stop to bust his balls as well, but I'm in too much of a pissed-off mood to consider fucking with him. Aries lives up to his name. He's always mischievous and instigating fights. I swear he gets off on other people's pain. Not to mention one strike of a match and he'll blow the entire place up. He might be gorgeous as all the women say, but he's the devil reincarnated. All the way at the end of the hall is my room, and I practically kick the door in once I reach it. It's the primary suite, complete with Gothic arches and aesthetics. I tried to update the furniture so it doesn't look like Edgar Allan Poe's favorite brothel. The attached bath is completely remodeled, and I let out a long sigh as I crossed the threshold. Personally, I think I have the best room in the entire house. Not only does my window overlook the front lawn, but my room is also the biggest. Just beneath the window is my bed, and on the left side of the room is a sitting area and walk-in closet. To the right is the ensuite bathroom. Gray and black accessories dot the interior. Cold and stark, just like my heart. I strip out of my clothes on the way into the bathroom. The marble flooring gleams when the sunlight hits it, and I walk into the shower, which is the size of a small closet, and twist the knob all the way to hot. After a moment, the glass-enclosed stall fills with steam, and I step beneath the hot spray. My tense muscles quake beneath the penetrating blast of water, and it feels amazing. As soon as I allow myself a moment to just stand there and think, all my thoughts turn to Maybelle. It's ridiculous how possessive my fantasies have become when I think about her. I don't know a damn thing about her except what's written on paper, and somehow that's enough for me. Somehow my brain has justified that she is mine. Almost unwittingly, I take my cock into my hand, squeezing myself hard while sliding up and down the length. The mere thought of her has me horny and ready to blow my load. I tighten my grip and jerk myself harder. My grip fringes of pain, and I grit my teeth. Fuck, it feels so good. All I see is her in my mind. She ran so perfectly, without me having to prompt her. And the best part of all, she got away. Damn it. I stroke myself faster, up and down, up and down. I'm on the edge, close to losing control. Control. I would have lost it entirely if I'd caught her in the dark, abandoned stacks at the back of the library. No one would have been able to save her from me. I'd have ripped her leggings and panties off her body and fucked her raw right there. Would she have begged me to stop? Would she have begged me to keep going? All I can see is how she tried to hide from me, and the way she pressed her glasses up her nose, how her eyes flashed and her chin tipped up as she attempted to stand up to me. No matter the cost, I need her body beneath me. I need to feel her trembling cunt as I press deep inside her, fucking her until she's a weeping mess, begging me to stop because the pleasure is too much. I can only imagine how beautiful her pale, smooth skin will look covered in my marks. I can't fucking wait to find out. I work myself closer to the edge, my thoughts swirling as I consider everything I want to do to her. Pleasure zips up my spine, and I let out a roar as I explode, splashing ropes of sticky cum against the tile. I let out a blissful sigh, and the frustration I carried from earlier feels lighter now. I quickly finish washing and rinse off. When I step out of the shower, I'm calmer, my control closer to the surface. I consider the information I have. It's not much at the moment, but there will be more to come. Right now, though, I need to ensure that Maybelle makes it to the event tomorrow night, and the only way to do that is to ensure her friend, the blonde, brings her. I smile to myself as I dress quickly in a t-shirt, jeans, and my university jacket. The package isn't complete without the jacket, the golden child fulfilling his family duties, the gentleman, the charming hero. That's who I want her to see, who I want her to think I am until it's too late for her to get away. I might have already ruined that in my surprise at the library, but it'll be interesting to see how she pivots when I show up at her dorm. There won't be anywhere to escape. I shove my wallet, keys, and phone into my pockets and head downstairs. I've just passed Sebastian's room when he asks where I'm going. Out. That's the only response he gets. Before anyone else can ask me what I'm doing, or if I ate lunch like they're my parents, I slip out the front door and walk down the driveway, heading back toward the campus. I have a car. 2, actually, but I prefer to walk. It gives me time to clear my head and think through things. Plus, you can be a lot less conspicuous without a car. On the walk, I consider what to say and how I'll lure her out of hiding. Her little roommate is going to play an integral part. If necessary, I will blackmail her too. Nothing stands in the way of what I want. The street lamps have just turned on when I reach her dorm. I tuck my hands into my pockets and stand casually outside the building, waiting for the first girl to offer me the opportunity to enter. Obviously, I'll have to see maintenance about making a key card, so I don't have to stand out here, flashing a smile every 2 seconds. It'll be well worth the $500. It takes all of 2 minutes for a bystander to take pity on me. "Are you wanting to come in?" the brunette asks, licking her lips. She's pretty, but something tells me she's one of those girls who pretends to be afraid, and that's not what I'm looking for. "Yes, my girlfriend isn't answering the phone." I shrug. She bats her eyes at me and holds the door open. What kind of girl leaves their boyfriend out in the cold like this? I ignore her comment altogether and slip inside the dorm. A rush of warm air hits me, and I start up the stairs, heading to the 3rd floor. "If you get bored with your crappy girlfriend later, I'm in 2B. Her voice reaches me, and the offer hangs there, but I don't show any interest. I'm selective about the girls I fuck, and even more selective about the ones who see the darkness hiding just beneath the surface. Ignoring her existence, I continue. Once I reach the 3rd floor, I focus my attention on the doors, zoning in on the oh-so-helpful name cards attached to each door. Their dorm room number was in the information that Lee provided me, but the door tags make it way more engaging. Perfect. Jackie and Maybelle are in the 3rd one down. It's nice to have a name attached to the person who is going to become an accomplice to my bad behavior. I lift my fist and knock softly, then I pull my hand back to wait, my heart slowly inching up my throat with every passing second. It's not nerves, it's adrenaline. I can't wait to see how my little Wallflower skin pinkens under my teeth and the sound she makes as I fuck her into the ground. A moment later, the door flies open, and the same buxom blonde from outside the library appears. Her eyes light up with recognition. "Oh, it's you." I give her a smile as fake as her tits. "It is me. May I come in for a second? I just want to make sure you have all the information for tomorrow night. As you know, this event is highly selective." She opens the door the rest of the way, and I spot the half-empty bottle of wine on her kitchen table. I peek inside, surveying the space like a high-end thief who plans to break into the place later. There are 3 doors that break off from a large open room. One closed, one open to a mess, and the other open to a bathroom. A small kitchen sits at the left of the door, an old scarred table in the middle of the space. "Is your roommate here? I wanted to talk to her too," I ask casually, trying not to appear overly interested. She waves at the closed door. "Oh no, she had to go help her mom. She's sick right now. Pretty sure it's cancer or something. She refuses to give me any details. Her mom is all she has." I nod, making sympathetic noises at the appropriate places while also filing said information away in my brain. "Oh, of course." I pull out a black envelope and hand it to her. "You'll need this to get through the gate. Do you mind if I put this in her room? Each one is personalized, so..." It's a lie, but she doesn't need to know that. I had Sebastian make this one special for me when I found the woman I planned to hunt. Buying my act, she doesn't hesitate and waves at the door. "Yeah, go ahead. She's super excited about the event." I nod, considering her tone, and head toward the door. "You don't have to wait for me. I'll let myself out when I'm done." Is Maybelle really excited about it, or not? Jackie's tone makes me believe otherwise. Her eyes skim down the length of my body, and I swear I see an inkling of suspicion bloom in her gaze, but as soon as it appears, it's gone. Instead of questioning, she nods, grabs her wine, and heads into her room. Perfect. Taking the doorknob into my hand, I twist it and push it open. I step inside and am greeted with a unique, sweet scent. Sugary sweet. One I hadn't caught over the musty scent in the library. My eyes dart around the room, absorbing every little detail. It's perfect, each item in its place. I grab the back of her black office chair and take a seat. It squeaks beneath my weight, and I push toward her desk. There's a bag sitting on top, and it only takes a second to fish out her laptop, open it, and pull the tiny flash drive I brought with me out of my pocket. I plug it into the machine, and then text Lee. It takes him seconds to get back to me, so his little date must be gone. "I'm in. She's all yours." His text comes back. I wait for the software to load onto my phone, then watch as the view from her computer camera mirrors my phone screen. She won't be able to hide a single thing from me. "All mine," I say to myself. I can't wait until she figures it out. Once I finish, I put the computer away and leave the black envelope on her desk, a red ribbon wound tightly around the matte paper. I give her room one more glance and leave before I give in to the urge to stay and inspect every inch between these 4 walls. No, we're going to do things the proper way. And the first step is always the hunt.
Chapter 4. Belle. It seems the only person not willing to admit my mother is sick is the woman herself. I spent the night and most of the day there, helping her around the house and trying to convince her to see a doctor. She can't do her own grocery shopping at the moment and can't go to work, yet she keeps insisting it's just a bug, a flu, and it'll pass. We've both seen this before, and I understand her not wanting to face the facts, but I'm exhausted and heartsick. I'm brushing away tears as I enter my suite on campus. It does feel good to be by myself for a moment, or at least be able to go into my own room and worry about something else for a bit. My roommate jumps up and rushes out of her room the second I shut the door behind me. "Where the hell have you been? We're going to be late." She's got her hair in rollers and her makeup is already in place. I tip my chin toward her. "If this thing is supposed to be a hunt, aren't you worried about your face melting off by the end?" She smiles. "Hell no. I have a bulletproof setting spray. Now get in there and get ready." My shoulders fall away from my ears, dragging me down. I no longer have the strength to stay upright. I don't know, Jack. I'm pretty tired. I should probably stay home. She narrows her eyes and starts tugging pins out of her hair.
Excuse me, did you forget about the $25,000 prize you want to nail down?
I head into my room, dropping my overnight bag on the floor and throwing myself onto the bed. I may need that money, but what are the odds I'll actually win it? I'm probably just kidding myself. Something on my desk catches my eye. I lift my head to stare at it, then scoot off the end of the bed to pick up the black envelope, wound with a red ribbon. What the fuck? I rip open the thick, rich paper and spread a cardstock invitation. The details are pretty sparse, only an address and a time. At the bottom is a scribbled note requesting I wear the envelope's ribbon. Fucking hell! I have no doubt it's that asshole jock who is asking this from me. And fuck him. I'm not about to hand myself up on a platter for him to toy with. I toss the invitation and the ribbon on the desk and sigh. Even if there's only a slim chance of winning the prize, I have to try. For my mother. Or else I'll never be able to say I tried everything. Instead of climbing back into bed and staying there for a year, I go to my closet and pull out some clothing. Jack, what do I wear to this damn thing? She comes flouncing in, brushing her curls with her fingers.
Something you move in easily, and something dark to make it harder to see you, if that's what you want.
She winks and readjusts her boobs inside her neon pink mini dress. I pick up a slinky black dress with pockets, of course, and lay it out with some fresh underwear. I need a hot shower first. Maybe it'll get me in the mood to go out. Newsflash, I'm almost more exhausted after the shower. This is stupid. I'm going to end up lost and walking around in circles. The only thing I'm coming home with is fucking poison ivy. Oh well. At the very least, I can't let Jackie go alone, so I really have no choice. It only takes a few minutes to dress and slip a few essentials into my dress pockets. I lotion up, then twist my hair into a messy bun on top of my head. My glasses go on last, and I step into the kitchen of our suite. Are you almost ready? A minute later, Jack steps out of her room, looking like she's going to a club. Not anything even remotely outdoors. You sure you want to wear that? She glances down at the bright pink mini dress.
What's wrong with it?
Doesn't it, defeat the purpose? She smirks, grabs her small crossbody bag, and opens the door to leave.
I guess that depends on your purpose, huh?
With a thwack, she smacks my ass on the way out the door. It earns her a squeal from me as I scurry out into the hall toward the stairs. It doesn't take very long to cross the campus toward the address. We reach an iron fence where a man in a suit is posted. As we pull up, he motions at me to open my window. I hold a finger up to ask him to give me a second and lean down to crank the handle to roll down the window in my old-ass car. Once we show our invitations, he waves us in while he speaks to someone on a radio. I pull up the driveway, looking for parking. When I see the house, my jaw drops. Holy shit. I've always wanted to know what was up here, but I never imagined it was this. Jackie wiggles in the passenger seat.
Isn't it gorgeous? I saw it last year during the hunt, but it's still breathtaking.
I park with the other cars and climb out, the door creaking loudly through the mostly quiet twilight. We head up the small hill to find a group of people milling around in front of a small black platform. From the back of the crowd, I lean to Jackie. So, is there anything I should know here? She shrugs.
They change the rules every year to keep it fun. Last year, everyone had to wear blindfolds. I wonder what they'll do this year. And where the hell is Sebastian hiding?
I shake my head as she scans the people, but I don't see any oversized jocks lurking. Only the women and a few men are here waiting. It doesn't matter. I have my eyes on the beautiful house. It's huge and so pretty. I scan each stained glass window and sigh. I'll never have anything like this, but it's lovely to look at. Gravel crunches, and we all shift to look toward the driveway leading to the left of the house. Oh, shit. I duck behind the taller women in front of me. Oh, shit, oh, shit, oh, shit. It's him. I peek over her shoulder, which earns me a glare from her. Sorry, I mumble. Just saw my ex. Her glare softens, but she shifts a few feet forward to get some distance between us. One of the men who approached steps up onto the platform and raises his arms to call for quiet. Welcome to the hunt. I keep waiting for him to produce a top hat and tug out a rabbit. Jackie squirms against me. Oh my God, there he is. Sebastian. She breathes. He's wearing black on black, his dark hair perfectly settled, his green eyes flashing in the setting sun. I roll my eyes and glance at the other few men and find the tallest one staring back at me. Who is that one? I whisper. He looks like the guy from the library, the unhinged one. She notices where I'm staring and grins wickedly. That's Andrew Marshall, captain of the football team, school golden boy, and millionaire. She waves at the house. This is his family's estate. I push my glasses up my nose and force my eyes away. Of course it is. I turn my attention to the man speaking and notice the menace in his tone. He doesn't sound angry, per se, but damn, I feel like I'm in trouble. He raises his voice over the whispers. 6 miles to the cabin, which is north. First person to arrive wins the trophy inside and the prize money. Simple. The grin on his face as he says simple causes my stomach to drop. Shit, I'm not going to like the next part. He waves toward the towering woods about 100 feet away. This year, we've added something special. If you join the event, there are no rules. You do what you want in these woods. And if you go in, you agree to these terms. If someone catches you, you better learn how to beg for mercy. Jackie gulps and fans herself next to me. I'm calling for mercy now. Shit. My chest is tight as I stare out at the dark trees. Fuck, this could be dangerous. What if there are coyotes or bears or shit, the tall jock looking at me like I'm his next meal? Maybe this is a bad idea. I'm about to suggest we leave when Jackie grabs my arm. I'm so excited. Even if I don't bag Sebastian, there are a lot of hunters. I hope at least some of them have an imagination. You don't want to win the money? She laughs, then sees my face and sobers. Sorry, I don't care about it. But if I get close, I'll try for you and your mom, okay? Mollified, I nod and stare at the other participants, all overcome with excitement. I feel like I'm the only downer here. It can't be that bad if these people are so excited and ready to do this, right? I stare down at my shaky hands. Shit, I need to get myself together. Jackie grabs my hands and stares up into my eyes. Hey, it's okay. You don't have to do this if you don't want to. Go sit in the car or come back and get me. I gulp and shake my head, fending off tears. No, I have to do this for my mom. She nods and squeezes my fingers. Well, if you're sure, try to relax. It's just a game. I promise you'll have a blast. Not sure she knows what I consider a blast, but I don't want to bring down the mood even more. There's some shuffling as the men join another group of men and a couple of women off to the side. I wave at the group. What are they doing? Planning their stock exchange heist? She rolls her eyes.
Those are the hunters. They give the runners a 15-minute head start to make it more fun for them, I guess. Give us a chance to get away?
Oh, I didn't know that. If I can sprint this thing, maybe I'll have a chance. I haven't run in years, but hey, I can try. I have to try. I bounce on my feet for a second and try to stretch my legs a bit. My muscles protest, but I ignore the light pain and continue until that man, Sebastian, steps up again. Is everyone ready? My heart suddenly crowds my throat and I can't breathe. He smiles, cruel and cutting. Set. He throws up his hands. Go. As I race toward the tree line with the pack, all I can think about is what the hell did I get myself into? I risk one glance back to see the jock, Andrew, staring after me. Fuck.
Chapter 5. Drew. There's a tension in the air that I can barely breathe through. My bones vibrate, and my skin, every sense is on fire. I'm attuned to the footfalls heading into the forest, the sound of the wind in the trees, all of it. An elbow catches my ribs, and I jerk in surprise. Lee stares at me, one eyebrow cocked. You seem on edge, man. You okay? I roll my shoulders back, stretching the fleece of my jacket. Yes, fine. We've all been on edge waiting for this. I found myself a prize, and I plan to claim her. I can already taste her. The light is fading fast, and the small crowd near the mill grows restless. We're all ready for our jet into the woods. Peering through the trees, we can see a few brave souls lingering, choosing not to run. Easy pickings for anyone not looking for a chase. I can't wait to run down my quarry and hear her scream in fright as she runs, and then my name when I finally catch her. Well, maybe. If I don't gag her first. Depends on how much of a fight she puts up. I shift from foot to foot, staring into the trees. It's easy to know where she's headed. Of all the bunnies running through the forest today, she's likely the only one in it for the actual prize. And the one with the least chance of actually reaching it. The guys gather up, the few women who enjoy the hunt too. Sebastian steps in front of us and grins wickedly. Gentlemen and ladies. He dips his head toward Lindsay and Sasha. Are you ready to find your prize? We spend a minute hopping around, stretching, and generally preparing as our adrenaline spikes. I feel like I might vibrate out of my body. I get a similar feeling for every game, but this is so much more. Every year it's the same, but I know there's a real prize waiting for me this year. There's a pit in my gut and an ache in my chest. I'm more ready than I've ever been. Sebastian waves a flare gun around for effect, keeping it aimed at the sky. On your mark, get set. We all brace, ready to run. He shoots the flare into the air, and everyone takes off like a shot. Everyone except me. I want to give her a little time to get some distance, to make my catching her all the sweeter. Will she fight? Run? Kick? Punch? Scream? I've seen it all and more, but I've never heard her scream. And I can't wait. During the few seconds I held her in the library, I knew she'd make the perfect prey. I strolled toward the tree line. Everyone is already gone. Jackets are discarded at the edge of the forest. Shoes, bags, clothing, and all sorts of accessories were abandoned to be reclaimed later. I step over a pile of clothing and cut across the tree line. It's darker now, and I close my eyes as I walk slowly to adjust to the lack of light. Once I can see a little clearer, with nothing more than the fading twilight and a few scattered lanterns, I pick up my pace. Not because I need to move fast to get to her, but because I'm losing my grip on my patience. All I want is to catch her, to claim her and call her mine. The forest sounds are louder now, as crickets and other animals are scared out of the underbrush. More than the natural sounds, there are unnatural ones too. People fucking hard and rough in the fallen leaves. Others scream through the woods as their pursuers give chase. I smile to myself. There will be a lot of sore, tired people come morning. Some who won't even make it that long. Someone crashes through the trees to my right, but I don't flinch. Not when I know it's not her. Even if she's running, she'd do it quietly. Her life is controlled and precise. She might run, but she'd keep to the path, heading in the direction of her goal. All I need to do is follow until my little Wallflower gets tired. It won't take long to catch up with her. The trees sway in a slight breeze, a chill already building in the air. I'm warm enough walking, but she'll be cold eventually. If she behaves, I'll make sure we both have everything we need by the end of the night. A high-pitched scream sounds to my left, and I spot someone in the dark grab a girl off her feet and slam her back into a pile of crunching leaves. I stop for a moment and watch, wondering if her scream is for real or if she's just one of the women who pretends to be scared, only to run into one of the chaser's arms the second she's caught. The man, Nathan, by the look of him, grasps her hips and ruts against her, both of them still clothed. She claws at the leaves and the earth, trying to pull herself away. There's no fear on her face, as far as I can tell, but she's definitely trying to get away. At least for now. I smile and lean against the tree as he clambers after her, his hands easily grabbing her small frame and holding her down. For a second more, she struggles, and he holds her tight, putting more of his weight into her, her hips and legs pinned now. Once she accepts she's caught, he strips her black leggings down her plush lips, holding her tight around the waist, first one side, then the other. She squeals as her bare ass is exposed to the cold night air, and he slaps it hard enough to make her squeal again. A moment later, Nathan stops, catching sight of me. "You want some? I'm happy to share my prize with you." The girl glances over her shoulder at me. A panicked look appears in her eyes, but then disappears when she sees who he's talking to. I shake my head and move along. "No thanks. I have my eye on something else. You two kids have fun." More sound spills through the forest. Screaming, moaning, fucking, everything. The perimeters are mostly blocked off, so we have privacy. The gates around the estate ensure no one will wander in as well. We've kept our members and participants as safe as we are able. The rest is up to them. Leaves crunch under my boots as I continue, the anticipation building. I scan the fields, the leaves, and the small clearings for her, but find nothing. She's not out here for sex. If she's smart, she'll avoid the others and continue to the cabin. What I've learned about her in the last 24 hours is that she needs the money. Unlike me, she's here on scholarship. At least most of her tuition is. The rest she pays out of pocket in installments, and she's been late on payments for a while. I shove my hands into my pockets and pick up my pace. I'm dying to hear her voice again, to speak to her. No doubt she'll fight me like she did in the library, only this time she's on my turf. There's no escape. I curl my hands into fists, my pockets tightening across them. I need to calm down, or everything will go too fast. I walk faster to burn off some of my excess energy. There will be more than enough for her, but I don't want to push her too far, too fast. The leaves swish and fly around my feet. As I enter a small clearing, I catch sight of blonde hair and stop short, The woman is on her back, her blonde hair spilled across the ground in a halo around her. I march closer, about ready to snatch her up and fucking destroy the man with his hands up her dress. But then the clouds part enough to shine some of the barely risen moonlight down, and I recognize her friend, the one who begged me for an invitation. I still stalk forward and crouch beside her head to stare down into her eyes. There's pain there as the man between her thighs shoves her legs apart roughly and enters her in one brutal thrust. She stares up at me as pain morphs into pleasure, and I lean closer. Where is she? A moan escapes her lips, and her eyes flutter closed for a moment.
I don't know.
I catch a stray tear at the corner of her eye and squish it between my fingers, my gaze flicking to the man. Stop for a moment. Without a word, he stops, holding himself against her, his fingers clenching tight as he wars with himself. She whimpers and digs her feet into the dirt to get some movement. He's too snug against her, though, so she doesn't succeed. Tell me where she is, and I'll have him start again. Was she with you for a while, or did you lose her from the outside? Give me a little hint. She whimpers and tries to move again, and this time I press on her chest, holding her there, not letting her shift even a tiny bit. Give me something here. Don't you want her to feel just as good as you do right now? She shakes her head, thrashing back and forth on the ground.
She's not like me. She didn't come here for the sex.
I nod. You're not telling me anything I don't already know. She's here for the money. But sadly, she won't make it to the cabin to claim the prize. She laughs and struggles between us.
You're in for a fight, then. She's stronger than she looks and really wants that prize money.
I release my hold and stand. Carry on, then. Back between the trees, I continue my trek. More and more people are fucking now, and their moans of pleasure fill the air. A few lucky ones are still in the race, and I scan the dense forest, watching for her to make her grand appearance. Any whisper or sight of her. Each second that ticks by without seeing her ramps up my anxiety. I'm strung tight like a bow and barely restraining myself. The longer it takes to find her, the harder it will be to stay in control once I catch her. I trot along, scanning the woods now, peering across couples to make sure someone else hasn't taken what belongs to me. I'm not sure I wouldn't kill any fucker who catches her first. I've finally found the perfect challenge, the perfect girl, and I won't let anyone take her from me. As frustrating as it is that she's not making it easy for me, I have to give her credit for being quicker and far more clever than the majority. Almost an hour in, and she hasn't been caught yet. At least that I can see. I pick up my pace, my trot becoming a jog now. It helps to work off some of the pent-up energy. An electric current ripples through me when I see the glint of glass off moonlight about 200 feet up ahead. Is it her? I grit my teeth and clench my fists as I transition to a full run. My lips pull into a prideful smile. She's full on running, hopping over logs and a few rocks that haven't been cleared near the falls. Doesn't take long to close some of the distance between us, and the closer I get, the easier it is for me to see her and follow her movements. Yes. Fuck yes. That all-too-familiar exhilarating rush pulses in my veins. There's nothing like hunting them down, cracking them open, and seeing just how far you can push them before they break. That's what I want more than anything. To own her, to make her see that she doesn't have an option. She's mine, even if she doesn't want to be. I'm strung even tighter as I watch her run, and the only thing pounding in my head is catch her. Catch her. Fucking catch her. She's all I need and all I want. I run faster, my chest heaving. It takes a minute to close the distance, 20 feet now. She's so close that I clench my fists to avoid reaching out and giving myself away too soon. Faster. Harder. Get there. I jump over a log and keep crashing forward. I'm so close now I can see the pale length of her hair coming out of the messy bun she'd thrown it into. Yes! A shape to the left comes out of the darkness, and I watch as another man rushes toward her. Oh, hell fucking no. I sprint dead out and take him down hard, throwing him across the dirt and grass. When I'm able, I shove off him and catch him in the ribs with my boot. Stay the fuck down and don't touch what's mine. There's a soft gasp, and she's standing frozen, rigid, her hands cupping her face as she watches me.
Chapter 6. Belle. For a second there, I thought I might make it. Everyone else is distracted by sex, fighting, or drinking. I've caught sight of a few campfires with all kinds of things happening around the soft light. Mostly, though, everyone has been running. But I haven't seen anyone for the past 20 minutes. Not even a couple of the girls who kept pace with me. I'm exhausted. When he grabs me, a tiny part of my brain says, thank goodness, because I'm exhausted. But what the fuck am I thinking? It's him. The one watching me, the football star from the library. Some part of me knows he'll make me pay for getting free from him yesterday. I kick off and try to squirm free. The other man who caught me is limping in the opposite direction. He grips my hips tight enough I'll have bruises. Where are you heading in such a rush, little Wallflower? We haven't had the chance to chat yet. I screech and try to pull free, but he's got me tight. Fucking let me go. I manage to get out of his hold, but I yank so hard, my momentum takes me down to the brush. Then he's there again, behind me, his hands on my hips at a new angle. By all means, if you can get out of my hold, please do. It'll make things even more fun. I can do whatever I want to you, but you can also do whatever you want to me. I kick out, and I'm satisfied when my foot lands against his solid thigh, but all he gives me is a grunt. I don't want to do anything to you. I just want to make you disappear. He chuckles softly and molds his hands to the shape of my hips, spreading his fingers wider so he can touch more of me. You think that now, but by the end of the night, you will be begging me to take the edge off. I roll my eyes and wiggle harder, but he's like iron around me now. I'll never beg you for anything. Now let me go. I'm pulling so hard that when he releases me, I skitter forward on my hands, mud caking my nails and between my fingers. I don't even think about why he let me go. I clamber to my feet and rush forward into the dark. He'll catch me. I'm already winded and he's a fucking football player. But maybe I can get to the cabin first. I crash through the trees and the bushes, not bothering to stay quiet. What's the point now? No one in these woods is attempting to be quiet. Leaves crunch underfoot, and I kick them up as I go. They crackle behind me, too, and I know he's following, no doubt walking to match my slow-as-hell pace. I'd hoped I could put more distance between us, but shit! I underestimated how many just wanted to roll around and rut in the dirt. Someone cuts close to my right, and I swerve around a tree and cut west. That's all I can do for now. I'm scared of being caught by him, but even more scared of being caught, I guess, by a different stranger? I run faster and faster, trying to get as much distance as I'm able. When I can't run any longer, I slip behind a large tree and brace my back against the rough bark. Why am I doing this to myself? It's supposed to be a damn game, yet my heart pounds and my blood whooshes in my ears so loudly I couldn't hear if someone were to sneak up on me. If I think logically about it, a game with a massive prize wouldn't be an easy win. At this point, I'm regretting joining this stupid race. All of it. It might not be worth it, especially if he catches me. The only one who has been chasing me from the start. I hear a call in the dark. Little Wallflower, where are you? His low timbre taunts. Haunts, even. Shit. I know I can't just pop out and say, "Sorry, made a mistake, I give up." He won't give a shit, and he won't let me walk away. None of them would. I slide down the tree, the rough bark catching against my clothes as I hit the hard ground. My legs tremble from exhaustion, and my fingers are freezing. I hate this so much. I'd much rather be in my bed, cuddled in with a cup of tea and a book. Who thinks this sort of thing is fun? I wrap my arms around my knees and listen to the darkness, trying to pinpoint where he is. It's been quiet for a couple of minutes, but I don't trust it. Up ahead, a woman comes crashing through some small trees, pushing off anything she can find to try to get some distance between her and her pursuer. A man appears only a couple of minutes later, following close. I press hard against the tree, attempting to make myself as small as possible so he doesn't notice me. Then again, I shouldn't be worried. He has his sights set on his own prey. He tackles the girl, and they land in the underbush. I keep quiet as she fights, rolling onto her back to grapple with him. It takes seconds for him to secure her arms and pin her hips down underneath him. She screams, a loud wail cutting through the night. I jolt and press against the tree, using it to get to my feet. One more scream like that, and I'll have no option but to interfere. I won't sit here and be a witness to her rape. She makes another small scream. Then it shifts as he drags her underwear down and sinks inside her. I look away, not wanting to see, even as my body grows hot from the grunts he makes and the noises spilling out all around through the night. What the hell am I doing here? This isn't me. I've never even had sex. And now, the prospect of losing my virginity in the mud is harrowing. I take another deep breath and start walking again, heading deeper into the woods, hoping for a glimpse of the cabin every second, even a hint, so I know this is worth it and I can actually make it there. Maybe the next best option is to bow out before I find myself in over my head, which might be a viable plan if I had any indication as to which way is out. I'm surrounded by towering pines and underbrush. Every so often, a lantern is on a post driven into the ground. I've been trying to stay away from those light sources to avoid getting caught. I don't even see any lights from the distant estate or nearby campus. Shit. What have I done? A soft voice filters through the dark. Belle, come out and play with me. You know you want to. Fear slithers up my spine, and I cover my mouth with my hands and press back into the tree trunk, trying to keep as quiet as possible. Why is he hunting me when he can have his choice of any of the girls tonight? I'm nobody. Nothing in his rich, spoiled world. Maybe he felt like I'd challenged him by telling him no at the library? Now he needs to satisfy his jock boy ego? Either way, I fear what happens if he catches me. The voice in the dark comes again. This could have been a pleasant experience. Hell, I might have even tried being nice to you. I fold my lips in and add pressure to the hand at my mouth, all while resisting the urge to scream bullshit in the direction the voice is coming from. Nice isn't in that man's vocabulary, and I know that from seeing him for 5 minutes. The reality of it is that his taunting is starting to piss me off. If he's going to stand out here and shout lies at me, what's the fucking point? A small part of me knows what he's doing. He wants me to react, and he's trying to draw me out. I just wish it wasn't working because it is, and that pisses me off even more. What does this asshole want with me anyway? The couple in the bushes a few yards away finally finish. She goes out into the darkness alone again, and the guy cuts through the trees, smiling. Then I hear voices. His and the guy chasing me. Shit, shit, shit. If I go quietly while he's distracted, maybe I can put some distance between us and possibly win this thing. Hope blooms inside my chest. Carefully, I slide away from the tree, staying low, my eyes trained on the ground and any objects that might reveal my escape. I can still hear them chatting away somewhere behind me. I hold on to that as I move quicker and deeper into the woods. Once the voices fade, I stand upright and move as fast as my tired legs will carry me. All I hear is the swooshing of blood in my ears, mixed with my own heavy breathing. It feels like I've been walking for hours at this point. There's a chill in my bones, and my legs and feet ache. Never mind the regret I'm now having for signing up for this stupid event. What was I thinking? You were thinking you needed to help your mom. But if I have no hope of getting to this damn cabin, then why am I still out here torturing myself? I keep walking for what feels like forever. The forest I cut through feels thicker, with more logs and bushes around. I have to skirt large trees and shuffle through the underbrush. It's thicker here, and maybe that means fewer people are trampling through this area. It might be a good sign if my legs weren't burning and the extra effort here wasn't slowing me down. Fuck. You know what? It's against the rules they announced at the beginning, but I pull my cell phone out of my pocket and hold my hand over the screen. I push the button to light it up, but nothing. Shit, there's no service. And I can't risk using it for the light, either. Damn it. I shove it back into my pocket and scan the woods for any clues I could be going in the right direction. There's the sound of water from the right somewhere. If I hear the falls and the river on that side, then I'm still going the right way. Maybe the best place to start would be to go to the water and find the cabin up the riverbank. It would take longer, but likely keep me out of the main hunting area. Best of all, it's a plan, and a good strategy always makes me feel better about life. I turn toward the sound of the water and start heading that way. I walk and then walk some more. My heels throb and my legs burn, but none of that matters if I can keep myself out of the lion's mouth. Hunting for the water, I miss a log lying in my path and trip, going ass up in the dirt. My knees hit first, then my palms, and finally my cheek skids across the ground. Ugh. I hit hard, the breath in my lungs knocked out of me, and for a moment I lie like that in the dirt. My fists clench tight as my rage boils over inside. Tears leak out of the corners of my eyes, and I swipe them away with my dusty palms. The urge to scream is almost overwhelming, and I bite my lip to repress it, allowing nothing but a groan to slip past as I press up off the ground and roll over onto my ass. I don't feel bad for myself often, especially when I know others out there have worse circumstances. But right now, in these dark woods, where I'm alone and cold, I give in to that self-pity. More angry tears fall, and I hate every single one that escapes. It's fine. I lean my back against the offending log and give myself a second to rest and breathe. I just need a minute to pull myself together and consider my next move. 1 minute. Crickets break up the silence around me. At least I didn't fall face first into someone's ass. The mere thought makes me gag. Then again, now that I think about it, it's been a while since I've seen anyone else. I don't know if I should be worried or hopeful. If this is the direction of the cabin, and no one else is headed this way, then I might be on the right track. If it's not, well, I don't allow myself to think further on that. I sigh and sink against the log a little more, resting fully now. With all the sounds of the night surrounding me, I sink deeper into the calmness. And it's that moment when I fuck up. It's a fraction of a second before I hear those heavy footfalls pounding through the underbrush. But I'm not fast enough. I've barely gained my footing and am standing when from behind, a hand closes over my mouth, while his other arm snakes around my waist, knocking me off my feet. I want to scream, to cry, to beg him to let me go, to reveal my stupid hope that he'll take pity on me. But I already know how this will end, with me on my knees before him.
Chapter 7. Drew. I've let her run around these woods like a scared little rabbit for some time now. I'm surprised she has any fight left in her, especially since she spends most of her time in the library and not the gym. I've got you, little flower. Calm down so I can look at my pretty prize, I say, sliding my hand away from her plush mouth. She lets out a screech, kicking her legs futilely into my knees. I squeeze her tight, letting her continue until she eventually wears herself out. The idea was to let her believe she was getting away and let her push herself to exhaustion. Her fight is intoxicating, but hunting her down and laying claim to her is far more tempting. Her body quivers in my arms, her muscles already strained and on the edge of giving up. "Shh," I whisper. "Relax. I'm not going to hurt you." She sags abruptly, almost sending us both back down into the dirt. "You've chased me around the forest in the darkness like you're hunting an animal. How can I believe you won't hurt me?" A chuckle escapes me, and I run my nose down the side of her neck. Beads of sweat make her skin sticky, and it takes every level of restraint I have not to lick the side of her throat and taste her fear. "Well, what if I promise pleasure along with the pain?" She huffs, and I can't help the smile that splits my face. My little Wallflower has some sass. I like that. It just leaves me with more pieces of her to break. "Are you doubting me, little flower? Because I won't lie, that hurts my feelings." That earns me another snort. I hold her harder against me, wanting her to know who is in control. Without her oversized sweatshirt, I get a much better feel of her body. Fuck me. The softness of her hips and the slim line of her waist. I lick my lips as I gaze down the ample curve of her tits. They will feel so good in my hands. I start to let my mind wander. Will her nipples be tiny or big? A dusky pink or a darker shade of brown? I slide my fingers up from her waist to cup her in my palm. Oh, yes, perfect. My cock screams for release. I'm so fucking hard I could explode right now just rutting against her sweet little ass. On that note, I wonder if she's ever been fucked in the ass. It doesn't matter. There's a first time for everything. "What do you want?" she whispers. I give in and lick a line up her earlobe. Salty and sweet. "There are a lot of things I want from you, Flower, but right now, I want you to scream for me because of me. I want you gasping for breath. I want you crying, your eyes shimmering with tears. I want you running, doing everything you can to escape me while knowing deep down inside you'll never get away. I want all of it, so I'll give you one more chance to get away." She wiggles, and I slowly lower her until her feet are underneath her. The second I relax my hold, she shoves off my chest and rushes away, this time with a little more vigor than before. Good. I stand my ground, listening to her crash through the brush, keeping an eye out for anyone else who would be stupid enough to try to claim her. The woods might appear empty, but another bigger and badder animal is always hiding in the bushes, waiting to pounce on your prey. I saunter behind her. Even at her fastest, I can keep up with her pace. It's nothing to keep her in my sights, to watch her try to get away. She's already caught. She just hasn't accepted her fate yet. "You could give yourself up, little flower," I taunt, "but I'd punish you for that before we could get on with anything else." I catch a screamed, "Fuck you!" from the direction she's running, and my lips tip up into a smile. Oh, she's going to be so much fun to break. I knew the moment I saw her in that library sticking up for the nerd that she was exactly what I needed. I adjust my hard-on and keep walking. Only a little longer, and I'll have her on her knees and on her back, her tight little pussy squeezing my fat cock. When she finally gets a little distance between us, I pick up my step, breaking into a slow jog. That's it. Give me a real challenge, Flower. Make me work for it. She cuts to the right, no doubt still hunting for the damn cabin. Her friend might have dragged her out here, but I was thorough in my preliminary research of her. It's my money in that cabin. But no one is getting there, especially not her. I plan to keep her busy for a while. "Little Flower," I taunt, letting my voice ring out so she knows exactly where I am. I don't get an expletive back this time. Nothing but her crashing footfalls. I can smell the fear and panic rolling off her. When the noise stops, I stop too, letting the forest go quiet around us. Is she taking a break, or trying to hide from me again? Either way, she'll fail. "Little Wallflower? Where are you?" Nothing. Silence. Not even the sound of her panting breaths. She's hiding, then. I step through a copse of trees and listen carefully. Still nothing. A smile spreads across my face again. Finally, a woman worth my time, effort, and attention. Never mind if she wants it or not, she's got it. I crouch and grab a stick, then throw it out into the trees. Again, I listen. Sound breaks through the silence. Crashing footfalls and muttered curses as she rushes in the opposite direction of my stick. Oh, she tried. It's so cute. I quickly follow and don't bother staying quiet. I want her to know I'm coming for her. She can run all night if she wants, and I'll stay right on her heels, hunting her like the prey she is. It would be easier if my cock hadn't been rock hard since the first moment I touched her. My patience is dwindling. Only a little more and I'll catch her again, maybe toy with her a little more. But soon enough, I'll have to take her. As I jog ahead, my steps are thundering booms in the mostly quiet space. That's the thrill of the hunt. I want her to feel me behind her, the tiny hairs on the back of her neck standing on end, her fear of being caught, making her choose her next move. Truthfully, I want her a little more terrified of me before I catch her for real. I want her sweating because she fears what will happen when I capture her, not the fear of being caught. For the next 10 minutes, I dodge her steps, grasp onto her slim waist, and release her, letting her rush away, no doubt tiring herself out even more. Each time I touch her, she shrieks, screaming and cursing at me. I even catch the sheen of tears on her cheeks when she crosses paths with a lantern. Finally, I'm getting her where I want her. The next time I grasp her hips, she spins hard to the left, rolling out of my grip and rushing off in the other direction. I falter over a branch and recover quickly. As I give chase, she shouts over her shoulder, "What the fuck do you want? Stop messing with me!" I laugh and keep up with her, matching her pace now. I'm not walking away for anything. Don't worry, you'll get tired, or I'll get tired soon enough, and then we can stop for a while. Her entire frame shivers, and she swipes tear-stained cheeks. "Why are you such an asshole?" I don't answer, but grab her around the waist. Again she twists away, and I laugh, continuing to play with her.
She swats at me every time I reach for her. We rush through some trees, and it only takes her looking away for a split second to go down hard in the dirt like she did earlier. I slow and approach her cautiously, watching her every move. Instead of standing, she lies there, her face pressed to the cool ground, her hand coated in dirt and dust. The crisp smell of nature and the intoxicating scent of fear fill the air. I crouch near her head. "Playing dead already, little flower? We haven't even got to the best part yet." "Fuck off," she sneers. I lick my lips and study the line of her spine and how it curves into the lush globes of her ass. For a moment, I just look at her through the darkness, watching the way her back rises and falls in ragged gasps. Once she's had a moment to breathe, I reach down and haul her body up against me. Like I anticipated, she fights tooth and nail, striking out until I spin her and pin her arms down at her sides. Her fight threatens to make me lose control, and if anything is worse than being a predator, it's being an out-of-control predator. "Calm the fuck down," I snap and loosen my grip on her. "Your fighting turns me the fuck on, but it also makes me want to hurt you in ways that you aren't ready for yet, so keep it up. Either way, I'll end up with what I want." I barely register her hand pulling from my grasp, or that she slapped me, until the sting of it blooms across my cheek. The muscles in my jaw tense. It's not the first time I've been hit, and it won't be the last, but it's unexpected from her. Instantly, she tries to pull back, horror filling her delicate features. I'm sorry," she mumbles while clutching her face in her hands like she can't believe she did such a thing. It's strange how she apologizes, even when it was an act of defense. I remain silent, letting the emotions roll through her. There's something about her, something real, something that makes me want to bottle it up. Dropping her hands, she shakes her head in distress, and I notice a trickle of blood rolling down to her full upper lip. There's a scrape on her cheek, and the hint of a bruise already forming. I'm not surprised she's hurt herself. I guess I'd be more shocked if she didn't, given the terrain and the fact that she's running in the dark. I gently swipe at the blood, and she belatedly bats at my hands. "Stop. You've hurt yourself, little flower." She scowls, and it's so damn cute. Her glasses are askew, her cheeks burn pink, and her pretty green eyes shimmer brightly in the moonlight. I straighten them and push some of the golden hair out of her face to get a better look at her. "Let me look at you." Her legs wobble, and I place a hand against her hip to steady her. Even in the dim moonlight, I see her scraped knees and palms. "Maybe if you wouldn't have run, then you wouldn't have hurt yourself." The remark earns me another scowl. She curls her lip in disgust and tosses another insult at me. "And maybe if you weren't a psychopath hell-bent on hurting people, I wouldn't have had a reason to run in the first place." All I can do is smile. Her defiance is everything I could have hoped for and more. Her knees knock together, and I rub my hands up and down her arms to warm her. "Let me clean you up a little, flower." I reach into my pocket for the small first aid kit I always bring on nights like tonight. Most of the time they go unused, but fortunately for my Wallflower, I care enough to make sure she doesn't end up with an infection. I take out an alcohol wipe, and she wrinkles her nose at the smell of the antiseptic, her dark eyes watching my every move as I clean up the cut on her face. Maybe it's instinct or something else, but she allows me to clean and bandage the wound, which makes me believe she's not entirely repulsed by my presence. When I kneel down in front of her, she moves her legs like she wants to kick me, but I trap her knees together and swat at the back of her thighs. "Don't do something you'll regret." She sniffs. "That's rich. You can do whatever you want to me, but I can't do anything to you?" "No one said that. You can try to do whatever you want to me. The rules are the same for you as they are for me. But let me make it very clear. It doesn't matter what you do to me. Nothing short of fucking death is going to stop me from taking what is mine. Almost like she's given up completely, she slumps to the ground. I reach down and lift her under the arms, holding her tightly against me. The way her body feels, how it molds to mine. Fuck. I've been with a lot of women, but never felt such an intoxicating pull toward any of them. When she notices my straining erection against her thigh, she starts to fight again, but I tighten my grasp on her. Nope, not happening. You feel that? This little chase you've led me on has me so hard I can't even think straight. She lets out a tiny whimper. I didn't do anything. You. I run my hand down to her hip and slide my hand up her dress to feel her bare skin. Goosebumps pebble her flesh. That is, until I slide my hands between her thighs and cup her sex hard over her panties. Another whimper escapes her, and I love that sound coming from her lips. Tell me, Flower, will you scream for me? She lets out a blood-curdling scream, and like thunder bolting across the sky, the energy inside me becomes electricity. You're such a good girl, Flower, obeying my rules and doing exactly what I want, but I'm not surprised. I get the feeling you always follow the rules. Shut up and stop touching me. I lap at the beads of sweat trickling down the side of her neck. I can do whatever I want to you. You agreed to that when you entered these woods. Now, I'm just taking what already belongs to me. It's not my fault you haven't realized it yet. I didn't agree to anything, she growls, and I dig my teeth in where I licked her a moment ago. Another squeal erupts from her tender throat. Careful, love. I want to hear your screams later, so don't wear your voice out yet. She swallows hard, and I can feel it against my mouth. The urge to bite down harder beats at me, but I don't give in. Not yet. There is so much more I want out of her. I carry her to a large log and set her down. Relax for a second. Let me take care of you and make sure you haven't beaten yourself up too much. She reels back. Why? Despite what you think of me so far, I want your pleasure as much as your pain. I plan to get it from you in any way I can, whether you want it or not. Wanting it makes this easier, but I'm always up for a fight where I have to take it, too. Her throat bobs, and she wraps her arms around her middle like that will save her from me. I shove her knees apart, and she tries to pull them back together, earning her another swat on the side of her thigh. No, Flower, if I move you, you stay where I put you, or you'll regret it when I move you into a position far worse. Tears well in her crystal green eyes and slip through the dirt on her cheeks. Slowly, so slowly that I almost lose my patience and rip her legs apart myself, she widens her thighs for me. Ducking my head, I run my hands up the smooth skin and press my thumbs along the line of her muscle to the edge of her panties. Very good, Flower. You're a quick learner. I like that. I hate you. The words vibrate out of her. Tell me more. I want to hear you scream how much you hate it when I'm inside you. Her eyes go comically wide behind her glasses. You? I what? You plan to fuck you into the ground until you scream on several different levels? Yes, that's exactly what I have planned. I look at her scraped up and bloody knees. But first, I need to get you cleaned up. I don't want to risk you getting an infection and dying. You can't be a willing, or should I say unwilling participant, if you aren't alive.
Chapter 8. Belle. What the hell did I get myself into? Not only did I catch the attention of a complete psychopath, but I also signed up for one of his fucked up games. The look in his eyes tells me he's dead serious and not about to walk away or let me go. He mentioned fucking, like all these other people, in the dirt, on the cold forest floor. Something tells me he won't make it easy on me either, and there's no option to say no. I swallow hard as his thumb brushes over the scrapes on my knee. His touch is tender, the complete opposite of the dark look in his eyes. He's eye level with my pussy, and I don't know how I feel about that. It's dark, so I can't tell if he's actually looking at me. Why spread me open if he's not going to look? What do you want? I ask again. Why me? I hate the fragileness in my voice, but he seems to revel in it. Whenever I make even the smallest noise, he closes his eyes as if savoring the sound. He takes so long to answer that I don't think he will answer me at all. I'll be honest. I'm not sure. There's just something different about you. I'm going to see it through. Until I'm finished. I gulp. Finished like you're going to use me up and throw me away, finished? He snorts and rolls his eyes up to meet mine in the dark. Until whatever fascinates me about you lets go. It'll be easiest if you just give in until then. But why? You don't know me. There are plenty of other girls on campus who would go from one end of the quad to the other, sucking you off in public. And you want me, I stop myself before I reveal too much. Thankfully, he doesn't seem to notice I've cut myself off. Would it matter to him if I told him I was a virgin? Probably not. He'd look at it like a consolation prize. He stays kneeling by my feet and lays out his first aid kit again. He pulls out another disinfectant wipe, and I wince as he cleans the cut, then slathers on some antibacterial gel. The kindness he's showing me is too much for my fragile mind at the moment. And then you add in the silence, and it's too much to bear. I'd take his filthy words over silence right now. You're right. There are plenty of girls, but none of them hold my attention like you do. None of them draw me in and make me want to own them. Keep them. What is wrong with you? You make me sound like a fucking basketball or a damn coat. I'm a human being, not a belonging. He bandages the cuts, and they feel better without the gritty dirt all over them, even if they sting from the cleaning. My face hurts from hitting the ground, and my hands are cut to high hell from all the times I've fallen. But it's better than lying down and taking it. When all of this is over, I'll at least have some sort of dignity intact. I promise you, you do not want to know what is wrong with me. We don't have the time or paper for that conversation. And I'll have you know I prefer football over basketball, in case you didn't know that already. And just so we're clear, you're mine and belong to me, Maybelle. He stands to his full height and grabs me by the back of the neck, pulling my face closer to his. I find it impossible to look away even when I know I should. You belong to me. Every whimper and moan, every orgasm, every single thought you have is mine. Your sweet little soul and pussy. Mine as well. His voice is low and husky, and the smell of mint fills my nostrils. A wave of dizziness slams into me, and my knees threaten to buckle beneath my weight. Fucking hell! He's serious, but absolutely batshit crazy if he thinks I'll go along with this. I shake my head as much as I'm able with him holding me. No, I don't belong to anyone but myself. Keep telling yourself that, little wallflower. His hold on the back of my neck disappears, and I suck a ragged breath of relief into my lungs to be out of his grasp. It's short-lived when those same fingers move to my throat, his huge hand squeezing the column.
Keep telling yourself that.
I'm momentarily paralyzed, and all I can do is stare at him. Shit. He's huge. Bigger than I remember when he grabbed me in the library. His eyes darken, the green in them appearing almost black.
You'll need to stand on your own, because it's time for me to inspect my prize.
Inspect? I whisper. What does that mean? He releases me like I'm a burning coal, and I don't bother hiding the fact that my knees shake. I huddle into myself, both from the cold and the fear coursing through my veins. Like he's got all the time in the world, he just stares down at me. I feel insecure, like I'm beneath a microscope, about to be judged. As he watches me, I take the opportunity to stare up at him. His dark hair brushes his eyebrows, and his dark green eyes see right through me like I'm made of glass.
We can stand here all night,
he finally says.
I'm nice and toasty. You, however, look a little cold.
I gesture at my dress and bruises. And you want me to take my clothes off, knowing I'm already freezing.
He shrugs. The faster you strip, the faster we can move on to warming you up.
I swallow around the golf ball-sized knot forming in my throat. My breathing is faster now, my heart hammering against my ribs. Every fiber in my body prays that he's fucking with me, but I know better. This isn't some messed up mind game. He's serious, and if I don't give him what he wants, he'll take it from me.
Strip, Flower, or I'll do it for you.
What if I want to walk away? I whisper. Just leave. No money, no bother. I go home and chalk this all up to stupidity? That earns me a chuckle.
I'd say nice try, but you're smarter than that. I already told you that you belong to me. I'm not giving you up that easily.
Besides, if for some reason I allowed you to walk away,
do you think I would let you get away scot-free? You walk away, and everyone on campus will find out that you're a liar and a cheat. Think smart, Flower. Do you really think I won't use my status to ensure everyone turns their back on you?
As he speaks, my heart rate climbs. I'm not a cheat or a liar.
You said you want to walk away. If you do, that's going against the agreement you made when you stepped foot in my fucking forest. You wouldn't think twice about keeping the prize money, but now that you're caught, suddenly you don't want to suffer the consequences. Sorry, love, but that's not how this works.
My world shrinks to this very moment. He's really going to force me to strip or ruin my life. No one will go against him or believe me over him. I'm a nobody who can barely make my tuition payments. What if we make a deal? The corner of his lip curls up, then he licks them and steps forward.
What kind of deal?
It seems I have his attention. A terrifying thing. If I do this, I don't run and see through whatever you want. You point me in the direction of the cabin and let me still try to get there. He laughs.
$25,000 for a quick fuck in the woods? I don't think that is worth it for me. I could take you and keep you until dawn. Ruin your chances of getting there.
What do you want then? He steps closer until his heat wafts toward me, causing me to lean in, even against my own will. The smell of peppermint and teakwood fills my nostrils, and I hate that I think he smells good on top of all of this, especially with what he plans to put me through. With a look that chills me to the bone, his sultry eyes scan me, from the bruised knees to my messy hair. Convince me, little Wallflower. Is that cunt worth $25K? Show me, and maybe I'll agree to your deal. But right now, as we stand, I have no proof that you're worth it. Fucking hell! Of course he has to be crude, too. At this point, the only thing I have left to lose is my dignity, but soon enough he'll have that, too. I might as well shred the remaining pieces of it myself. At least then I know he didn't take that from me either. I reach around and pull my dress up and over my head, then toss it down. Anger and pain rip through me. I want to hurt him, to make him feel what I'm feeling right now. Cold air wafts across my skin, and he stares down pointedly at my bra and panties. Keep going, he whispers huskily. With shaking fingers, I unsnap my bra and let it fall on top of my dress on the forest floor. His eyes scan my breasts, and I reach to cover them almost instinctively. It takes less than a second for his hands to snatch mine down so he can stare. I don't have big boobs, but big enough to need a bra. His eyes devour them, and he licks his lips again before releasing my wrists. I stay still as he slides his fingers around my waist and pulls my body flush against his. The denim of his jeans is rough around my legs. I try not to enjoy the warmth of his hips and stomach against me. Getting warmer, little flower. I want to see it all. I beg him with my eyes because the words are lodged in my throat. Please, don't make me do this. He levels me with the same blank, heated stare. He doesn't care, and he's not going to cut me any slack. If I want that $25,000, he's going to make me earn every single penny. My hands shake as I grab the edge of my panties. Every muscle in my body freezes. I can't do it. Fuck. I thought I could, but I can't. Need some help? He asks. His voice is deep, dark, and I know he's more affected than he's letting on. I remain quiet, and that must be all the answer he needs, as he reaches into his pocket and pulls out a pocket knife. Instantly, I stumble back, watching cautiously as he flicks it open. Easy, Wallflower. He slides the cold blade under the edge of my panties and gives a sharp jerk. They slip free down my legs, and I kick them off over my shoes. That's more like it. He leans back enough so he can look down at my body. Oh, little Wallflower, you are far more delicious than your wardrobe suggests. I wince. Don't spare my feelings, please. You might not realize it, but I don't dress myself for anyone. We'll see about that. He releases me and steps back. Well, get on with it. I lift my chin and watch his face carefully. Get on with what? You want that money. You'll have to fucking earn it. He presses one heavy hand onto my shoulder and pushes me down slowly to my knees. I stumble and fall onto my small pile of clothes. What do you want me to do? He cocks his head and crouches down in front of me. Was it not obvious? I'm not about to elaborate on my lack of sexual experience. I can assume what he wants, but I'm not entirely sure. I can't let him know that. Tell me, please. I hate how small and shaky my voice sounds. He stands again and stares down at me, his gaze flat and cold. Unzip my pants. Pull out my cock and wrap that sassy little mouth around it. It's as easy as that. Is that all you want? I mock him. He gives me a cold, cruel smile. It's the first thing I want. With shaking fingers, I open the button on his jeans and slide down his zipper. He's been hard since the first time he caught me. My hand brushes the length of him behind the fabric. He feels huge, impossibly large. I've never given a blowjob in my life, and now he expects me to do it on my knees? Here, now, in the middle of the woods? Talk about a first-time experience. Suck it, he orders. There's a hard edge to his voice. Now, show me how much you want it. I swallow hard and pull his length out of the fly. He's as large as he felt. His shaft long and the swollen head thick. I wrap my hand around him, and some part of me registers how much I appreciate the warmth of his body. My hands shake as I give him one experimental pump with my palm. My entire body quakes as I kneel on my ravaged knees. This man terrifies me, and I know this isn't all he'll want. Not for $25,000. Not after all the taunting and torture he's subjected me to. I swallow hard and shuffle forward. He seems to realize I'm having trouble and closes the distance. His dick bobs closer to my mouth, practically kissing my lips. Adrenaline and cold fear start to settle deep in my belly. What the hell am I doing right now? Who the fuck is this asshole to force this on me? As I kneel, there with my hand wrapped around his cock, I realize I've never hated anyone in my life except my asshole father who abandoned us when I was a baby. A man I've never met. Never hated anyone else. Not until right now. I stare up at him and the hungry, cruel look in his eyes. He's enjoying this. Every bit of my struggle turns him on, heightening his pleasure. I slide my hand down his length again, sucking up the warmth. It's all I can get right now, and I have a feeling shit is about to get so much worse. I can't let him win. At least not without a real fight. With a sigh, I lean forward and twist my hand hard around his cock. Fuck! The second he doubles over, I grab my dress and run. I've either made the biggest mistake of my life, or he'll take the hint and leave me the hell alone.
Chapter 9. Drew. Pain shoots through my dick and up into my gut. I double over and brace my knuckles on the ground to catch my breath. Ah, that little brat will pay for this. She's running through the woods naked, and I'm going to bring her down and fuck her until she screams my name exactly the way I want her to. I tuck myself back into my pants and zip them. It takes seconds to pinpoint which direction she ran off. I'm grinning like an idiot as I jog through the trees to catch up with her. She had a little bit of a head start, but I don't intend to let her keep it. I chase her through the woods, listening to her run, listening to the sounds of her breathing, and enjoying every little whimper as she hits trees, bushes, and logs. She's not very graceful, and she's too busy watching for me to keep her eyes on the path in front of her. It doesn't take long until she hits her knees again. Her poor, abused knees are taking a beating tonight. I easily catch up with her. I stand over her prone body and stare down. I thought you wanted to deal, but now I think you want something else. Why keep running if you didn't want me to chase you, little Wallflower? She whimpers, and I pull a small flashlight from my pocket and shine it down on her body. all creamy pale skin, covered in dirt and blood from the chase. Yes, she's the ultimate prize, and like a true hunter, I will enjoy every second of this. Her cuts and scrapes are superficial, nothing major. Her knees are the worst of it. I strip off the jacket I'm wearing and throw it on the ground. Then I haul her up by the hips and position her so her knees are cushioned by the jacket. She makes me want to at least try to be less of an asshole. I'm not doing this for you, Flower. I'm just making myself more comfortable. I trail a hand over her bare hip and watch goosebumps bloom from the wake of my fingers. Her skin is soft, silky, and I can't wait to feel how hot and wet she is between her legs. Talk to me, little Flower. Anything broken? She groans and tries to push up, but I keep a firm hand on her lower back to restrain her. Besides my pride or dignity? No, not really. Her glasses are askew again, so I reach out and tug them off her face. She swats out to grab them with one hand, and I tuck them into my pocket for safekeeping. Don't worry, you'll get them back. Her voice is high and scared. I can't see much without them. Good. Maybe that means you won't pull a stunt like that again. But I thought you wanted me to run. I laugh now. Oh, you are so much more than I gave you credit for. Now, scoot closer so I can keep you warm. I lay the flashlight near my legs so both hands are free to pull her up onto her knees. Come closer. She whimpers and groans as she sits up fully. Just let me go. You don't want the money anymore? She scoffs. We both know you were never going to give me any money. You just want to fuck with me, tease me, use me, and then discard me like all the others. I'm not stupid. That's where you're wrong, Wallflower. I do plan to do some of those things, but after I use you, after I break you, I plan to keep you. You belong to me until I say otherwise. I won't repeat myself again. She sneers at me. The fight in her makes me crave her that much more. How pretty she will be once she breaks. I let my gaze slide down her tear-stained and dirt-streaked face to her neck, then over her shoulder, down to her nice round tits with the blush-pink nipples that are hard as diamonds right now. I keep going, eyeing the smooth, flat curve of her belly, and then to the soft tuft of blonde hair right at her pussy. I lick my lips and grab her ankle to spread her legs enough for me to get access. She kicks her feet out like she might try to scramble away, but I wrap my warm hands around her chilled skin tighter and drag her upper body the remaining inch into my chest. Then I tug her closer until her legs frame my thighs, right where I want her. I lean until my face is even with hers, cheek to cheek. She moves to pull back, but I grab her by the neck. You ever make a move to hurt me again, and I'll make sure I deliver that punishment on you tenfold. Do we understand each other? She gulps again, tears still falling, and nods. I shove her thighs apart to take a peek at what I've won. Her pussy opens for me, blooming like a flower. Fuck me, she's ready to take my cock. I can't wait to slide in there and see how tight she is. I'm guessing a girl like her has been with maybe a handful of guys, if that. She moves to press her legs together, and I allow her to do it. When her thighs touch, I pull her up to resettle her knees on my jacket and lean up so she can feel my cock press against her ass. She wiggles, and I dig my fingers into the bones at her pelvis to keep her still. Not too fast, Flower. I want to savor this. I know what you want. Just get it the fuck over with. I lean over her, pressing some weight on her back so her legs quiver. Well, now that you said that, I think I will take my time. She huffs out a breath and goes still in my grasp. That won't do. I slap her ass hard enough to send her scrambling forward and onto her belly. As I predicted, she comes up spitting, scratching, striking, going for my face. There she is. My little Wallflower has more fight in her than she lets on. I grasp her wrists hard enough to make her whimper, then spin her so her back is against my chest again, her ass pressed exactly where I want it. I pump my hips forward so she can feel every inch of my length. I can't wait another minute to have you, I whisper against her neck as I gather her delicate wrists in one hand and pin them against her chest with my own fist. I use my other hand to work my jeans open and pull out my aching dick. It's finally time to have her. She's lost this fight. She's mine. I tilt her hips up so I can rub myself against her, feeding my cock between her thighs. The heat of her pussy radiates over my cock, beckoning me forward. She lets out a whimper, but I ignore it. In a few minutes, she won't be doing anything but begging me for more. I thread myself through her pussy lips, back and forth, ensuring the head of my cock brushes her clit with each pass. Her whimpers grow into something more, something sinful, a sharp intake of breath, perhaps shock or surprise. Why would that little movement surprise her? Talk to me, little Wallflower. Does that feel good? She stays silent. Not a single word escapes her, so I continue doing what I please. If she doesn't want to give me anything, then I'll worry about myself. I love how silky and pink she is here. All the blood rushes down to her center, warming us both up. I hug her body tighter against me, then shove her shoulders down so her back arches while she's on her hands and knees. A ragged sob cuts through the night, but I ignore it. She knew the rules when she came in here, yet she tried to make a deal for this exact thing. Now I'm taking it, and she will enjoy it just as much as I will, whether she admits it or not. I bet she's only crying because she lost. This has nothing to do with pain or being hurt. I've ensured she didn't hurt herself, and I haven't laid a single finger on her that would cause her harm. I have no reason to feel bad. Focusing on the pleasure instead, I rub myself against her opening, holding her hip with one hand and taking my cock into my other hand. This isn't my usual forte. 99% of the time, I take what I want with complete disregard for how rough or brutal I am. Every woman knows the score before they throw themselves at me. But Maybelle is different, and because of that gut instinct that tells me to use caution, I lean into it, letting it guide me. Pushing forward, I press the thick head of my cock into her wet heat and take a breath. Her muscles are tight, tighter than I anticipated, so much so that I have to grit my teeth and push through her body's resistance. She shifts in my grasp, her shoulders angling down, her head pressed against the cold dirt. Every inch of her body is strung tight like a bow. Maybe she hasn't been fucked in a while. At least she stopped fighting me. If only her body would let me in. As much as I hate it, I slow and ease my cock in a little deeper, then back out. I notice that she shifts the tiniest bit forward, like she might get away. All I can do is smile. Now that she's in my dark web, she'll never escape me. To secure her, I snake an arm under her belly and hold her tight in place. Not getting away this time. It's my turn now. You don't... I can't... Her words break up into small sobs. Wait, you're too big. You'll hurt me. I've been told that a time or two, but most of the time the pain that comes with the pleasure of stretching them is pushed to the back of their minds after I thrust a couple of times. It's not the same here. No, the deeper I sink inside her, the more feral she becomes. Her fingers claw at the earth like she needs to get away from me, or she might die. I don't know if I should be insulted or thrilled that she's more afraid of my cock than me. Shh, it's okay. You can take me. Hell, you already are, aren't you? You're tight cunt might be struggling to take all of me, but she's stretching beautifully around my cock. Fuck. Don't worry, babe. You'll stretch, even if I have to make you. I whisper into her ear as I thrust forward. Bolts of pleasure zing up my spine. I'm certain with the way her body keeps trying to fight against me, pushing me out, that she's never been fucked by a man with a cock the size of mine. That explains the need to climb out of her skin and get away from me. It doesn't matter. Her body will adjust, and when it does, she'll be begging me to rut into her. Fuck, your pussy is strangling my cock, I groan. A small hiss fills the air, and she inches forward like she might be able to escape. But I keep a tight hold on her, forcing her to take every last inch of my cock. There's no escaping the beast now that you've awakened him, Flower. My heart stampedes in my chest. My cock is being squeezed so hard. Her pussy feels like a virgin cunt. Fuck me. So tight and wet. God damn. I want to slam into her over and over again, sinking my fingers into her creamy flesh, marking her, making her mine. But instead, I stop. I pull myself free of her tightness and peer down at her delicate folds. My breath catches. In the dim moonlight, I catch sight of the red sheen that's coating my cock, the inside of her thighs and her pussy. Blood. Virgin blood. This deep primal need to own and claim every inch of her overtakes me. My brain doesn't even have time to grasp what I'm doing. Harsher than intended, I grip her by the thighs and drag her pretty pussy up to my mouth. She lets out a squeal, but doesn't try to stop me as I bury my face between her legs and feast on her. Top to bottom, I lick her pussy clean, tasting the sweet sacrifice she's given me. The coppery tang of blood explodes against my tongue, and I lap at her greedily, wanting more. Other men may find this disturbing or disgusting, but I'm not afraid of a little blood. I flick my tongue against her clit a few times before I wrap my lips around it and suck. Her entire body shudders against me, and I know I have her right where I want her when she lifts her hips, trying to fuck herself on my tongue. Deeper. She needs me more. I know this, but I want her dripping by the time I slide back inside her. Fastening my lips on the bud, I suck harder and flick my tongue at the same time, angling to hit her a little harder and going until she pants. Oh, God, she moans into the night air. Not God, Flower, just Drew, I growl against her folds. Fuck, she tastes so divine. I could sit here all day and lap at her pussy, but I need more. If I don't satisfy the beast, there's no saying I won't break her before I have the opportunity to see what she's made of. Tamping down the primal urge building inside me, I swallow hard and lift her so her back is against my chest again. I move her gently as if she's a piece of glass. Skimming my nose against her throat, I speak. I think you forgot to tell me something. I didn't forget to tell you anything. I was never given the opportunity. The way her voice cracks reminds me that there's a soft, tender part beneath that sassy front she puts up, and I need to be careful not to tear her soft petals. That's a lie. You could have told me at any point in time. I just think you wanted me to find out on my own. But that's okay, because you have no idea how thrilled it makes me to be your first, to know that I'm the only man who's been deep inside you, the only man to fuck you and claim you're whole. Your virgin cunt tastes as sweet as it feels, too. The softest of sobs fills the air, and I release my hard grasp on her and trail my fingertips over the length of her body. Soft, creamy, smooth skin. The perfect canvas for my rage and destruction. Trailing lower, I finger her entrance and ease one single finger inside her. She's so wet and ready, I choose to add a second finger right away. It's a snug fit, but she'll take my cock here soon, so it doesn't matter. I shudder at the feel of her tight cunt squeezing the life out of my fingers. I hear every whimper and sniffle, but I also hear her slight intake of breath. I feel the way her body tightens little by little, and I feel the wetness dripping down my hand and onto the ground. Fuck. She might be afraid and confused, but she isn't saying no. She isn't trying to stop me. Not that I'd let her. Shh, it's okay. I know this might feel wrong, but it isn't. Now I'm going to fuck you until you come all over my cock. I want my cum mixed with your virgin blood, and I can't wait to watch it leak out of your tight hole and down your thighs, a true masterpiece of my complete destruction of your virginity. I'm not on the pill. The panic in her voice can't be missed. You can't come inside me. I lick up the side of her neck and take her earlobe between my teeth, nibbling on it before whispering into her ear, I can do whatever I want, sweetheart. That's what you signed up for when you entered these grounds. You gave up complete control to me. But because I'm a nice guy, and the last thing this world needs right now is another psychopath running around, I'll get you a plan B and make you an appointment for the shot. I don't need birth control, she growls, and you should use a condom. I don't want any diseases you might be carrying. I let out a chuckle. It might come as a surprise, but I've never fucked a girl without a condom. You're a first for me, and now that I've had a taste of what that's like, I won't be going back. I don't want anything between us, not even a thin piece of latex, so if you're worried about diseases, I can confidently tell you I have none. Well, maybe I do, she pants, trying to break through the building pleasure in her core. If you're trying to scare me away, it's not happening. I don't care. You were a virgin before this. You can't make me believe you have anything, so keep telling yourself whatever you need to. Nothing is going to stop me from sinking deep inside your cunt again and again. Not even you. I hate you. Hate me all you want, baby. If your hate tastes this good, I can't imagine what your desire tastes like. I continue to stretch her with my fingers, slowly fucking her, listening as her breaths turn to pants and her hips buck against my hand. I could have been a dick and carried on fucking her, knowing that it was going to hurt no matter what I did, but the tiniest part of me wanted to try and lessen the pain however I could. Now I'm kind of regretting it, since my balls are aching, threatening to turn blue and shrivel up. Between the chase and foreplay, I'm ready to explode. Her cunt is a sloppy, wet mess by the time I'm done with her, and when I pull my fingers from her tight hole, she lets out a disapproving groan. No worries, I have something better than my fingers for you. I guide my cock to her entrance and slide inside her slowly, so very slowly. Every clench of her tight muscles has me gritting my teeth as I force her to take every single inch. The desire to rut into her over and over again grips me 10 times harder. I want to hurt her, but I don't want to ruin her just yet. There will be plenty of time for me to take her like the animal I am. Latching onto every last shred of control I have, I fuck her slowly, in and out, marveling each time I see the streaks of blood on my dick. A fucking virgin. How could I get so damn lucky? The thought makes me move a little faster, needing a little more friction. You feel so good, Belle. So fucking good. I snake a hand back down her belly and continue to massage her clit, my fingers moving faster over the tight bud. Liquid from her cunt pours over my length with each thrust, and I love the fucking sounds her pussy makes as we connect. Drew. She moans my name, and it sounds so fucking beautiful. She's close now. I can sense it, feel it in the way her body trembles and her muscles quiver. Even through the pain and stretching she feels, she pushes her ass back against me, chasing the pleasure. Oh, yes, she wants this. She wants me. You're going to come for me, aren't you? I ask. Oh, God. Her words are raspy, her breath's coming out more like pants now. Do you feel it building? I can feel every clamp of your tight pussy around my dick, and it's driving me crazy. You're going to come with me. That's your only choice here. If you don't, I'll continue fucking you until you do. And believe me, Flower, you don't know how long I can go. I'll leave you a whimpering, cum-filled mess if you don't do what I ask. A soft cry escapes her lips, and she digs her nails into my wrists. The pain sends bolts of pleasure down the base of my spine. Fuck me. Say it, I growl. What? She cries. I thrust harder. I'm so fucking close to coming, but I need to feel her first. Tell me you're going to be a good girl and come on my cock, I hiss while bottoming out inside her. My grip on her tightens as I fight off the pleasure. The second the walls of her pussy clamp tight around me, milking me, I snap. Getting the girl off isn't ever my concern, but this girl isn't just anyone. And the idea of not feeling her flutter all around me, sucking my cum deep inside her and holding it there, makes me furious. Oh, God, my little Flower groans. I'm coming. She explodes a second later. Her tight pussy strangles my cock and steals the air from my lungs. I abandon her throbbing clit and move my hands to her hips, getting a better grip so I can rut into her as hard and fast as I can. I fuck her through her orgasm. The pleasure is so great, I swear I black out for a moment. All I can hear are her whimpers and the slap of our flesh against one another as I climb higher and higher. Fuck, you're doing such a good job, Belle. I'm almost there. I praise her, feeling the distinct tingling deep in my balls. My vision blurs, my chest constricts, and I grip her with bruising force, slamming deep one last time. Then I explode. The warm heat of my release spreads through her womb, and I smile. I've never experienced something like this before. I gently stroke the spots where I know she'll have bruises tomorrow before I encase her in my arms. Her small body trembles against me, and I'm unsure if it's from the cold air or the aftermath of her orgasm. Either way, I clutch her tight to my chest and do my best to share my warmth with her. Gently, I nibble her neck and earlobe, attempting to kiss away the hurt. She's so fucking intoxicating. How did your first time feel? She lets out a defeated sob and folds over to catch her face in her hands. Her emotions are all out of whack, but it's not unexpected. I can't believe I let you touch me. I don't even know you. You know me a lot better now. I climb to my feet and pull her up with me. Then I wrap my jacket around her naked body. It covers her from knee to neck. Are you up for another round, or are you done for the night? Her green eyes become slits, and her lips tighten. Then she does something I never anticipated. She spits in my face. How can you stand here and act so casually about what you just did? Taking my virginity? I fucking hate you, and if you ever touch me again, I'll go to the police. Do you hear me? For a millisecond, I'm shocked. Mainly by the size of her balls, but also because with how smart she is, it's safe to assume she understands the repercussions of her actions. Clearly she does, but doesn't really give a fuck. Guess I'll have to fix that. Before she can make a mad dash and escape me, I shed the gentle, kind front and wrap my hand around her delicate little throat. A squeal escapes her lips when I squeeze, applying ample pressure. She might have been the first virgin I ever fucked, and she might be my perfect match when it comes to every fucking thing else. But she will learn who is in control by the time this is over. Leaning in, I stare into her frightened gaze. Perfect. Exactly what I needed to see. Perhaps she can tell when to close her mouth and open it. Understand something, Flower. I'm the one in control. I'm the one with the power. In every sense of the word, you belong to me. If I want to fuck you right here and now, I will. If I want to share you with my friends, I will. If I want to make you lick the spit off my face, you fucking will. Don't tempt me to prove a point, because I promise you I will, and then you'll regret ever fucking with me. I've been kind to you when I didn't have to be, and let me just say, kindness isn't something I offer everyone. But don't be mistaken. Kindness is not my biggest weakness, and I have no problem breaking you just to piece you back together again as I please. Do you understand? Beneath her fear, the anger and rage remain. I can see the flames crackle and pop. She wants to hurt me, but she knows damn well I'm not bluffing. Her cracked lips part, and I loosen my grasp ever so slightly to allow her to speak. "Yes," she croaks. I release her with a satisfied smile and wipe the spit from my face. Next time she does something like that, I'll use it as lube to fuck her ass. Good. I'm glad we got that out of the way. And for future reference, the police won't help you. No one will. "You're so mentally unstable. You should be in a psych ward," she growls and tightens the coat around her small frame. "If no one believes me, that's fine. It doesn't matter. I'll find a way to make myself less appealing to you." I'd laugh if I didn't really think she might do something like that. I sigh. Do what you must, but just know, whatever consequences take place are those you've earned. Sparring with her makes my blood heat. I'm addicted to it. I've never experienced anything like this with any other woman, and now I don't want it to end. "I don't care about your consequences. You can't hurt me any more than I've been hurt in my life already. All you are is a bully with a chip on his shoulder who thinks he can have anything he wants, but you can't. Not without force. You're pathetic." I yawn directly in her face. "Are you done yet? I've heard all that and more before." Belle's rage climbs higher, and I wonder if she's really mad at me or herself for letting things go this far. She didn't ask me to stop, and she didn't say no. The only person she can blame for what happened is herself. Angrily, she turns and stomps off in the wrong direction. I follow her closely because, 1, it's adorable that she thinks she can dismiss me so easily, and 2, I need to make sure she gets back to campus in one piece. We walk only a few yards before she peers over her shoulder at me. "Stop following me!" All I can do is shake my head. "If you want to get out of here, you need to go left. It's only about a half mile back to the cars." "Fuck you!" she yells back at me, her fire making my smile widen. Perhaps I've found something worthy of my attention. Letting Belle return to her dorm alone takes substantial effort, but I manage it. I was tempted to drag her back here, kicking and screaming, but thought better of it. Instead, I took the rest of the evening to brush up on everything I knew about her. After a couple hours of sleep, I rolled out of bed, showered, and changed. Now I'm in the kitchen, getting ready to discuss the events of last night. It's just me, the boys, and a truly glorious stack of pancakes. Lee stands in only his pajama pants, scratching up his chest and over his shoulders. Sebastian's in a button-down and slacks, sporting a truly glorious black eye that makes me smirk every time I see it. Aries sits at the counter with his bare feet propped up, his shoulder-length curly hair wet and dripping onto his t-shirt. I shove them off. "Get your ugly-ass feet off the counter. We're about to eat." When I take the seat next to Aries, I glance over at Sebastian. "Call it." He stretches his head to the side, back and forth, like he's amping himself up for something. Then he snags an open bottle of 151 off the counter, takes a long pull, and passes it around.
I call this mill meeting to order.
There are very few things we do officially or publicly. Most of them happen during the season, so we have the rest of the year to plan. But we still try to keep some of the old traditions alive. We're the 4 senior members of the group, and then we have several junior members. It takes a family name and a lot of money to get invited, and of course, everyone wants in before the hunt. I open my mouth to ask about how the night went when a woman comes walking into the room, completely naked. We all glance at Lee, who seems unconcerned as he pours some of the 151 into his espresso. "Charity, I told you to stay in bed." Her full pink lips form into a pout, and I eye the mascara lines on her cheeks before assessing the rest of her. Hell, there's mud caked around her ankles. "I smelled pancakes, and since I'm hungry, I thought you might share." Lee's mouth folds into a flat line, and I grin. He rarely gets annoyed, but when he does, it's usually a good show. With all the athletic skill he's built in the past 10 years of his life, he snags a pancake off the stack and throws it at her. She barely catches it in her hands, a folded, soggy mess. She glares icy daggers at him. If she thinks she's mad now. Grabbing the bottle of hot syrup from the counter, I pour some into the top of the pancake, smirking as it drips off the pancake and onto the floor. I point her back in the direction she just came. "Get out. You've got your pancake." Her eyes skip around the room, and finally, she realizes she interrupted something. "I'll just—" "Yeah," I prompt, staring her down as she goes. When I flick my eyes back to Lee, I find him unfazed. "Before we continue, did any of you other assholes have a sleepover with some unfortunate woman or man who will inevitably be tossed out?" The 2 of them shrug and shake their heads. Lee's smug mouth twists up into a smile, and I watch as he looks up at the ceiling. "What?" I bark out. "There might be another one up there, but I think he's still sleeping." All I can do is shake my head. Of course. I focus my attention on Seb and Aries, tuning out Lee completely. "Report? How did everything go with the event?" Seb narrows his eyes and leans forward, bracing his elbows on the counter.
"Everything went as expected."
I swirl my finger in the air near my eyes. "And this? Was that expected too?" His jaw clenches, and he narrows his gaze. "Some of us were focused on the event, and not on chasing down some little library nerd all night." I shrug, unbothered by the mention of Maybelle. These guys are like brothers to me. I have nothing to hide. They knew about my interest in her, and they know I claimed a piece of her soul last night. That's all they're going to know, too. I grab a plate and layer some pancakes with butter and syrup onto it. "Fine. Anything we should be concerned about from attendants? Staff? Police? Anyone actually make it to the cabin?" Seb snorts.
"Of fucking course no one made it to the cabin. Who do you think I am?"
Through a mouthful of pancakes, I say, "Is that how you got the black eye?" Aries snorts, and Lee hides his smile behind his coffee mug. Seb merely rolls his eyes, choosing not to go into the specifics on how he obtained such a bruise. Then we go over some more details from the event. It seems everything went to plan, which is a miracle in and of itself. We usually get 1 or 2 assholes who complain they didn't get the girl they wanted, or one girl who complains about how someone was too rough with her. Every year it's something. Once we wrap things up, I finish my breakfast and head back upstairs. When I step into my room, I freeze. The sound of running water from my bathroom greets me. Weird. I didn't leave the water running this morning. Suspicion leads me across the room, and I shove the bathroom door open to find a petite brunette standing under the spray, her hair wound up on top of her head. She bats her wet lashes at me once she notices my presence. "Oh, good. I've been waiting for you." Want to join me? I hold the shower door and give her a slow look. Where did you come from? Lee invited me. Well, then you should probably be showering in Lee's room and not mine. She lathers her tits with soap and slides her hand down to her pussy. Whatever she's trying to do, it's not working. What? No. I only spent the night because I wanted to see you. I looked everywhere for you at the hunt. Were you even there? Was I even there? I give her a once-over. I don't see a single bruise or scratch on her. One of the pretenders, then. I keep my disgust contained to a slight curl of my lip. You have 5 minutes to finish whatever the fuck it is you're doing and leave my room, or I'll drag you out of here by your hair. But I thought you'd want some company. Are you rejecting me? The huff in her voice makes me laugh. Oh God, the audacity. How could someone possibly not want her? 4 fucking minutes. I warn and walk out of the room, slamming the door behind me. It isn't like me to turn down free pussy, but I'm only interested in one person right now, and I'm saving every inch for her.
Chapter 10. Belle. I roll over in bed and get a front-face view of my dirt-caked nails. Last night, I wobbled, mostly naked, all the way back to my car. It was dangerous as hell to drive without my glasses, since the psycho didn't give them back to me, but thankfully I made it. And no animals or people decided to jump out at me. It didn't take long to get home, with the heat cranked to the max so I could thaw. My body is one big ache. Plus there's an ache down there that's new, and makes my cheeks heat every time I think about it. My exhale comes out choppy, and reality hits me. What the hell happened last night? If it wasn't for my body covered in bruises and dirt, I'd say it was all a fever dream, a hallucination. What kind of person hunts someone down in the woods and then fucks them like an animal? What kind of person wants more? At the same time, I'm still scared. I don't know why, but some part of me thinks Drew won't be happy with just our little encounter in the woods. He'll want more. He's relentless and spoiled, and rich assholes like him always want more. He also probably doesn't hear the word no very often. I can't stop thinking about it. I can't forget his touch, his words. Tears burn at the back of my eyes, and I'm overcome with emotion. I cup my face in my hands and let the hot tears slide down into my palms. After a 5-minute mini pity party, I swipe hard at my cheeks and scrub my skin to bring myself back. People have sex all the time. It's not important. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that I feel degraded and abused, that I feel ashamed of how my body responded to him. I can't even blame him. Not entirely. It's not like I stopped him. I didn't even tell him no. I shove the covers off my legs and slowly shift to the edge of the bed. I need a damn shower, some food, and then I want to spend the rest of the day trying to forget what happened last night, preferably with a pint of ice cream and a sappy movie. I blink my eyes, attempting to clear the blurriness, but that won't happen without my fucking glasses. Ugh, what the hell am I going to do? Then it hits me. I have another pair of glasses somewhere in here. I lean over and pull open my bedside drawer, digging inside for the prescription sunglasses with the cracked lens. It's not an ideal solution, but I can get my glasses back later if I can bring myself to go hunt him down. Maybe I can send Jackie instead. She seemed to like him well enough to drag me out to the event in the first place. I lumber out to the living room and find Jackie, sitting at the table, earbuds in, chowing down on a bowl of Cocoa Pops. When I stop at the table and lean against the surface, she pulls out her earbuds and looks me over with a slight cringe.
Did you have fun last night?
From what I can see, she doesn't have any bruises, while I can feel my own with each step I take. I wouldn't say fun, exactly. I swallow hard and move to grab a bowl. But then I catch sight of my nails again and decide I have to scrub my hands before I can pour my breakfast. 5 minutes later, I sit down beside Jack, who decides then to stand and head to the sink. So much for having breakfast together.
I have a date in a few minutes. One of the guys from the event last night. We're going to study.
Even though her back is to me, her tone tells me she just wiggled her eyebrows as she said the word study. I scoop up some cereal and shove it into my mouth, chewing slowly to give myself a moment to come up with something to say. I don't want to rain on her parade right now, but mine's been flooded, and I'm not in the mood to discuss what happened last night. After a moment, I just offered a half-hearted, "Cool," and continue eating. She turns to face me after setting her bowl on the drying rack.
How was Drew? I know he was looking for you last night. I'm assuming from your disheveled look that he found you.
The mention of his name almost makes me choke on the sugary cereal. I clear my throat and keep my eyes on the darkening milk in my bowl. Yeah, he found me. Eventually.
What happened? I've heard so many things about him.
Her eyes widen meaningfully on the word things. What kind of things? She gets down on her elbows and lowers her voice like she's trying to keep our dorm room ghosts from hearing.
He's ruthless in bed, both with his, pleasure and his partners. He doesn't really date much. He's more of a hookup kind of guy. So all the girls want to try to bag him. But I mean, look at him. Who wouldn't want that? His father's this billionaire and one of the top alumni at the school. Plus, the whole quarterback of the football team thing makes all the girls and some of the guys, if I'm being honest, drool like dogs.
She slaps the table and stands.
Anyway, I gotta run. Get some rest today, girl. You look like shit.
Thanks. I make a non-committal noise and continue eating as she bustles out the door. In the hall, I hear her giggle, and then the door opens again. I'm about to ask if she forgot something, but the words stick in my throat, clogging my ability to breathe or think. He's here. He's back. Warning bells go off in my mind, telling me to get the fuck up and move away from the danger. But I can't. My limbs won't move. I'm frozen, a deer in headlights, while Drew stalks closer, shutting the door behind him. I've been looking for you. Deep breath. I need to get my galloping heart rate under control. I swallow the bite of cereal I forgot I'd taken and clear my throat. Well, you didn't check the place I live until now, so I guess you weren't looking that hard. What I really want to say is go away and don't come back. My body continues to betray me as the sensations from last night return with the rush of looking at him. Damn it! He shouldn't be able to affect me like this. I hate him. He skirts the table and slides the chair opposite me out from underneath. I gulp and point at the door with my spoon. Do you make it a habit of showing up at every girl's house you terrorize, or is this just for me? I didn't invite you inside, so you can leave the way you came. There's a smirk on his face as he slowly, deliberately takes the seat across from me, his green eyes studying me. I feel like a bug about to be stomped into the ground. His eyes move to the bowl of cereal in front of me, and like the thief he is, he snatches my bowl from my grasp and starts spooning cereal into his mouth. Okay, fucker. That's taking things too far. I give him my best glare. What the fuck is wrong with you? Do you live to annoy me? Don't tell me this is some kind of asshole frat boy revenge scheme because I stuck up for that guy. He raises an eyebrow and swallows the cereal. My cereal. Frat boy revenge scheme? First, I'm not a frat boy. Second, I don't do revenge. I like to think I'm more methodical than vengeful. Instead, I just get even. Fuck. My mind wanders, and all I know is that I need to get out of here. Away from him and his stupid scent. Something like soap and that damn teak wood wafts off him. And it's just pissing me off now. Something that evil should not smell that good. How about we call it even after last night's events, and you leave me alone? He continues to shovel food in his mouth, then pauses. No, I don't think I will. There's something about you, something that draws me in, and until it lets go, I'm afraid you're stuck with me. What about what I want? He shrugs one broad shoulder, his white t-shirt stretching across his chest. Not that I notice. I don't give a shit about what you want. You're the one who got in my way first, remember? If anything, this is all your fault. It's not surprising that he continues to put this all on me. No good deed goes unpunished, right? He snorts. Something like that. Once he finishes my cereal, he leans down and plops a canvas tote onto the table. I eye it like he's smacked a bomb in front of me. What the hell is in that bag? Do I even want to know? No, I don't. I shove away from the table and stand. I have to get to the library, back to work. His eyes narrow, and he too pushes away from the table, choosing to stand. Then his gaze drifts to my open bedroom door. First he chases me through the woods, claiming my virginity, and now he enters my dorm uninvited. Remember how you said we don't know each other? I was just thinking, what better way to get to know one another than to spend time together? He darts off in the direction of my bedroom, as I anticipated. Oh, no, you don't. I chase him, and damn him and his long legs. What the hell are you doing? This is my room. Do you not have manners? I didn't even invite you into the dorm, let alone my bedroom. Most would take the hint by now, but that's me telling you to leave. He appears relaxed, uncaring to what I've just said. Meanwhile, I'm burning with rage as he pokes around my bookshelves, pulling a few off the shelf to inspect them. Flipping through the pages, he turns to look at me, his features smoldering. Romance, I like it. Does she ever fall for the villain, or only the good guy? Trying to create your own happily ever after? If so, it's not going to happen. You're far worse than any villain in those books. I growl and grab the book from his hands, gently placing it back on the shelf. I will become murderous if he dents the edges of any of these books. Even villains need to be loved, Belle. He says, all matter-of-factly, like he knows a damn thing about love or romance. Losing interest in the books, he moves on to my jewelry box, thumbing through it like it's his. I step beside him and watch his face as he pulls out the cheap costume jewelry at the top, before tossing it back in with blatant disinterest. I swallow thickly when he reaches toward the bottom, like he's making a beeline for my soul. His big fingers grasp onto the diamond engagement ring as he plucks it out from its hiding spot. His entire demeanor changes in an instant, and he thrusts the ring toward me. What the hell is this? His features show so much animosity as he stares into my eyes that I don't even think to lie. It's my mother's engagement ring. He shakes it like a bell. But she's not dead, so why do you have it? The old pain of a past that never leaves wells up, and I shove it back into the hole in my chest where it belongs. First, that's a personal question. Second, it's none of your business. He gives me a disbelieving look. You think you can keep your secrets, but they belong to me now. Just like you belong to me now. All of you is mine, and that means even the secrets you keep are mine. It's fine, though. I have my own means of figuring things out. I suppose money can buy you all types of information. I growl since it's my turn to get angry. Snatching the ring from his fingers, I lob it at the box so hard it bounces up and almost out again. Now get the hell out of my room. He leans in close enough that I can feel the heat of his body rolling into mine. He's way too close for comfort. Make me. There's so much challenge in that single demand, but also a plain-to-see smugness, because he knows I'm incapable of making him do anything. No matter how hard I try, I can't physically move this man. Did you get dropped on your head as a child? Or maybe you've taken too many hits to the head in football. Either way, I'm not sure why it's not connecting in your mind that I don't want you here. I don't want to get to know you, so why show up here and pretend everything is okay? I lose some of my steam and deflate, stepping back to put distance between us. Surely this all can't be because I stuck up for that kid. If it is, then I'm sorry. I'm asking you nicely to please leave me alone. He raises his eyebrows and gives me a cocky grin. Unfortunately, you put yourself on my radar by putting your nose where it didn't belong. Every action has a direct consequence. I am that consequence, sweetheart. Now do you think you can say please again? I love the way it sounded coming out of your pretty mouth. I scrub a hand down my face, my own frustration climbing. There are plenty of other, far more willing girls at this university who would bow at your feet for a simple hello from you. But you're choosing to pine over someone who would rather stick forks through her eyes than be in your presence. He shrugs. I'd love to see that. And I already told you. I don't know what it is about you yet, so I'm not going anywhere until I figure it out. So fucking me in the woods was figuring me out? He snorts. You mean taking your virginity on that dirt-strewn forest floor? It was on the path to getting to know you, yes. But it's not the only route I plan to take. Not every meeting is conventional or plays out like it does in your romance books. He leans in again, and I wish I could say that his presence only terrified me, but it doesn't. It warms me and makes me feel seen. Sometimes things start off wrong or bad. Not every moment is perfect or thought out. No, but there's no point in showing interest in someone when the other person already said they don't want anything to do with you. In fact, I think that's grounds for a restraining order. But I could be wrong. Laughter escapes his lips, and it sounds nice, which is ridiculous since nothing about this psycho is nice. You're something else, Flower. I don't want to be anything to you. That's too bad, since I thought about you this morning. I had to jerk off when I saw how your virgin blood stained my skin. Even now I can still feel your wet, bloody cunt pulsing around my cock. That's all I could think about last night. I had to stop myself from breaking into your dorm and fucking you in your bed.
He knows how to be romantic, doesn't he? I swallowed hard against both the arousal and revulsion his words inspire. I'm glad your memory is better than mine. All I remember is pain and suffering. He plucks the sunglasses from my face, then reaches into his pocket to pull out something. A moment later, he replaces them with my actual glasses, the ones he took last night.
Suffering and pain. There might have been pain in the beginning, but that can't be helped. I don't remember you complaining, though. When I made you come so hard you saw stars.
We can agree to disagree, then.
He smirks. I like this better. I want to see your eyes. I lean away and adjust the glasses better.
What an asshole. Bringing up the orgasm I had at his hands. I don't want to be reminded of that, even if I've never experienced something as toe-curling as that. I've never orgasmed like that before, not by my own hands. Now that I can see, like, for real, I think it's time for me to leave. I exit the bedroom and enter the suite, grabbing my ready-to-go backpack off the floor.
Belle?
Drew calls from the room. Nope, I'm not doing this with him. The next thing I know, he'll have me on the bed in my room. Wasting no time and wanting to piss him off a little, I grab the sack he left on the table and rush out the door. I flick the lock into place before slamming the door, and then race down the hall at a dead sprint. Let him look through my things. He won't find anything, especially since there's nothing to find. I can only hope he'll get bored and realize what a mistake he made in choosing to torment me. By the time I make it to my car, I'm out of breath. I climb in and sag against the seat, locking the doors just to be safe. The tiny hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. I remind myself that I'm safe as I scan my surroundings. There's no sign of Mr. Psycho. Thank God. I let out a sigh and cautiously open the bag he brought. I can only imagine the contents. Unfortunately, it's nothing good. Inside are some protein bars, my discarded clothing, the Plan B he promised, as well as the birth control pills he wants me to take, and a slip of paper. I could refuse to take the birth control pills, but then I'd end up in a worse scenario. Fuck. I drag my attention to the paper. It's folded, making it unable to be read from inside the bag. I pull it out and unfold it slowly, my hands trembling. My mouth pops open and I gasp. Is this real? It can't be. Someone pinch me because I think I'm dreaming. Printed on that paper is a $10,000 check, and it's made out to me. Oh, fuck.
Chapter 11. Drew. She escaped again, like a mouse barely missing the trap. She's much more than I anticipated, and the challenge she provides only makes me want her more. When I return to the mill after my shenanigans with Belle, I find Lee curled up in my bed, my covers mussed and tangled around his bare legs. My eye twitches with annoyance. What the actual fuck? I kick the side of the bed. The edge of my boot lands close to his junk, and like a smart man, he jerks away from the edge. This whole I'm quirky and wait in my friends' beds for them to come home like a creepy asshole might have been endearing the first time you did it, but now it's just fucking weird. His eyes pop open, anger shining bright in their depths before shifting to the playful playboy he shows the world. I raise an eyebrow as he rolls onto his back and stretches the length of my bed like a lazy cat. With a roll of my eyes, I throw myself onto the armchair by the empty fireplace. Pretty sure you have a room of your own, which, in fact, has a bed. I know it. I've seen it. Lee hums in his throat and rolls on his side, shifting my comforter between his thighs. I have to wonder if he has a death wish. Dude, I complain. He's only doing this to annoy me or get some reaction out of me. Without an audience, Lee is nothing. Instead of answering, he snuggles in deeper. How was your night? I saw you with that nerdy little library girl. How did she do? Was the change worth it? I mean, since she's not really your type and all. My gaze turns cold, and slivers of my rage fracture through my expression before I can stop them. And what exactly is my type? Calm down, Hulk. I'm not trying to start some shit. It's just an observation. We don't see you with many girls, but the ones we do see you with don't typically look like they're late for a study date or the host of the Mathletes. I keep my face blank. I don't share shit with anyone because feelings, emotions, and opinions are the exact ammunition that can and will be used against you. Everyone is your friend until the day they become your enemy. No one needs to worry about what I'm doing, or better yet, who I'm sticking my dick in. Unless you're riding my dick, you shouldn't be worried about it. Lee rolls onto his back and grins up at me. If you're offering, then I'm more than willing. I'd let you fuck me. Lee is open to anything and everything. And while I have no problem with that, it's going to be a no from me. I stare blankly at him. No reaction is still a reaction, I remind myself. Look, you're like a brother to me, Drew. I'm just curious. It isn't like you to restrict yourself to just one girl during the hunt, and I'm sure the guys weren't the only ones who noticed. We had some charter members here tonight from Blackthorn and Prescott, and they always try to model their hunt after ours. They don't have the balls to go all out like we do, but it's cute of them to try. What I'm saying is, the fact that not many saw your face last night will lead to questions. It's a statement and warning all in one. Rage burns in my veins. I won't be questioned by the men I lead. Fuck that. I get enough of that shit from my father. With my mother bedridden in the other family estate, I can only do so much. I wish I got more pushback from her. I'd take her gentle chiding over my dad's beatings any day. I clench my fists tightly and grit my teeth, my jaw aching beneath the pressure. Reacting with violence would be my first move, but it wouldn't change anything. Ultimately, everyone, even my friends, reports to my father. The best thing I can do is bury the emotions beneath the mask and wait for the opportunity to expel them. We both know you aren't here to discuss some girl. What can I help you with, Lee? My friend shifts to the edge of the bed, and I'm relieved to see he's at least wearing a pair of basketball shorts. Nothing really. Just wanted to let you know that others had noticed. And if others have noticed, then we both know it won't take long for word to travel. He's asking, without asking, how long it will take to get back to my father that I'm interested in one woman, one specific woman. And if that woman doesn't rise to my father's ridiculous standards, she'll quickly be off limits. As much as I do what I want around this school, my fucking father pulls more strings than I'd like to admit. I glance away and stare at the rug near the window. Lee takes the hint and stands, edging closer to the door. Anything I can do? Anything any of us can do to help? I shake my head, still staring at the ground. No, nothing. This is something I have to deal with. Deal with? What's that mean? The girl. She's not a problem, just a form of amusement. I'll make sure everyone knows that. He salutes me and walks out, shutting the door behind him. I grimace, my gaze moving back to the bed. You better not have brought anyone back here. I curl my lip, pull out my phone, and text our cleaner to change my sheets as soon as possible. The things I put up with at the mercy of friendship. I navigate from my texts to the app I set up with the thumb drive to spy on Maybelle. It's so fucking stupid to be obsessed with an ordinary girl when I could have any pic of them that I want.
But Belle is different. She chose to stand up to the bully in a room full of people. She trembled with fear, but still held on to her pride. She provided me with a challenge I didn't realize I needed. I checked the history in the app and browsed through it. Simple, mundane. She's gone to the library and opened her banking application about 100 times. Based on the balance, she still hasn't deposited the check I gave her. A part of me is enraged at her audacity, but the other part of me carries satisfaction in the fact that even with a check in hand, she still refuses to accept help. Perhaps Maybelle is more of a wildflower than a wallflower. I sit back and watch as she scrolls through tabs. She navigates between her class schedule, tutoring schedule, and an essay she's supposed to be writing. I smile to myself. How can something so simple be so interesting? I'm not surprised to find that she has a full schedule on top of the tutoring appointments she does in her limited free time. I think that might be why I'm so intrigued by her. She's nothing like I'd expect. Careful, boring, normal. Even worse, she's caring. Caring enough that she's willing to give herself to a beast like me to help her mother. Her very sick, but in denial mother. At least from what I can tell from their numerous texts. I scan through the remaining messages, checking each one by one. My finger hovers over the next text from one of her many tutoring clients. A rush of irrational anger floods my veins, making it difficult for me to breathe, and my vision blurry. Stuart, I was thinking maybe you might want to go out sometime. What the fuck? Rationally, I know I have no stake or claim over her. We fucked one time, and that's it. She isn't anyone or anything to me, just some girl with a nice pussy. But in many ways, I already know it's more than that. This makes me want to demand she drop him as a client altogether, but I doubt she would do that. I make a mental note to look into this fucker, and leave it at that for now. I finish stalking through her recent browser history, and pause when I discover a dress she'd been looking at, that she added to her cart but never ended up buying. Takes less than a minute to copy the link, log in, and purchase it for her. If I buy the damn thing, I will feel absolutely zero guilt when I rip it off her little body before shoving my cock deep inside her pussy, which I will be doing again and again. The image of it makes my cock harder than steel. Father flashes across the top of the screen, and I contemplate tossing the damn phone across the room instead of answering his call, but choose against it. The damn world had better be coming to an end if I'm not answering his calls. Slamming my finger against the green answer key, I bring the phone to my ear. There are no pleasantries or kind greetings. My father isn't exactly your typical dad, not even close. What the fuck did you feel the need to spend 10 grand on? I inhale deeply through my nose and go to that dark place in my mind where I disappear to when I need to speak to my father. Oh, you know, Pops, the usual. Hookers and blow. Did you not hear me the first fucking time? This isn't a joking matter. Now answer me, or I'll have the nurse forget your mother's pain medication this evening. I grit my teeth, a spiteful response sitting on the tip of my tongue. It's less violent than what he usually threatens me with, but it's still fucked up. Using my own mother and her health against me. It's insane to me that a man could use his own dying wife as a bargaining chip, but it's not surprising. It's always the thinly veiled threats of refusing to give her pain meds or treatments. It's either stay in line or risk losing the only person who's ever given a shit about me a little faster. I'll always try to keep my mother, because as long as she is still here, I know pieces of good remain inside me. She's not just my mother, but also your wife, or have you forgotten that? What did you just say to me? I think you've forgotten who you're talking to. I'm not one of your stupid fucking friends. If using your mother against you is the only way I can get through to you, then I will. Biting back the desire to spar with him, I answer his question instead. The money was for costs associated with the hunt. I see. And how was this year's event? It's crazy to me how quickly he can switch to business mode. I shrug, even though he can't see it. Attendance was good. Best show out for a semi-public event in the past few years. He hums in the back of his throat. Good, good. Next time, clear the expenses with me first. I know you like to think you have special privileges as my son, but we run by a code. Things need to be done the right way. No fucking thank you. I don't say that out loud, though, and choose to remain silent instead. Sometimes saying nothing is better than saying something but never being heard. My silence encourages him to continue talking. I'm sure you got the notification from my secretary already, but an event is coming up soon. Your attendance is expected. Black tie, of course, but do not bring a +1. I never got notified, nor did I know about the event, but he doesn't care. All he cares about is his name and image. I've never shown up with a date to your events. Dating isn't really my thing, and let's be honest, Dad, no one I bring will live up to your standards anyway. It's a punch in the dark, one I'm sure I'll pay for in due time, but it feels good to let the words fall off my tongue. He makes a noise, some type of growl mixed with a grunt. Do not fucking test me, Drew. I have no problem hitting you where it hurts most. And speaking of pain, I better see some improvement in your grades soon. You've been playing ball too much and not studying enough. Football is another trophy on the shelf, but not your entire life. Without an education, you're nothing, and you will not tarnish our family name by refusing to study and get good grades. I press my lips together, biting back all the responses bouncing around inside my head. Says the fucking man who just ordered me to come to one of his stupid parties. No matter what I do, I'm never good enough. We win the game, and in his eyes, we could have won by more. I attend his stupid events and smile, playing the perfect son, but away from the public eye, I'm shown it's not good enough. Nothing is good enough. You will attend dressed appropriately. You will not bring a date, and you will behave and act respectfully or else. The warning hangs between us. Yes, I'll be there. The words stick tight in my throat, making me want to find the man and punch him in the face. If I didn't need him for now, we would have gotten into it a long, long time ago. When he doesn't continue, I ask the question that will surely ruin his day. How's Mom? If you want to know how your mother is, then get off your ass, go to the estate, and see her for yourself. I'm tempted to press him and ask him when the last time he saw her was, but I stop myself. I don't want this conversation to last any longer than it already has. Fine, I'll go see her. I say it because it's what he wants me to say. I say it because I'm 2 seconds from unloading my shit on him, and that will only make things worse for me. How's school? What rank is your team currently? Anyone listening might think he's asking because he cares. I know better. First, of course. Good. Always the best. Nothing else will do. Just remember, as I said, football is another trophy on the shelf. Your education and your family image are everything else. It's a speech I've heard 100 times, 101 times, and I don't need it again. Did you need anything else? I keep my tone flat and businesslike so he doesn't chastise me further. Thankfully, he can't see my face right now. No, that's all. I'll make sure the secretary sends the invitation with the time. I'm sure I don't need to put into words the ramifications this could have. He hangs up without another word, and I squeeze the phone a little too tightly, then toss it onto the desk. My hands are shaking, my muscles tense, and I'm 5 seconds away from destroying something. I count in my head. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. My thoughts drift in and out with every number, and the anger fades further and further from my mind. After several minutes, I've calmed down enough to go downstairs to the kitchen and find something to eat. Like usual, the space is empty, and midday light slants in through the large glass doors leading out onto the large patio. Once I reach the kitchen, I'm still pissed off and in no real mood to cook, so I throw together a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, then stare out across the grass leading to the woods. I close my eyes and relish the memories rushing back to me. Belle, running through the leaves, the scared little whispers she made when she thought I was close to catching her, the fear in her eyes, and the sound she made when I shoved her to her knees in the dirt, the blood on her skin, the tears tracking down her smooth cheeks. Beautiful. A true masterpiece of chaos and fear. She looked so sexy with my marks on her skin. I wish I could have had more time with her and left marks a little at a time until she was covered with them, bruised and battered until I laid her down and showed her what a good girl she was. I wanted to praise her, tell her how beautifully she runs, how perfectly she fights me, to remind her that she'll never be able to escape me. Next time I touch her, I want to sink my teeth into her skin, to leave marks all along her pale neck so everyone can see that she's claimed. Then no one will be stupid enough to ask her out or even look at what's mine. I let out a discontented sigh and shoved the rest of my sandwich into my mouth. It's fucked up, but she's a beam of light in my dark world. I need to see her, touch her, smell her. I'm not usually consumed by women. After all, when you can have any pussy you want, why be smitten with just one? But Belle is different. There's something about her, and like the rarest of jewels, I want to possess her. And I will in time, but I'll need to remain patient for now. I don't want anyone to report to my father that I'm seeing her again, or make him think I'm interested in her. If he thinks I'm interested in someone, then he will find a way to use them against me. And as much as I tell myself I don't care, putting Maybelle in the middle of this shitstorm with my father isn't what I want to do. I'm selfish and fucked up, but I wouldn't submit anyone to deal with that man. As much as it pains me, I'll have to wait, even if waiting isn't my thing. However, that doesn't mean I can't stalk, tempt, or tease. After all, she did look so fucking pretty with fear painting her delicate features.
Chapter 12. Belle. Have you ever gotten that strange tingling sensation at the back of your neck? The one that makes you feel like you're being watched? All your hairs stand on end, and goosebumps pebble your flesh? Because I have. More times than I can count in the last week. And I can't decide if it's because of the events that transpired between that psychotic man and me, or if it's because he's still watching me, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to attack. Either way, I don't like the sensation. I push my shopping cart down the aisle with a little more haste. It's late, and hardly any people are in the store, except the stocking clerks and the cashiers. It's my favorite time to shop because it's so empty. No one looks twice at my threadbare hoodie and slippered feet. Usually I'd drive to the next town over and go to Walmart or Aldi's, but I'm only getting a few things. I glance at my cart and rub my neck, my skin prickling. I ignore the sensation since it's a constant in my life now, and focus on my groceries. If my math is correct, I haven't exceeded my $20 budget for food, and I can eat on this for a week. Off-brand cereal, almost expired milk, and a pound of turkey I can use for salad. The lettuce is already starting to go, so they marked it down too. I'll eat it all before it's bad, and it saves me money, which is all that matters. Hell, saves the food from going to waste, since they would throw it out anyway if I didn't take it. A sudden chill skates down my spine, and I tighten my grip on the cart and move faster toward the checkout. I don't know what the hell is wrong with me, but I can't stand being here or feeling so vulnerable for a moment longer. It's not like he'd actually attack me in the grocery store, right? I quickly step up to the empty self-checkout and scan what I have in my cart. I hit the checkout button and scan my coupon app. The screen dings, but then the total doesn't change. What the hell? Come on, you stupid computer. The computer in question gives a sharp ding and an error message about bagging my groceries. I groan and hit the checkout button again, trying to make it work. Once the screen clears with the total again, I gape at it. No, it was supposed to be $20 with the coupons. Defeat washes through me. I just want a goddamn salad and some fucking cereal. Tears threaten, and I glance at the cart, trying to calculate what I can remove. Everything in there is necessary. A deep voice from behind me cuts through the panic and shame welling up inside. Do you need some help? I'm already saying no as I turn around to look at the person in question. Oh, shit. It's the one from the hunt. Sebastian, I think, is what Jack called him. A friend of his. No, I whisper, then clear my throat and say it again, louder. No, I'm good. Doesn't seem that way. Maybelle, isn't that your name? What do you want? Don't you have butlers or something to do your shopping for you? He cocks his head and ambles over, and I can't help but look at him. Damn, he's pretty. Not in the rugged masculine sort of way that Drew is. His features are slightly more delicate, but that's hard to notice when there's so much menace in his gaze. The sight of it makes it difficult for me to breathe. I do have people who do the grocery shopping for me, but what I don't have are people to check if pretty little rabbits that get caught in a trap get above themselves. Drew isn't like you. You two aren't even in the same world, let alone the same tax bracket. Stay away from him. I wince at Drew's name. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't even like him. Maybe you should tell him to leave me alone. God knows I've only told him 10 million times. Sure, kitten. That's what they all say until they start poking holes in condoms to accidentally get pregnant. I curl my lip in disgust. That's not who I am. I don't... He leans in close now, and I get a cold wintergreen scent that wafts off him. Good. Stay out of the way, and everyone will be happy. When I open my mouth to speak again, he shakes his head oh so gently and drops a $50 bill in front of me on the conveyor belt. Everyone deserves to eat, he says, and I gape as he walks past, his hands deep into his pockets. The money is just sitting there. What the hell do I do with it? And why do these rich assholes keep trying to force money on me? Do I look that desperate? Actually, don't answer that. Another glance at my cart answers that question. Fine. If Mr. Moneybags is paying, then I'm getting more food. It's up to Drew to explain why he won't stay away from me. It's been a week since I've seen him or his creepy friends. So my first thought, when he shows up at my table in the library, is, oh shit, he's found me again. But of course he did. I'm either at home or in the library. It's not like I'm trying to hide. What do you want? To feel you strangling my cock with that tight pussy, of course. His response startles me, and I knock over a paper cup I didn't realize he'd set there. The hot liquid spreads across my textbook. God damn it. With a huff, I mop at it with some tissues. Has anyone ever told you you're disgusting? He shrugs like it's no big deal. Sure, but I've been called worse. I'm sure you have. Refusing to get into an argument with him, I change the subject. I don't want to relive the memory of what happened between us. Obviously, you don't hang out in the library often, nor do you look like you're studying, and you can't make me believe you actually came here to do something nice. So what's up? Why are you here? What do you want from me? I'm pretty sure he's following me or stalking me, maybe both. It's not a coincidence that he would show up here, especially knowing this is where he can find me. He wants something. Maybe more of what happened in the woods? I hate the way my body lights up at the reminder of the way he made me feel and how savagely he took me. Shaking the memory away, I meet his eyes and he holds my gaze. A smirk is painted on those criminally full lips, like he enjoys my refusal to cower. After a minute, I swallow hard and give in, looking away. Just tell me what it is you want. Would you believe me if I said all I wanted was to see you and bring you some coffee? I stare down at the rapidly wrinkling textbook in front of me. So much for selling this one for the money Mom needs. There are others, though. I can make do. I'm reminded of the check he gave me. I can't bring myself to cash it. Yet, if I'd made it to the cabin, despite everything, I wouldn't have had any qualms taking that money. Then again, I'd have earned it. Unconventionally, but I'm okay with that. But this way, him just handing me a check, it makes me feel cheap, like he bought my virginity or something. I slip the check I've been staring at for hours, contemplating what I'm going to do with it, out from under the stack of notebooks and hold it out to him. Maybe him showing up here is a sign. After the store incident with his little friend, I don't want to look like a charity case, not any more than I already feel. Here, take it back. I don't want it. Yes, I know I need the money, but I also care about my pride. I care about integrity, and I want him to know I can't simply be bought like an item on the shelf. He tilts his head, and his dark russet brown hair falls across his forehead, those dark forest green eyes piercing, narrowing to slits as he studies me.
Hey friend, you've been listening for a bit now. Let's take a tiny break. Here's some music to unwind. This is a free audiobook experience, and we're glad you're here.
like a bug beneath a microscope.
And why is that?
I reach farther, extending it toward him. The reason doesn't matter. All that matters is I don't want it. In an instant, his body goes rigid, his nostrils flare, and the tiny hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. If he possessed the will to expel daggers from his eyes, I'd be dead this very instant.
Is my money not good enough for you, Flower?
Strangely, I'm annoyed by the mocking way he says that stupid nickname he's given me. I shift in my chair, unease coating my insides. For some reason, I thought this would be easier. I guess I shouldn't assume anything when it comes to this Neanderthal. Slowly, I drop my hands down to my lap, the check still clutched tightly in my fingers. Of course you would think it has to do with you. Believe it or not, I don't care about your money. What I care about is integrity, and the fact that I didn't earn this check. Therefore, I don't want it. I watch his face intently, noting the curl of his full bottom lip and the low, simmering rage flickering in his eyes. He shifts forward like a panther ready to pounce, bracing his forearms on his knees. He looks like the evil villain in every one of my romance books. Instinct guides my movements, and I jerk away, my blood pressure rising with every shallow breath I take. I know very little about this man, but what I do know is enough to make warning bells go off in my mind. Like most red flags, I ignore the desire to run and remain seated. If that night in the woods taught me anything, it's that if I run right now, the only thing that he will do is chase me. And I don't want that to happen. This isn't a game.
You're a smart girl, Belle. Do you really think you didn't earn that money after what happened?
His words sting like a belt across bare skin. Who cares if he has money, power, and looks? It doesn't mean he can act like a self-righteous prick. I'm not for sale. What happened in the woods has nothing to do with this money. If you're insinuating that you bought my virginity, then we're going to have a problem.
You can't buy something that isn't for sale, Belle. But for fun, let me play devil's advocate here, and let's say you made it to the cabin. Would you not have taken the money then, even if you acquired it the same way?
He is definitely fucked if he thinks I'm going to let him try reverse psychology on me. I look him dead in the eyes, refusing to show him anything. I'm sure other girls would bow at his feet, but I'm not them. I wouldn't have acquired it the same way. Getting to that cabin would have meant I didn't get caught. It also would have meant I hadn't given my virginity to some random stranger in the cold woods either. It's his turn to shrug.
Not necessarily true. Making it to the cabin was all you had to do to win. I had my sights set on you and planned to claim you one way or another. You could have continued on your merry way afterward. I wouldn't have stopped you.
I turned to fidget with my books. Anything to distract myself from his bigger-than-life body and presence. I don't recall you being overly helpful afterward. His fingers graze my chin, and I shiver as he tilts my face up, forcing me to meet his icy gaze.
Take the money. You need it.
I don't.
This isn't something I'm going to continue negotiating with you.
You need it, I don't. It's difficult to remain calm when he speaks words that are so truthful it hurts. Is that how he sees me? I guess I shouldn't care because who the hell is he? But I don't want to be seen as Oakmount's charity case. The girl who sold her virginity for $10,000 and is willing to give blowjobs if you pay her an extra $5 during tutoring. God, I'm stupid. So fucking stupid. Next, someone will tell the administration I'm sleeping with the students for cash instead of helping them get better grades. Shifting from his grasp, I slam the wet book shut and gather my things into a neat pile before shoving them into my bag. Our eyes collide when I look up from the bag. He's studying me. His dark brows furrowed, confusion flickering in his gaze. Despite the warning going off in my head, knowing my next move might be my last, I grab the remaining coffee he brought me, extend my hand over the trash can, and drop it inside. Usually, I'm not this ballsy or ungrateful, but I want him to understand where I stand with him. And that's not even on the same continent. It's been a pleasure, as always, but unlike you, I have to attend my classes. I whirl around, ready to make a mad dash for the door. Unfortunately, I'm not fast enough, and honestly, I should know better, given my history with this man who snatches me by the wrist and pulls me back toward him. Oh no, you don't. I blink and we're moving, his unforgiving grasp keeping me hot on his heels. I peer around the library, waiting for someone to say something, or even notice that I'm being dragged away. But of course no one does. Panic claws at my insides, and I know I have to do something to stop this psycho. He has money, power, and intimidation. I understand their fear of him. I'm sort of scared of him myself, but I'm more terrified of what might happen if I give in. I dig my heels in. It's my only attempt at stopping his advancement, but all it does is earn me a snarl of disapproval, along with a tightening of his grasp. He's over 6 feet tall, muscular, and intimidating as hell. Stopping him would require some expertise, which I clearly don't have. The next best thing I have is my voice. Let go of me! I yell and attempt to pull away again, but I might as well be talking to a wall. Fine then, I'll scream. The words have barely escaped my lips when he stops dead in his tracks. The movement is so sudden that I crash directly into him, almost tripping over my feet. The firm wall of muscle shifts as he turns, looking every bit the scary monster he is. Before I can utter another word, his hand slaps over my mouth, and he shoves me backward, my lower back pressing against a dust-covered shelf. One weary glance around, and I realize we're in the stacks. The old part of the library where no one goes. This is bad. Worse than I thought. Boxing me in with his body, he makes certain the only thing I can see and feel is him. I'm at his complete mercy. With one hand pressed against my mouth to stop me from calling out for help, and his other snaked around my middle, holding me against him, I'm trapped. Doomed. Yet even with the fear trickling in my veins, this rush of excitement is building. It's sickening and wrong that I even recognize it. With my current predicament, I can't be bothered to think about how fucked up that makes me. Not with his huge hand moving over my lower back, the searing heat of his touch burning through the fabric of my clothes. I might as well be naked at this point. Is it embarrassing that at my age, a man has never touched me like this before? With so much possession and desire? Maybe that's why I'm so excited by it. My heart clenches tightly in my chest, building the anticipation of what might happen next. It really doesn't matter. No words will make him stop. It's clear he's not letting me go. Not until he gets whatever it is he wants. His green eyes bleed into mine, and I notice the thick lashes framing his devilish face. This close, it's hard to see the evil beast inside him, and far easier to see him as the all-American boy he portrays to everyone else. Kind, charming. No one knows there's a complete psycho hiding in plain sight. Slivers of light cast an eerie shadow over us, and I shiver, as if someone's dumped an entire bucket of cold water on me. But is it from fear or anticipation? I don't know. The light dances across his face, doing devastating things to his high cheekbones and razor-sharp jawline. I suck a ragged breath into my lungs, and am greeted with the intoxicating scent of teakwood and mint. This strange calmness blankets me. His smell shouldn't calm or affect me, but somehow it does, luring me into this odd sense of safety. Leaning into me, he gently presses his nose into the crook of my neck. The rapid inhale of air into his lungs makes me think he's breathing my scent into his lungs, which would be weird if it also wasn't kinda attractive. I push the thought to the back of my mind because this man and his psychopathic tendencies are the last things I need in my life. An entire cage of butterflies takes flight in my stomach as his nose skims over the sensitive flesh of my throat. His full lips glide over my thundering pulse, and there's no hiding my fear or excitement. Not with the way my heart is trying to beat out of my body. Stupidly, I do nothing to try to escape his grasp. Not even when he presses his hips firmer against mine, forcing me to feel his hard cock throbbing against my jeans. I can't believe I let him fuck me with that giant-ass sword. Goosebumps erupt across my skin, feeling his hot tongue against my cool flesh. Shit. I need to stop this, somehow. I can't let him pull me into his dark web, one that I may never escape. I need to use my brain, and not let my body rule my decision-making. I garner up all the strength I have in me, and place both hands on his firm chest. Then I give him a hard push. Like an impassable mountain, he doesn't move. He doesn't even budge. Not an inch. A soft, humorless laugh escapes his lips. It would be so easy for me to take what I want from you. All I'd have to do is put a little pressure against your neck, knock you out, and then I could fuck you without complaint. I wouldn't have to worry about you running away or fighting me. I could do whatever I want, however I want, wherever I want. I could fuck your ass, mouth, and pussy. I could take whatever I want from you, and you couldn't do a single thing to stop me. The thought is terrifying and so fucking wrong. And worst of all, there isn't anything that makes me believe he wouldn't do those things. Even I'm smart enough to know there is a time and place to be fierce and placid. It's all about human psychology. Don't, I demand, the sound muffled by his hand. I reach for his wrist and try to tug his hand from my mouth. He doesn't move. Please, I mutter, and this time he takes a tiny step back. Those piercing green eyes of his flick to mine before roaming my entire face. I don't know what he sees shining back at him, but whatever it is, it's enough to melt a smidge of the ice from his harsh gaze. I'll save that fun for another day.
The relief I feel from his confession is short-lived when he starts speaking again.
While I love your sassiness and fierce determination to piss me off, I need you to be a good girl and listen to me. Or am I going to have to shove my cock into your throat and teach you a lesson right here in the dusty stacks?
I sag further into the shelf and ignore the notion that I'm allowing him to hold my body weight. At least he's not going to knock me out and have his way with me. I can handle a blowjob and being chased through the woods. But I don't want to be taken against my will without any say at all. All I can manage is a nod. A smile touches his lips.
Which is that a yes to? You're going to be a good girl and listen? Or you want me to shove my cock down your throat and teach you a lesson?
I say no beneath his hand, my lips moving over his palm. The word comes out muffled, and he slowly pulls his hand away.
I'm trusting you, so don't make me regret it. If you start screaming like a banshee, I'll be forced to do something I'll very much enjoy. But you might not, especially after your experience in the woods. Don't make me hurt you, at least for your own sake.
I'm not going to scream. I'm just confused. I don't understand. What happened at the event was a one-time thing. I heard you don't date or even sleep with the same girl twice, which makes all of this weird and confusing. What do you want from me? Why won't you leave me alone? I'm no one, yet you act like I'm the most interesting thing in the world. And why can't I stop the edge of excitement this brings me? I'll never admit it, but a tiny part enjoys the attention. The nerdy book girl no one notices who garnered the attention of Oakmount's football star when no one else could? It makes me feel seen and wanted. When you've never experienced that before, it's not something you want to give up. Yet, I remind myself that not all attention is the kind you want. Turns out, I garnered the attention of a crazy person. His pink tongue darts out over his bottom lip, and I bite the inside of my cheek, refusing to acknowledge how sexy he looks. Remember how dangerous he is, how fucked up he is. Hello, red flag, Maybelle.
Consider me curious. Are you asking around about me?
I shake my head. No, asking around isn't needed. I'd have to not exist to not hear about you. Everyone talks about how you never screw the same girl twice, and you don't date. I'm simply acknowledging the rumors. I notice then just how big our height differences are. My forehead barely reaches his collarbone, so I'm forced to tilt my head back every time I speak in order to see his face. I feel tiny and insignificant beside him.
Well, rumors are just that. Rumors. The thoughts of others. Plus plans and people change. I can choose to start dating or sleeping with the same girl if I want to. I don't give a fuck about what other people say about me.
His voice leads me to believe him, but the look in his eye makes me think otherwise. Okay, then why me? I'm no one. A book nerd who tutors for extra money, has no popularity, and is attending on a scholarship sponsored by some rich elite family. With a soft chuckle, he lifts me by the chin and meets my eyes.
That's where you're wrong, Flower. You're the most interesting thing in my life at this very moment. Lucky for you, I don't care about your reputation or popularity, nor do I care about the dollar signs in your bank account. You're far more unique than any of those social standards. Something about you draws me in. It makes me curious. And the more you fight against me, the more I want to grasp onto you. The more I want to know about you. Fate brought us together, and I want to test it out. See what happens next. Now let me show you what I want from you. His huge hands skim up my arms and then cup around my neck, coming to rest at my cheeks. Maybe it's because I remember how his hands felt on my body that night, how high I got when I finally accepted I'd been caught. I was a rabbit in a trap, and Drew was the hunter. I don't know, but I don't want to push his hands away. While at the same time, the fear thickening in my stomach makes it hard for me to just give in to this. He's demanding and brutish, arrogant and spoiled, and worst of all, I don't like him. Not really. My body, however, wants to explore all the things he's offering. The slightest touch of his hands on my skin has my nipples hardening and my core clenching. I'm already wet from just the barest of touches. Shivers rack my body and I can't stop them. He looms over me, letting me shake in his grasp. Almost like he's enjoying it. Are you going to try to run? Make me chase you or hunt you down? His breath fans against my ear, and I swear my shivering intensifies. Remember how well that went last time? You thought you were going to get away, but you didn't. I caught you right between my teeth. It was only us out in those woods, at least for the most part. Here, students are everywhere. Do you want to give them a show? I could bend you over in the middle of the atrium, rip off your jeans and sink into that hot pink cunt of yours. Is that what you want? Maybe that should be your punishment for sassing me. My eyes bulge out of my head. The mere thought of him taking me in front of students and staff. I can feel the heat rising, embarrassment climbing up my neck. You're looking a little sick. Are you sure that's what you want? Do you want me to fuck you in front of everyone just to prove a point? I whimper and shake my head. No, please, I don't want that. His gaze sharpens. Okay, then you need to listen to me and do as I say. My patience is dwindling by the second. I've wanted to touch you since the moment I sank inside you the first time. I did what I could to stay away, but denying myself what I want isn't something I typically have to do. And well, your fire and fight turn me on. I'm closer to the edge of snapping than I care to admit. So let me touch you. Let me do what I want. And maybe I'll allow you to go for a while longer. A little while? I whisper. If I didn't make it clear enough for you that night, I'll explain again. This isn't a one-time thing. Until I say otherwise, you're mine and belong to me. I will do whatever I want with you when I want to. Your opinion doesn't matter to me. Only my wants and needs. But don't get it twisted. You're a possession. A pretty little trophy I get to set on my shelf. Be good, and I'll show you the most intense pleasure. But try to fight me, and you'll be in for a world of hurt. He bites off the last words with an almost angry click of his teeth. His even, shiny white teeth. I'm wondering how they'd feel on my skin. In my neck, my shoulder, my ass. Stupid. I can't be thinking like this. As if he can read my mind, he gives a small, knowing smile. You're going to be a good girl and do what I tell you. Tired of his arrogance, I thrust my chin up and glare. And if I don't? The darkness of his eyes seems to go deeper, and his face comes down to my level like a predator scenting his prey. Do it. Run. We both know how it will end. Plus, it turns me the fuck on to chase you down and force my cock inside you. Maybe I'll claim your second virgin hole just to prove a point. You're an asshole, I growl. But any future words are cut off when he shoves 3 fingers past my lips and curls his palm around the rest of my mouth, securing his hand under my chin. I'm so much worse than an asshole. But if you behave, you'll never have to experience that side of me. Now be good and let me touch you. I'm dying to touch you, Flower. I whimper as he shoves at the waist of my jeans, pushing them down to my knees. Oh my God, we can't do this here. What if someone catches us? I struggle in his grasp, ready to kick him in the junk to get away if I have to. I should have done it earlier. Why didn't I? With his body situated the way it is, I can't get my knee close enough to his junk. Shh, calm down. If I wanted someone to see you like this, we'd have just stayed at the tables. I want to growl at him, but all I can do is stare at him with a pleading look, hoping he can see the fear painted in my features. If it helps any, I don't share. At least not usually. I'm very possessive of my toys. Toys? I'm not a possession. I've already told him this. I attempt to open my mouth wider around his fingers so I can speak, but that backfires on me, and he takes the opportunity for what it is and shoves his fingers deeper. I gag on the thick digits, and pleasure zips straight through me and into my pulsing core. I'm both furious and turned on, but at the moment I'm more turned on than angry. What is wrong with me? Clearly I've lost my damn mind because I continue to let this charade go on. My core pulses, burning with need, and all I can do is squeeze my thighs together and babble as I beg him to touch me where I need it most. A need I hadn't ever really felt until that night in the woods. His hot breath fans against my ear. I wasn't lying to you. I've been thinking about touching you since the second you ran off on me. And I've wanted to fuck you again since the moment I finished the first time. I didn't even wash your blood off my cock right away. I'm invested in you, Flower. His lips nibble along my throat, and my every breath becomes a pant. It's really your own doing that you're here in this situation, about to be finger-fucked against a dusty bookshelf. If only you had kept your pretty mouth shut, maybe I wouldn't have noticed you. Who knows? Maybe I would have anyway. A gurgling sound escapes my throat as he alternates between sucking on my neck and nipping at it with his teeth. The evidence of my arousal pools between my legs. I'm so turned on, it's embarrassing. Using his knee, he roughly shoves my legs apart. The fabric of his jeans is cold against my bare flesh. My nipples ache right along with the spot between my legs. Fuck, Flower. I thought you hated me. He pulls away and directs his attention to the space between my thighs. The insides are coated and slick with arousal. This doesn't look like hate, baby. I'm so overcome with the need for release that I let his statement go, and instead, I try to press against him to gain more friction. Anything, really. So I'm not standing bare ass in the library for nothing. So greedy. Yet you ran away from me in the woods. If I knew you were such a whore for my fingers, maybe I'd have offered you those first. He cups my pussy, his big fingers sliding along my skin, parting me easily. Flames of desire burn deep in my gut, each touch a glowing ember, setting me ablaze. Truth is, no matter how much you try to fight it, there's no denying that you want me, that you want this, even if it feels wrong and fucked up. I don't recall you asking me to stop or saying no. Not once. But it's okay. Your secret is safe with me. I won't tell anyone what you like. Without mercy or warning, he enters me. I let out a whimper, closing my mouth over his fingers for a second. There's a slight burn as I adjust to the sudden change. He raises an eyebrow like he's daring me to bite him. I know better than that. Somehow, he can read every thought running through my head and predict my next move like a real predator. So tight and perfect. He growls against my throat and presses close, his erection hard against my upper belly. How did that thing fit inside me? You're such a good girl when you want to be. Drew withdraws his fingers, dragging them through my wet folds and stopping once he reaches my clit. He circles the tiny bud, swirling expertly across every nerve ending, lighting my entire body on fire. How does he know how to touch me better than I do? My eyes bulge, and I let out little gasps at every flick of his wrists. He moves the fingers in my mouth, fucking me with them, making me gag on them, as he fucks my pussy with the other hand, and I grow wetter and hotter with every heartbeat. Suck. Suck my fingers like you're sucking my cock, he demands, his voice rough. I do as he says, chasing a high I know only he can provide me. I suck and lick his fingers greedily, and he continues stroking my clit, bringing me closer and closer to bliss. I can feel the pleasure building, and my eyes start to flutter closed, but he gives me a little shake, forcing my attention back on him. No, I want to see your eyes when you cream all over my fingers. Look at me. Watch me. Do you feel what you do to me? How hard you make me? I'm going to explode inside my fucking jeans at any second because of you. He sounds angry, but a softness in his eyes leaves me confused. With our gazes locked, I feel the rope tethering me to him tightening. This feels too close, too intimate, and I struggle to continue meeting his gaze. But I don't trust him, nor the repercussions I'll endure if I don't listen. I'll be his good girl, until he releases me for good. His fingers move faster, drawing little moans and whimpers out of me. Insanity must possess me because my hips start to buck, chasing his hand with every swipe of that magical digit. I'm a puppet, and he's pulling the strings. It feels too good to fight. I'm dizzy with lust and blinded by the promise of something sinister. My pulse climbs higher, higher. Good girls get pleasure, he whispers into my ear. Oh my God, he's gonna make me come. Bad girls get nothing. I'm close, so close. My toes curl in my shoes, and I'm about to ignite like a firework and explode into the night sky. And then, like water tossed on a flame, my fire fizzles out. He pulls his fingers from my mouth, and his movements against my clit stop entirely. Cold disappointment rains down on me. What? I question, dazed and confused. Why are you stopping? I hate the desperation that fills my voice as I speak. Drew doesn't say anything and pulls away entirely. The warmth of his body leaves me, and a shiver that's much deeper than a sudden coldness grips me. My knees threaten to buckle beneath me, and I tremble, gripping the edge of the shelf to stay upright as I tug my jeans back up my thighs. Was it me? I can't help but feel I've done something wrong. Shame coats my insides with a sticky sludge. I don't even like him and the way he's treated me, so I should be grateful he ended this before it went too far. Yet, it feels like a slap in the face. Like he rejected me instead of me rejecting him. Anger rattles me to the core. He wants me. I can see it, feel it. Then why pull away? The feelings of indifference rush back in. I'm not good enough for him. That's what this is. And somehow I know rationally that doesn't make any sense because I don't give a shit about his opinions. But in many ways I do. I glance at him through a curtain of blonde hair, my face burning with embarrassment. His steely eyes meet mine, and he tilts his head to the side as if inspecting me. From the little time I've known Drew, I've already worked out a couple of things about him. The person he is with everyone else is not the real him. It's not uncommon for people to have multiple personalities and be different people in different environments. But that's not what this is. Drew isn't the person he plays or the mask he slips on. He's unhinged, sinister, and dark. He's hiding in plain sight, afraid of what the world will think of him if they see the monster beneath the beautiful exterior. Tears burn at the back of my eyelids, and I twist my face away. Drew snickers. Don't cry. With frightening speed, he pounces on me, one of his hands coming to wrap around my throat, his meaty fingers pressing firmly into my skin. A warning of what's to come if I don't listen. Don't cry, because I really, really like it. My touch is a reward, and I've shown you how good it can feel. The little stunt you played back there wasn't worthy of my touch. That wasn't worth shit. Now, thankfully, I'm in a giving mood, so I'll let your attitude and behavior slide. However, you're going to listen to me very carefully when I tell you what will happen next. Let me go. I'm done being bullied by you. I'm not like everyone else on campus who melts into a puddle over your mere presence. And I'm not afraid to go to the campus police and tell them what you're doing. I speak the words through gritted teeth and labored breaths. My words are nothing more than a verbal threat. I'm not dumb enough to think the campus police would do anything about him. They didn't do anything about his friend Sebastian, or the others doing whatever they wanted all over campus. They don't give a fuck, not when money is involved. His grip tightens, and I grit my teeth, bearing through the pain. My vision becomes blurry, and my lungs start to burn from the absence of oxygen. Sirens go off in my mind. The muscles in my limbs start to lose feeling, and I become weaker. Would this guy kill me? Maybe. He's got the personality type to do it. Blackness threatens to take over, and for half a second, I start to doubt his desire to keep me around. I had assumed he wouldn't kill me, that I wasn't worth that much trouble. Before I can finish the thought, the pressure on my throat disappears. I sag against the shelf and half gasp, half cough, while sucking precious oxygen back into my deflated lungs. I look into the dark eyes of the man who has shown me both pleasure and pain, menace and kindness. The look of desire, of unholy obsession that reflects back at me, freezes me with fear. A smile touches his lips, and the sudden whiplash I feel over his change in emotions makes me spiral. He reaches for me, and I flinch. Of course, he doesn't care, and continues doing what he wants, tracing my cheek with his finger like he didn't just try to strangle the life out of me moments before. I think I've figured it out, Belle. What it is that makes you so appealing. You said it best. You don't give a shit about my name, what I look like, or how much money I have. None of the superficial things matter to you. In fact, if I had to guess, I'd say you don't like me very much right now. If at all. And that's okay. I can like you enough for both of us. The boyish grin he gives me is a terrible attempt at easing the tension. But let me warn you, there is a reason many steer clear of me. None of the superficial things have to mean shit to you. But I need you to use that brain of yours and not push me past the point of no return. Make it easy on both of us, and be the good girl I know you can be. I'm not afraid of you, I hiss through my teeth. It's a complete lie. I'm not just afraid. I'm fucking terrified. But you can't do anything but face fear. You own it, or it owns you. What's worse? I can't tell if I'm more afraid of him or how he makes me feel. And that's why I want you and no one else, Flower. Can't you see how perfect we are together? No thanks, I mumble and attempt to make a beeline in front of him. My body crashes against his bigger stature as he steps forward, cutting me off. His huge hands come out of nowhere, cupping my cheeks, and he draws me closer. Leaning in, he presses his full lips firmly against mine. I've kissed people before, and I know what it feels like. This isn't a kiss. It's a fucking claiming. A form of ownership, a show of dominance. His tongue probes against my lips, and I press my own tighter together, refusing to allow him entrance. He fixes that with a simple press of his thumbs into my soft cheeks. Pain fills my face, and I open my mouth on instinct to stop it. His tongue invades my mouth and tangles with my own. His touch, his kiss, it's a promise, a warning. The thing is, I've been dealt a shitty hand my entire life, and I've determined the only way I can get a better hand is if I do the dealing. Choosing my next move, I lift my hands and press them against his chest flat. Then I sink my teeth into his lip, hard enough that the coppery tang of blood fills my mouth. I shove him at the same time as he pulls back, his body teetering and off balance. Finally, I caught him off guard. Those dark eyes of his clash with mine, the promise of pain reflecting back at me. You bit me. It's more of an astonished statement than a question. You made me bleed. I shrug, even as tiny warning bells go off in my mind, telling me that I should be running. The less likely of a challenge I appear to Drew, the more likely he is to walk away. Good. We're even then. Since, you claimed my virginity and made me bleed. He cocks his head to the side, clearly considering my statement. I suppose. But there are other ways to make me bleed. Ways that don't involve pissing me the fuck off. It's only fair that I get to choose the circumstances in which you bleed, since you got to choose mine without my consideration. This all appears to be backfiring on me, because instead of warning him off, he looks curious and interested. Every time I think I know what you'll do next, you surprise me. I like it. I like the shock and uncertainty. You're unpredictable. The chaos to my madness. I don't want to be anything to you. All I want is to figure out what you want from me so I can fulfill that obligation and get the hell off your radar. Other girls might find the lengths you go to gain access to them romantic, but I am not them. He looks me up and down, his gaze hungry and demanding. Believe me, I know, which makes you all the more appealing. Like I said before, the more you fight, the harder I'll tighten my hold. The reality that he isn't going to disappear into the background and leave me alone hits me like a ton of bricks. I'm begging you, please. I won't tell anyone what happened in the woods. I'm no one, nothing. I just want things to go back to normal. I want to be unnoticed and blend in with the background. I already told you, Maybelle. The answer is no. I'm not going anywhere. I can't forget your existence. Not when I've just discovered your beauty. You're mine. Accept it, and it'll be more pleasurable for you. Don't, and it'll be better for me. The choice is yours. His tone is crystal clear. He means every word he says. And that's as terrifying as the reality that I've garnered the attention of a man who seems intent on keeping me, no matter what.
Chapter 13. Drew. Some days, rarely anymore, hell is on my side. And by hell, I mean I paid off one of the nurses who takes care of my mother to tell me when my father will be off the estate for an extended period. My phone pings again as my personal accountant tells me the transfer went through to Nurse Helen. She gets a bonus when I can actually sneak onto the estate to see my mother without my father knowing, since he always makes a big bullshit show of things if he catches me there, especially if I'm still with her when he arrives. Yet he has no problem throwing it in my face that I don't see her enough. A complete narcissist, if I ever met one. I scrub my hands over my wet hair and walk faster to the motorcycle I barely ever use in the garage at the mill. My father's driver usually takes me anywhere I need to go, unless I choose to walk. But for this, he can't. The house was quiet when I left, and I showered at lightning speed before racing down the stairs and out the door. It's early still, 9 o'clock, the sun already peeking through the nearby forest trees. I smile when I think about the last time I was in those woods, with Belle. Fucking Belle. I touch my tender lip where she'd made me bleed, and I smile all over again, the skin stretching, a lick of pain washing through the tiny cut. Yes, she's so much more than I thought she'd be. A beautiful, chaotic mess that I intend to dirty up. The engine roars beneath my legs, vibrating through me. The sound and feeling make me miss riding this thing. The wind in my hair whipping all around me, the speed and agility. I hit the throttle, my speed climbing as I hurtle down the road. It's a short drive to the estate, and I hate how quickly it goes. I slow as I approach the security gate and walk the bike to a set of nearby bushes on the off chance that someone drives by and recognizes my bike. I don't need anyone calling my father and telling him shit. My boots crunch against the pavement as I walk up to the guardhouse. Bill is standing guard as he typically does, his features tight, his eyes sweeping the front of the property. Bill is one of the nice guys, in his early 40s and fairly built. He took the job here 5 years ago, after the last guard mysteriously disappeared. I reach into the back pocket of my jeans and pull out $100 bill. I pass it to him through the small window and he shakes his head, frowning at me. I've told you a half-dozen times, kid. You don't have to pay me. My job is to open and close this gate and monitor who is coming in and out. I already promised you that I wouldn't tell your father. The thing is, I don't believe him. I don't trust anyone who works for my father. If it came down to it, they'd throw me under the bus the moment their job was threatened. The money is merely a bonus, a helpful way to remind them to keep their mouth shut. Don't take this the wrong way, Bill, but I don't trust anyone, including you. So take the money and consider it a form of assurance. He knows the score, yet he says the same thing every time I show up and slip him the money. He wavers only slightly and then quickly shoves the money into his pocket. I smile and wait as he slips out of the guardhouse and quietly opens the gate manually to allow me to slip through. It's not a perfect system, and it requires several key elements all to coincide. But the effort is always worth it to see the smile on my mother's face. I jog up the long driveway and cut through the side yard to the back kitchen steps and the small door there. It's never locked, as it isn't today either when I turn the handle and slip inside. If any of the other staff see me, they won't think anything of it. Very few know how tightly my father regulates my visits. My hands are tacky as I rub them on my jeans, moving quickly. It's been far too long between visits, and I feel like a piece of shit for not seeing her sooner. But with school, football practice, and my commitments to the mill, it's been difficult to sneak away. Guilt chews up my insides as I walk down the long hallway leading to my mother's suite. The walls are adorned with photos of our family, the three of us. The images portray us to be some big, happy family, but I know better. I do my best not to look at them as I pass by. It's all a sham, a fucking lie. At the end of the hall, I turn left and enter her wing of the house. Since my mother's illness progressed, my father felt it would be best for her to move to the other side of the house, so now they occupy separate wings. Probably so he can get away with fucking whatever whore it is he brings home. Anger simmers in my gut, and I tamp it down when I enter her bedroom. I won't let my thoughts of him become a dark spot on this visit. The nurse glances at me as I enter and gives me a nod before going to the other door across the room to give us some privacy. I haven't even reached my mother's bedside and she's speaking. Andrew Bryan Marshall, you better stop right there and explain why it's been so long since you visited. I know school and football are important, but I can't exactly come to you. I might be sick, but I'm still your mama. Or have you forgotten that? The sting of her words makes it difficult for me to feel anything but guilt and shame. I throw myself into the chair next to her bed and reach my hand out to her, intertwining our fingers gently. I'm sorry, Mom. I didn't mean to wait so long. It's just been nonstop at school. I haven't forgotten you. How could I possibly do that? I give her a genuine smile, one that I only save for her. As always, without any further prompting, she nods like she forgives me and simply moves on. What are you studying this year, besides girls and parties? I let out a snort and rearrange my grip on her fingers so I don't hinder the IV on the back of her hand. It's not like that. I'm the president of the mill this year. Her eyebrows fly up her face and she gives me a wan smile. Her dark brown hair, threaded with gray, spreads over the pillows in soft waves as she shifts to her side. It's grown out now, at least. That's a sign we're headed in the right direction. Oh, don't tell me they're still doing that wicked hunt in the woods. I never really understood the appeal. My face heats, and I glance down at my feet for a minute. Nope, not talking about that shit with her. I love my mom, but I have to draw the line somewhere. And I'm not about to get into a conversation about my fucked up, deviant fantasies. Oh, that I'm not sure about. What about you? How do you like the new medications? Do they seem to be helping? Her eyes drift closed for a second, and I scan the machines on the other side of her. It's a full medical suite, gifted to her by my doting father. It makes me sick every time I see it all. He's made the perfect cage for her with no exit. He doesn't give a shit if she actually recovers. In fact, it's in his best interest if she doesn't, because then he can continue with his secretaries and his mistresses without any impediment from her. It's sick and fucked up, and I hate that this is her life. The weight of it all rests heavily on my shoulders, and if I had the means to make my father disappear and make this all end, I would. But I don't. He's far too powerful, and I can't make a single move until I have better leverage on him. Leaning over, I lay my head on the bed by her hand. There's so much at stake here, but helping my mother get better is the most important thing. She's been sick for years, since before I went to college, and no matter what we try, or what my father says he tries, she doesn't ever seem to be getting better. I've asked the doctors numerous times and always get the same answer. It's some form of aggressive cancer, but even with all the treatments and experimental drugs, there's been no change. My father refuses to allow me to attend any of the appointments, and any questions I have result in no answers and a beating from my father. Even Lee hasn't been able to find my answers, and he's damn good at hacking the systems. I'm starting to think my father asks them to do paper records instead. I've learned quickly that asking questions gets me nowhere. Shifting, I look up into her deep brown eyes, grinning back at her when she smiles at me. With her other hand, she runs her fingers through my messy hair. The wind on the bike dried it, but it's not lying flat now. Not that I care.
Tell me all about yourself. Do you have a girlfriend yet?
I jerk at the question, but resettle. No, Mom, I don't have a girlfriend. I don't have time to date between the mill and football, plus my classes. She makes a humming noise at the back of her throat that sounds a little like she's calling me out on my bullshit. Fine, I'll take the bait. There is one girl I think I'm interested in. I don't share what I'm interested in her for, because that aspect doesn't really matter. A mere mention of interest is all my mother needs to glow. She has always been a romantic at heart. It makes me wonder how she ever ended up with a man like my father. The bubble of joy from the moment bursts in an instant when the hall door creaks open and my father walks in. I guess I didn't realize it was this late in the afternoon. I thought for sure we'd have more time together before he arrived home. His fingers work to loosen his tie, and I watch as the light on my mom's face dims. She still turns her smile to him. A fucking smile that bastard doesn't deserve. Andrew, we weren't expecting you today. His tone is curious, like he expects me to explain why I'm here. Obviously to see my mother, idiot. I stand and pat my mom's hand tenderly. It was a last-minute drop-in. My father crosses the space, clamping my shoulder in his hand, his grip hard and heavy. Do let us know next time, so we can make sure we're prepared to have you stop by. Not fucking likely, asshole. I lean in and press a kiss on my mom's cheek. I'll see you later, Mom. Get some rest. She lifts her head and shakes it.
No, don't go yet. You only just got here. We have so much to catch up on.
Instead of trying to speak around the lump in my throat, I give her another smile and head to the door. My father says nothing as I exit. Asshole. I stand on the other side of the cracked door and watch them for a moment. I would never put it past my father to hurt my mother, not when he hurts me as he does. My father leans down and gently kisses her forehead. She cups his cheek and whispers,
Leon, you haven't been coming to see me either.
I'm sorry, sweetheart. Things at the office have been hectic, and we've taken on a few more clients. His soft tone is gentle, but it's empty and vacant. He doesn't care any more about her than his fancy watch or his designer suits, especially when he threatens me with withholding her pain meds or her nurses. I stare at my father's joke of a mask, of the way he plays the doting husband, and it's enough to make my stomach turn. He doesn't give a shit about her or me. I can only hope for the day when the truth about the man he is and all the things he's done come to light. I take a step away from the door when I hear my mom's soft voice.
I think Andrew's found himself a girl.
My father responds softly. Oh, how interesting. I'll have to ask him about it the next time I see him. He never mentioned anything to me. All I can do is shake my head angrily. My hate for him grows every single day. Not wanting to risk running into him, I quickly head out of the house, exiting the same way I entered. One day soon, I'll have the dirt I need on him and make him pay for everything he's ever done. He thinks he's the most powerful person in Oakmount County, but he doesn't have a fucking clue about the lengths I'll go to destroy him.
Chapter 14. Belle. I can only stare at this check for so long before ripping it up or cashing it. The corners are already creased from how many times I've taken it out of my bag to stare at it. It taunts me, and I don't like it. The suite door opens and Jack walks in, her hair a mess. I'd call it a walk of shame if she didn't look so damn satisfied. She stops short when she sees me sitting at the table. "What are you doing, Belle? It's like 11 in the morning. I thought you'd be at a tutoring session or something." All I do is shrug. What the hell am I doing? Her eyes dart to the scrap of paper in my hand, her forehead crinkling with confusion. "What are you looking at?" I let out a defeated sigh. "Nothing." She gives me a disbelieving look, deposits her stuff on the counter, and marches over to the table to get a better look. I don't even bother trying to hide the check. "Nothing? That's not nothing. That's a $10,000 check, Maybelle." I mean, I guess when she puts it that way. I clear my throat and drop the check to the worn, scarred wood of our shared dining table. It's nothing, really. I don't even think I'm going to cash it. She picks up the check off the table to inspect it, and her eyes meet mine over the top of it a second later. Mr. Marshall, huh? I suppose the one and only Drew? Unless you're seeing his dad, which I mean, to each their own." I wrinkle my nose at her and shake my head. Yeah, no. "Okay, so this came from Drew. What's it for?" I consider my response because I'm not really sure what to say. How do I explain the check without it seeming like he paid me for sex? I don't know. Maybe it's his way of apologizing? "That's quite an apology. I wish someone would pay me 10 grand as an apology." "What did he do?" My skin crawls, and I try to hide my cringe. I don't want to go into the details about what happened that night in the woods, even with Jack. I'm still embarrassed about it myself and my body's reaction to the things I allowed to happen. He didn't say, just told me to take the money. I think it's his way of saying sorry for how things went during the hunt. Her eyes take on a gleam, and her hand clenches as she places the check gently on the table. "Just tell me, do I need to castrate that bastard?" With a laugh, I shake my head and stand to get some coffee. "No, it's not like that. I don't need you getting yourself put in jail because you tried to defend me against some rich prick. I've got it taken care of." She places her hands on her hips and looks at me like she doesn't believe me. "Are you sure?" I nod and decide to change the subject. I'm not used to having so much attention put on me. "Where are you coming from, anyway?" She shakes her head. "Huh, not falling for that. Let me shower really fast, and then you and I are going out." I freeze, coffee cup on the way to my lips. Going out where? I'm only in my leggings, and I don't even have a bra on. I haven't even brushed my hair or teeth. All she offers is a shrug before disappearing into her room. A moment later, she reappears and slips into the bathroom with her bath basket in hand.
You better be ready to go when I get out.
There's no questioning her. Not when she's demanding I be ready. The bathroom door closes, and the creaking of pipes fills the space as she turns on the water. I roll my eyes and take a sip of coffee and head into my room to put a bra on. I make myself look half presentable, tossing my long blonde hair up into a messy bun. Then I walk back out into the kitchen and stare down at the check sitting on the table. I hate how much I need that money, but I hate even more how I obtained it. I'm not sure how long I stand there, war raging inside my mind, but it's long enough for Jack to finish her shower. She's fully dressed when she exits the bathroom, and her long, silky wet hair is piled on top of her head.
Are you ready? Because you're standing in the same spot I left you, minus your hair being on top of your head.
I grin. Yes, I'm ready. She beams and motions to the table.
Good. Let's go. I'm driving. Grab your wallet and that guilt check.
I do as she instructs, while she grabs her car keys and wallet off the counter. We make the short trek down to the parking lot, and she unlocks her car with the key fob. She drives a silver crossover made in the last 5 years at least, unlike my own beat-up vehicle. I sigh when we climb in, as the scent of vanilla from her air freshener reaches me. My car always smells like 100-year-old chicken nuggets, no matter how many times I clean it or the type of air freshener I purchase. Jack's driving scares me a little. Okay, a lot. A couple of months ago, she hit a person in the crosswalk, and her excuse was they were moving too slow. Luckily, she ended up with only a ticket, but I'm not sure how. Since then, I've been overly cautious when she drives. Except for today. I'm too tired to really care. I don't even question where we're going or how long we're going to be gone. Since school started, we've both been incredibly busy, only having enough time to see each other in passing. She's always out, and I'm always at the library. We need this time together.
So, what's going on with you and Drew? And don't say nothing.
I flinch at the mention of his name. He's nothing. We don't even live on the same planet. He's a rich, spoiled jock, and I'm, well, me. I'm not lying, Jack. Nothing is going on between us. She turns her head to glance at me.
Stop talking about my friend that way. I happen to find her awesome. She's smart, sexy as hell, and honestly, a complete catch.
Stop it. I shake my head. I'm glad you think so highly of me. If only I could see all those things as well.
You can, silly. You just choose not to.
Jack turns right at the stoplight into the parking lot of a mini-mall with numerous shops. There's a cookie place, a cell phone store, and a bank. I turn in my seat and stare at her for a moment. If she thinks I'm going to cash this check, what are we doing here? She grins.
Do what you do at banks. Duh.
I let out a defeated sigh and stare out the windshield. I can't, Jack. If I deposit it, then that will make me a whore, since technically he paid me for... I can't even finish the sentence. She grabs me by the arm and pulls me toward her, forcing me to look at her.
No. Hell, even women who sell their bodies aren't whores. Whore is a word men use to make us feel guilty about what we do with our bodies so they can control us. When men sleep with countless women, they're called playboys and clapped on the back and congratulated. Society is fucked up. Don't discount yourself or let anyone make you feel like you don't deserve that money, or that accepting that check is wrong when, if a man was in the same situation, his friends would brag him up.
Well, shit. That got deep.
Now get your ass moving, or I'll personally pull you out of the seat and drag you inside. Once we're done here, I have an idea. Something to cheer you up.
Fine, I grumble, and grab my stuff before climbing out of the car. We enter the bank together, Jackie following me up to the teller. I hand her the check and ask to deposit it into my account. The entire transaction takes less than 10 minutes, and thankfully, the teller doesn't ask me any questions or give me any strange looks. At the end, she hands me my receipt and smiles. I take it happily, and we head back outside. Back in the car, Jack swings through my favorite fast food place. I haven't eaten here in a month because I can never afford it, especially with Mom. I pause mid-thought and stare at the bright red exterior of the restaurant. We get through the drive-thru line, and I can't even be mad she made me pay for it. Especially when I tip the fry carton back and let the hot, salty fries scatter into my open mouth. The perfect way to cheer yourself up is with some greasy food. After I chew, I set the box on my lap and look in the bag. Why did we get 3 meals? She shrugs and smiles, but it doesn't take long for me to realize where we're going. My childhood home is on this side of town. We're pulling into Mom's neighborhood and then the driveway a few minutes later. Outside the house, she parks, slips off her seatbelt, and grabs the food. Come on. You're feeling some sort of way, and I know seeing your mom always makes you feel better. My heart swells. Jackie is the best. I don't even have a response to give her, so I climb out of the car and walk with her up to the house. At the door, my mom answers with huge bags under her eyes. She visibly straightens, a smile gracing her lips, when she realizes who stands on her doorstep. Jack holds up the bags. We brought all the deep-fried deliciousness. Mom chuckles, clutching her oversized black cardigan around her waist and opening the screen door. I knew I smelled something delicious. Come in, girls. As I pass her, she gives me a quick peck on the cheek. What has earned me an early morning visit from 2 of my favorite people? We lay the food out on the coffee table. Mom takes up her blanket nest on the couch again, with a cough. Jack and I sit cross-legged on the floor, leaning over the table with our own meals. Jack dragged me out to see you, and even made me stop in the drive-thru of our favorite place. My mother laughs. Sounds like she really had to force you. We all chuckle and eat in silence for a moment. A soap opera plays on the TV on low volume. Someone's brother has gotten someone's mistress pregnant from the sight of it. It's mindless, which is why she loves it, I think. She smooths my flyaway hairs off my face back into my messy bun. Are you okay, sweetheart? You look stressed. I nod around a bite of burger. Yeah, I'm fine. I've just been super busy with clients. It feels good to be doing something normal for once. To be spending time with her without fighting about her illness, medications, or money. I watch as she picks at her food, but she eventually takes a few healthy bites of the burger, so I don't complain, not wanting to ruin the moment. Despite everything, despite Drew being a complete asshole, he has no idea what a gift he's given me. That money will pay for some of my mom's treatment. But more so, it's given us a normal, pain-free moment to spend together. Not discrediting that he was a complete asshole. I decide to hate him a little less. Yes, he was rough with me, but he gave me pleasure. It seems like it's always a give and take with him. And I've had so much more take than give in my life. It's always been this way. So I'm not sure how to handle when things are more equal. Not exactly fair, since he insists I belong to him, but I can't do anything about that. Not when secretly, in the deepest, darkest parts of my being, I crave him. The deep, dark, depraved part of him speaks to that same darkness hidden inside me. I don't know how to wrap my head around it or make it make sense. But like everything else in my life, I'll learn more with practice. We turn up the terrible soap opera and sit back to watch. My mom runs her chilly fingers through my messy bun, and I lean in, enjoying her touch. It's been so long since we shared a moment like this together. If we stayed like this forever, I'd be happy. Like a death knell, my phone pings the moment I let my stress drift away for the first time in weeks. I don't even want to look at it, knowing that it can only be a few people, one of whom I dread hearing from. I grab my phone from the table and stare down at the screen. It's a text from Drew, and despite my desire to delete it without looking at it, I open the message. Unknown. So proud of you for finally depositing that check, Wallflower. Wasn't that hard, was it? An icy chill blankets my skin. First, because how the hell did he get my number? And second, because I knew I shouldn't have cashed that check. There's no going back now. But that doesn't matter. All Drew sees is ownership. Cashing that check was the equivalent to signing over the ownership of my body to him. He knows how much I need the money. And because of that, he's put me between a rock and a hard spot. I close out the message, choosing not to respond. Responding wouldn't change a thing. Nothing I say matters to him. I glance over at Jackie and find she's laughing at the dumb show, right along with Mom. All I can do is smile, because I can't bring myself to ruin this moment. Nor will I allow him to. Drew might think he owns me, but I'll show him real quick that I'm not the girl he wants.
Chapter 15. Drew. It's only been a couple of days since I've seen her, and I'm already yearning to touch her again. I keep a close eye on her activities to make sure she's not getting herself into trouble. I've been staying away so I don't draw attention to her. It's been a pain, but at least I won't have to endure this much longer with the event taking place tonight. Tonight, I have to put on a tux and smile, shake hands, be the perfect son my father expects in public. It makes me sick to perform like a circus monkey, but right now, I don't have a choice. During the day, I attend classes, go to practice, play ball, rinse, and repeat. In the evening, I head over to the family estate. Huge oaks tower over the sprawling property, and it has a fountain with an angel spitting water out of its mouth. My mother wanted that water fountain so bad, and now every time I come here, it's a reminder of her. Land on lands to show our wealth in a place of towering skyscrapers and high-rises. Inside the house, I brush past the staff, heading to my room to find my clothes. They are already pressed and laid out neatly in a line on my bed. I take a quick shower, washing away the day's remains from my body. Like most days lately, my thoughts drift to Maybelle, the puzzle I cannot seem to solve. I'd feel guilty over my behavior from the other day, but it was merely a warning as to what's to come if she doesn't learn to stay in line. She might be different, and that appeal holds my attention most, but the fire inside her threatens to break my resolve. It isn't long before I'm showered, dried, and dressed. I don't want to attend these events, but I have no choice, and I still have one more stop to make before the party. Once I'm dressed, with every hair in place, I pull out my phone and snap a photo. I send the picture to my little Wallflower and close my phone. Someone should appreciate this tux, because I certainly don't. Dots appear after she reads the text, but then nothing. I don't know why she keeps fighting so hard against what we have. She wants me. I know it. She knows it. Soon, I won't allow her the luxury of doubting us. When I can't stall any longer, I make the trek across the estate to my mother's suite. All backed up to the edge of the gardens, but not close enough that people might look in and see her. I enter to find a nurse on a chair near the window, my mother in the bed, eyes glassy as she watches the door. Her eyes go wide, and excitement fills her tired features as she tries to sit up. I rush over and gently help her lie back again. "No, Mom, stay put. You can admire me from there. I don't want you hurting yourself trying to sit up." She chuckles, and her laughter soon becomes a cough.
"You look so handsome, sweetie."
I can't help but grin at her old nickname for me. "Thanks. One of Dad's parties. You know how it is." I make my voice deeper and sit in the chair by the large, hospital-like bed. "It's be there or else." Her lips thin and she shakes her head.
"I know you don't like the events, but it comes with being a marshal, son. As difficult as your father can be, he's still your father and wants the best for you. Someday these events will get you a job or a connection."
My mother is lost in space. She has no idea how heinous and terrible the man she married is. I'd like to say it hasn't always been this way, but it's always been there. A monster lurking in the dark. Either my mom never saw it, or she didn't care to try. Nevertheless, I don't want to spend the few minutes I have with her arguing, so I just nod and ease back in my seat. "So what have you been up to, Mom? Prepping for a marathon? Wrestling bears?" This makes her smile, and it's worth it to endure her unending devotion to a man who has never cared for anything but himself.
"Sure, something like that. In fact, I just reached a personal record on my Sudoku app, and I'm pretty sure I've seen every episode of Jeopardy ever recorded."
"Whoa, watch out, world." Another small smile that turns into a wince. I love seeing my mother, spending time with her and talking to her, but every day that her health declines is a reminder that she might not pull through, and that opens the never-healing wound in my chest. If my mother dies, then I'll have lost the last person who truly ever cared about me. The thought stirs unspeakable emotions to life, and I push it away before I allow myself to react to them. I wish I could see my mother more often, but the truth is, seeing her like this kills me. And it's even worse that in order to see her, I have to return home and risk running into my father. I wish I had more time.
"Maybe one of these days you can come over and we can spend the day watching movies like we used to do when you were a little boy and came home from school sick."
I smile and grab her hand. It's cold in mine, and I flinch at the temperature of it. I miss her so damn much. "I'd love to do that, Mom."
"Good. I miss my boy."
She squeezes my hand as tightly as she can. My phone dings in my pocket with an incoming text. Fuck. Can't risk being late. Abruptly, I drop my mother's hand and stand to button my jacket. "Okay, Mom, I've got to go or I'll be late, and then I'll never hear the end of it. If I have time, I'll drop by before I head back to school tomorrow." She gives me a frail smile, and I swear the light in her eyes dims a little more every time I see her. I remember her as the bright, vibrant woman who chased me through the gardens and held me close when I fell. Sometimes you can have all the money in the world, but money means nothing when it comes to your health. Poor or rich, we all die the same. No matter what, I love her regardless, until the end. I swallow a lump in my throat. kiss my mom on the cheek, and head out of the suite toward the ballroom downstairs. Music from the band echoes down the halls. If I can hear it where I'm standing, I wouldn't be surprised if Mom could as well. The thought enrages me. How can he act as if she's already gone, buried 6 feet in the ground? My jaw aches as I clench it. If I ever get married, there won't be a single person or thing that stops me from being with my dying wife. His absence makes me wonder if he even loves her. Thinking about it depresses me further, and I force myself to think about something else, anything else. I follow the sound of music. The party is already in full swing when I enter the ballroom. Rich assholes mill around, drinking overpriced liquor, talking boardrooms and stock profiles. A ragged breath leaves my lungs. Why the fuck am I here? This isn't my future. But it is. This is all you have. I spot my father on the far side of the room. At first, I head that way, but then I freeze when he places his hand low, very low, on the back of a woman standing beside him. She's wearing a backless dress, black like Dad's tux, and leaning into his side. Their bodies are nearly touching. What's the actual fuck? I don't know why I'm surprised. It's not like my father has stayed faithful to my mother. I'm sure she knows he sleeps with other women, and knowing how soft my mother is, she probably convinces herself that it's okay since she can't fulfill her own wifely duties. But it's not. It's not fucking okay. It's disgraceful. I'm not sure why I expected him to have the decency to wait, not when he doesn't appear to have a decent bone in his body. I march across the room and skirt the small group he's with to get in front of them, pointedly staring at his hand on this woman's ass. This plastic Barbie who will never be the woman my mother is. My father doesn't seem to notice my mood, or more likely, doesn't give a fuck. The woman, however, can tell immediately, her eyes going wide the moment they meet mine. I extend my hand out and give her the grin that's been charming the panties off the ladies for years now. And you must be, she rushes to tell me, Maddie Benson. I lean over and kiss the back of her hand. By the looks of it, she can't be more than a few years older than me, and definitely a lot less than the 25 years older my father is. After the introduction, I slip my hands into my pockets and stare pointedly at my father. I'm here, in the flesh. Please explain what you needed my attendance for again. You're here because you're part of this family, and I told you to be here. In the future, the business will belong to you. It's important that the clients see your face and learn to trust you. My gaze swings around the room. Most of these assholes will be dead, in assisted living, or in jail before it's my time to take over. My father's jaw tightens, and he straightens to his full height. Some say I take after my mother. Fewer say I look like my father. Staring at him now, the hard line of his jaw and similar dark hair peppered with gray, I can't say I see it. His eye twitches, and it's the only sign I ever get that he's truly pissed. Excuse us for a moment. I need to have a word with my son. The way he grits out the words, he's furious, and that's fine, 'cause I'm angry too. My father grips me by the back of the neck, his fingers digging into my pressure points. I welcome the pain and bite back an asshole retort. The woman skitters away from us and toward the bar. Good fucking riddance. My father leads me through the double doors that exit to an empty room. As soon as we're alone, he releases me with a shove. I've barely turned around and he's on me. He attacks like a provoked dog, giving me no time to prepare for his assault. His fist lands against my cheek, pain radiating through my face. I remain standing, my muscles burning with rage that needs to be unleashed. I can't tell you the number of times I've thought about killing my father before, about watching every last drop of blood drip out of his body. One day it's going to happen. I swear it. I'll snap and there won't be any coming back. I grit my teeth as he lands another blow, this one on the opposite side. It's easy enough to tell the people the injuries are from practice or a game, so it gets swept under the rug like it's no big deal. Not that I could report my father for abuse anyway. Corruption is at its finest in this town. We own the police, doctors, and nurses. I sigh as my father stands, straightening his suit jacket. Are you done, or do you need more? I keep my face blank, not reacting either way. The spots where he hit me throb, and I know it won't take long for a bruise to form. What do you want me to do? Just tell me so I can do it and get the fuck out of here. In a rush to be somewhere? Did you stop and see your mother? I'm not about to play games with him. Yes, I bite out. I always see her when I come home. I'm just glad she couldn't come tonight. What's that supposed to mean? I don't want to fight here. Not here. Not right now. I sigh loudly and blow air out through my nose. Nothing. It means nothing. His dark eyes narrow, but he doesn't pursue it. I want you to meet my investor's daughter. Dance with her. Get her a drink. Charm her. Do not fuck her, even if she tries to climb you like a goddamn tree. Do you understand me? Flirt with the investor's daughter. Got it. He blinks and opens his mouth like he might say more, but then stops. Yes, flirt. Nothing more. Get in there and charm her. Get her phone number. Make her feel wanted. Special. He sneers the word special, then turns on his heels and heads back into the party. I follow a minute later, letting him get some distance and make a beeline straight for the bar. In minutes, I've thrown back 2 shots and a bourbon. Enough to take the edge off so I don't get myself beat in front of the city's elite. I think the worst part is that these assholes would watch, toast, and then walk away while my blood sprays the parquet floor. I won't be a source of entertainment for them. It's even worse on nights like tonight, when my friends' parents are here. Lee, Sebastian, and Aries have their own parental issues to deal with, but it doesn't make them witnessing my humiliation at the hands of my father any less. Sometimes my friends show up too. Those nights are a little easier to bear, as my father always tries to be on his best behavior, like he's somehow going to win them away from me. When I've fortified myself, I approach my father, who's talking to a young woman and an older man. The girl is the one, I assume, he wants me to charm. Maybe I should take her to the other room and flip up her skirt just to spite him. I'm sure it wouldn't take much effort. I turn on the smile and ask her to dance. She watches me with enough hunger in her eyes, just like all the bitches at school do. She wants me, and I could have her just as simply if I wanted. I lead her onto the dance floor and wait until she speaks. So your father says you play football. I make a non-committal hum as I lead us around in a slow waltz. And you are the current president of the mill. This time I grin at her. That's not supposed to be common knowledge. Did he tell you that too? She shakes her head frantically. Oh no, it's just something I heard. I go to school in the city. They talk about you there sometimes. Glad I'm a celebrity elsewhere, too. I mock, but she's too dense to see it, rushing ahead. Oh, yes, a lot of people talk about you, about how good you are at football, and, well, other things, too. What other things? I press, curious to hear any new information about myself that I might not know. This time she smashes her tits against me and lowers her voice. Well, specifically the hunt in the woods. It's a big thing since it's by invite only. The rumor is you like to chase girls down and get dirty in the mud. I lick my lips and lean in, whispering into the shell of her ear. What you heard is true. Unfortunately, you just missed our annual event, or I'd have extended an invitation for a beautiful creature such as yourself. It's a flat lie. I can't stand touching this girl. She's not mine. I don't want anything to do with her when my little Wallflower waits for me. We go silent for a while, and when the song ends, I escort her to the bar for a glass of champagne. It's dry as fuck, but it's keeping me from losing my shit at the moment, so I order another round. It's still not fucking enough. She grabs my hand, interlacing our fingers, and pulls me to the edge of the ballroom. I allow her to drag me away, just to see what the little heiress will do. That's all she can be, or else my father wouldn't ask me to spend time with her. In my father's world, there is never enough money, and marrying me off to a rich brat will secure the family plenty more money. Security is the most important thing to him. I'm actually surprised when she leans in, unbuckles my belt, then goes for the button of my pants. I place a gentle hand against hers when she reaches for my zipper. I'm sorry, I'm flattered, but there are things I want to do with you that can't be accomplished here. Her eyes go round and she nods, oblivious to the threat lacing my tone at the statement. What a fucking idiot. I lean down and place a chaste kiss on her cheek. I have to go. I'm sure I'll see you soon. I feel dirty as I leave the party, like I did something wrong, when in reality, I didn't. Right? I don't belong to anyone. Not even Belle, even if that's the only person I want to see. The only person I can be myself around. I fix my pants, fish out my cell phone, and send Belle another text. Again, she reads it, but doesn't reply. With what I've endured tonight, I'm not taking shit from her, too. If she wants to push me, then she'll endure the consequences. I slip out the back unnoticed and hop in the car. I direct the driver to take me to the dorms, and then I text Belle again. Me, this is a warning. Answer me or suffer the consequences. Her response is almost immediate. Belle, fuck off and leave me alone. I grin at my phone before typing back a response. Me, did you just tell me to fuck off? Because you weren't saying that when you were practically begging me to fuck you in the library. Try again. Be nice this time. This time, there is no response. I direct the driver to her set of dorms and hop out of the car. I strip out of my jacket and carry it over my shoulder as I stride down the sidewalk. That $500 I paid the maintenance man to make a copy of her building key card and room key is showing its value. Playing the doting boyfriend always works, especially when a few $100 sweeten the pot. I slip inside unnoticed and down the hall, stopping once I reach her room number. Taking the doorknob into my hand, I twist it and test to see if it's locked. All I can do is smile when I find the door locked. At least Belle's smart enough to try to keep me out. I pull out the copied key I had made from my pocket and insert it into the door and turn it. The lock disengages and I twist the knob, pushing the door open gently. I'm greeted by darkness and silence. I peer around the living room. There's a soft light under Belle's closed door. Her roommate's doorway is dark. She's either sleeping or gone. My bet is she's out being a normal college student, and that means my little flower is all mine for the taking. I toss my jacket and bow tie on her table and approach her bedroom door. I throw it open. The door hits the wall with a harsh thud, and I brace my hands on either side of the frame, blocking the only exit from the room. Frozen, like a deer caught in the headlights of an oncoming vehicle, she stares at me. It only takes a moment for reality to come crashing back down, and then her gaze widens tenfold. What the fuck? The better question is, did you really just tell me to fuck off? Just try to run, Flower.
Chapter 16. Belle. It takes a moment for my brain to catch up with my eyes. Is that really him, standing in my doorway? Looking like a snack in a fucking tuxedo. Or am I imagining it? I force another breath into my lungs, hoping maybe more air will make my brain realize this isn't real, and move to sit up. But the second I flinch, Drew saunters into my room like he owns it. Nope, he is very much real. His tall frame is tense, his shoulders are tight, and his back is like a panther ready to spring. His words hang heavy in the air. I'll repeat myself only once, Belle. Did you tell me to fuck off? A boulder hits heavy in my throat, making it difficult for me to speak. I'm not feeling as brave when faced with all of him. His size, his anger, and all the things that lie between us. Big, bulky things I don't know where to stash away or hide. I try for honesty instead. I was busy, and I didn't want to see you. You don't think a simple "can't talk, I'm busy right now" would suffice? You had to push me? Today, of all days. I'm pretty sure I already warned you what happens when I'm pushed too far. I glanced around the room like I missed something. Who the fuck does he think he is? What's today? Did I miss your birthday or something? If so, I apologize for not getting you a gift. The snark of my voice is unmissable. No, sassy little Wallflower. It's not my birthday, but that doesn't matter. I'm not in the mood to deal with your attitude right now. A loud rumbling noise fills my ears. Oh, God. Drew's dark gaze narrows in on me. When was the last time you ate? I clear my throat, gripping the blankets tightly, like they have the power to save me from this brutish man. It's like he only just noticed how much I'm using them as a form of security and reaches out, tugging the blanket from my fingers. I'm not prepared for the hard jerk he gives, and nearly tumble out of bed in the process. Hey, that wasn't very nice, I grumble angrily. His eyes rake over my suddenly chilly body. An eruption of goosebumps develops when his eyes lock on my ever-rising chest and my tight nipples that press against my thin white tank. I notice the way his nostrils flare, and the hard clench of his jaw, and the tightening of the muscles in his body, almost like he's trying to control himself. Like he's a prowling animal, wanting to eat me alive at any moment. Regardless of my thoughts, and with the reminder of what happened in the library between us, and how heartless and temperamental he can be, my body's reaction to him is the same. My muscles tighten, and my core becomes damp. I swear the temperature inside the room rises 10 degrees. My physical attraction to him makes it harder for me to deny that I actually hate him, especially when my body tells me otherwise. Part of me even likes him. At least the glimpses of him he shows me that aren't hateful and cruel. Why am I like this? Why does he have this control over me? I should despise him, but somehow I can't. I never claimed to be a nice guy, now did I? Get up, he orders, shaking the blanket and tossing it on the folding chair braced against the end of my bed. I swallow hard, hoping to keep my voice steady. Men like him prey on any type of weakness. No, I don't feel good. Maybe because your body is trying to eat itself because it's starving. You need food, Belle. Get up. It's on the tip of my tongue to scream at him, but the words come out in a rush of a whisper instead. Why do you care if I haven't eaten? All I can think is that maybe I should have thought that response through better, since immediately he advances, bracing himself over me, one hand on either side of my torso, his long body stretched tall over the side of my bed. I really hate repeating myself, Flower. Yet you make me repeat myself often. Don't make me have to teach you a lesson. Get the fuck up so I can make you something to eat. I listen only because I hope that if I do it, he'll make me food and leave. Plus, I really don't remember the last time I ate something. When I'm busy or stuck studying, I tend to forget about normal life functions. That, or I skip meals to try to save the money for Mom. Not that I'd ever tell Mom that. Or Drew. He stalks out to the kitchen, all coiled, tension and rage, and I follow, still in my underwear. Why bother when he's seen me completely naked anyway? I throw myself into a chair at the table, my knees shaky and weak, my head spinning. Okay, maybe I waited too long to eat. Like the caveman he is, he opens the cabinets, rummaging through them before going back to the beginning to tug out a loaf of bread, peanut butter, and strawberry jelly. It's on the tip of my tongue to warn him that those belong to my roommate, but she dragged him into my life, so the least she can do is sacrifice a sandwich or two. I cautiously watch him as he lays the bread out in a row and spreads peanut butter and jelly on alternating pieces. Then he carefully folds each sandwich together. It's only now that I really take in his attire. The dress pants, dress shirt, the way his hair is styled so that little bit in the front won't fall down into his face like it usually does. Curiosity blooms in my mind, and I can't stop myself from asking, "Where did you come from?" He doesn't answer for so long that I wonder if he even heard me. But he finally speaks when he places a plate with a sandwich, cut diagonal so it makes 2 triangles, in front of me, and joins me at the table. I had to attend one of my father's parties tonight. I was texting you on the way back when you decided to get sassy. His own sandwich isn't cut, and it's slapped together in a messy mash. 2 stacked up together. Even looking at the way he makes a sandwich tells me that he cares more about others than he does about himself. Maybe Drew isn't as heartless as I thought. Maybe he just needs someone to make him care, to show him what compassion and love is. Your father? You've never mentioned him before. He shakes his head. And I'm not mentioning him now, either. I stare down at the sandwich, and he lets out a loud sigh, then slides his chair next to me. As if I'm a child who can't feed themselves, he proceeds to hold one side of the sandwich up to my mouth. Eat. I can feel the heat from his body radiating into mine. The hefty smell of his peppermint and teakwood cologne makes it hard for me to focus. Maybelle, eat the damn sandwich. He growls, and the vibration of his voice echoes through me. Every fiber inside me wants to fight him, to push his hand away or tell him I can fucking feed myself. But I know the power of those hands. And with the tense mood he's in, I wouldn't put it past him to hold me down and force feed me. Leaning forward, I wrap my lips around the bread and sink my teeth into it, taking a big bite. He nods in approval, his eyes darkening as he watches me chew. I can feed myself, I remind him. He shrugs one broad shoulder up. Are you sure? If I left it up to you, you'd still be sitting in your bedroom, listening to your stomach growling. So now I'm feeding you. More. I take another bite, and he continues to feed me, a little at a time, until the entire sandwich is gone and my belly is full. Definitely haven't been eating enough. He snags his own sandwich off the plate and eats almost half of it in one bite. I don't know why, but I stupidly smile at him. Maybe because for the first time ever, our interaction isn't sexual or violent. It's just simple and normal. Either way, he returns the smile. And there isn't any denying how handsome of a man he is. If only he smiled all the time. No need to rush through eating. The other football players aren't going to steal your food, I joke. He gives me a puzzled look. And here I thought you'd send me out the door the moment I arrived. But you haven't even thrown something at me yet. On second thought, hurry the hell up. A bubble of laughter escapes me, and Drew gives me another megawatt smile that somehow makes me feel like I'm seeing the real him. The tension between us seems to ease, and the heavy feeling on my chest lifts. If only every interaction between us went like this. Maybe then I could picture us being... My phone buzzes in the next room, and then there's a thud, the sound of it hitting the floor after it falls off the nightstand. That damn thing is always going off. Between clients texting me and conversations with my mom, it's not surprising. I look at Drew, and something close to suspicion flickers in his eyes as he glances toward my bedroom. Who is texting you this late? Well, I mean, you were texting me before. It's not abnormal to receive texts from clients or even my mother at this time of night. He jerks his chin up, shoves the rest of his sandwich into his mouth, then turns toward my room. I already know what he's going to do. Call it instinct or just the knowledge of starting to understand his mannerisms, but I race after him, trying to get to the phone before he does. He makes it into the room first and snatches it off the floor in his big bear paw. By the time I reach him, he's thumbing through the messages and using his other hand to fend me off. Despite his 6'3" height and broad shoulders, the guy is fast as hell. I make a mental note to put a damn passcode on my phone. Look, I know you think you own me and everything, but my phone is not your property. I huff. Ignoring my statement altogether, as he continues thumbing through the messages, he growls, "Who the fuck is Stuart?" His dark gaze penetrates, daring me to lie to him. Don't tell me this is one of your tutoring clients. I sputter, of course it is. Who else would it be? I mean, you tell me. What do you call a text this late and him using a nickname to address you? I know you're smart, Belle. Surely you can see what I'm seeing. I roll my eyes because this entire conversation is draining and stupid. Apparently I can't. We're just friends. He's probably up late studying, same as I usually am. I grab for my phone again, but his hand moves, resting gently against my collarbone, almost cupping my neck. Just friends, huh? Did you fuck him? The words are a literal slap to my face. I sputter and try to step away, but he closes his hand, his fingers coming up around my neck, encasing my throat in a collar of warmth. Did you fuck him? He asks again, each word a jab at my heavy beating heart. I gulp, feeling his hand press tighter as I do. How could he even question that? No, of course I didn't. That night with you, it was my first time. The one I still can't talk about, hell, even think about. You know I didn't. I hadn't been with anyone else. The feral, animalistic rage in his eyes drains away as reality rushes back to the surface. His grip loosens only slightly as he remembers, weighing my words. You're right. I wait for something more. An I'm sorry for being an asshole, Belle? I'm sorry for jumping to conclusions, Belle? Even an "I don't know what I'm talking about" bell. But I get none of those things. He only stares at me, his eyes skimming down to my breasts, where my nipples are peaked from the cold and his touch. The electrifying current rages between us, making the air tight and hot, crushing around us. What is this? And why do I only feel it with him here when he touches me? Why are you like this? I whisper, afraid that raising my voice will spark some raging fire into existence. His fingers roll against my skin like he's testing how each one feels wrapped around my neck.
What do you mean?
Why are you so... Words fail me because I don't have any idea of what I'm trying to say. I've never met anyone like him. Like this. The things he makes me feel. He lowers his head and presses his forehead against mine. A shadow of what appears to be understanding casts upon his face.
I don't know. I don't fucking know.
The answer feels too honest and open for the man I've slowly been getting to know. Since he's in an honest mood, I try my usual question. What do you want from me, Drew? Please just tell me.
Belle. Wallflower. Come here.
He loosens his grasp on my neck, sliding his hand down my spine, tucking me tight against his chest. I lay my cheek against him, letting his warmth fill me. This shouldn't feel so damn good. I should put distance between us and stay away. But right now, I don't have the energy, mentally or physically. And there's no denying that he makes me feel wanted and desired. When he pulls away, I almost stagger. And he lowers me back to sit on the bed. Then he crouches in front of me, his tailored pants tight over his thick thighs. My face heats because I'm turned on right now, staring at his fucking thighs.
What's that look, Belle?
I swallow. Nothing. Knowing he won't buy it, I scan his face, now that I can see it. So close to mine. I spot the newly forming bruise on his cheek, the swollen skin. Did someone hit him? Or did he get that at football practice? Gently, I reach for him and brush my finger across the tender flesh. What's this? There's an instant change in him. His body goes rigid, and he shoots to stand, towering over me, his eyes downcast on his lowly subject. The behavior change gives me whiplash, and I don't know if I should cuss him out or beg him to tell me the truth.
It's none of your fucking business. That's what it is. Go to bed. I'll see you soon.
I stand, but he grabs my wrist, his fingers pressing into the sensitive flesh there. Then, as if to bring his point home, he squeezes, as if warning me.
Remember what happened the last time you put your nose where it wasn't needed?
Yeah, I came face to face with a new kind of crazy. Still, regardless of how he treats me or how hot and cold he gets, a tiny piece of my heart aches for him. It wouldn't surprise me if someone is hurting him because his attitude and behaviors coincide with that possibility. Still, a part of me thinks I can reach the darkness inside him and shed light on it. It's a mistake, but one I willingly make. With my other hand, I grab his hand, ignoring the pain radiating up my arm. I'm not the enemy, Drew. No matter how many times you try to make me or tell yourself that I am. I was asking because that's what good people do. They step in and try to help if they see something bad happening. Drew's features hardened to stone.
I don't want your pity, nor do I need it. I won't bore you with my problems, and even if I did tell you what's going on, there would be nothing you can do.
Believe it or not, you can't save everyone.
I'm not trying to save you. I'm just trying to help in whatever way I can.
And you are, by letting me fuck you every single way I want without complaint.
My heart sinks into my stomach. I drop my hand, the connection between us fading. He releases my wrist, and I hold it to my chest, rubbing the spot he just held. Those smoldering eyes of his follow my movements, and I swear I see a twinge of guilt there. Is he sorry for hurting me? Maybe, but he doesn't seem like he wants to apologize. I think back to that saying my mother once told me when I was being bullied at school because of my glasses. Hurt people hurt people? That seems closer to the truth here. Well, I guess I'm of no service today, then. I take a step back. There will be no use of my body without complaint.
It wouldn't take much to get you ready and willing. Plus, your mouth would be too occupied to air your complaints.
The way he drags his gaze over my body's length is calculating and sinister. My heart hammers against my rib cage, and I can feel us heading toward an impasse. I won't be a doormat for him to step on. If he doesn't want to talk, fine. But that doesn't mean I have to put out either. I think you should leave, I demand.
Oh, really? I could always make you. A little manipulation. It's done the trick before.
Keep telling yourself that. But I know more than anything, my fear of you is the driving force of your pleasure. Except you don't want me to be so afraid of you that you have to force me to do anything. You want real fear, but you don't want to break me. And forcing me to have sex with you would break me. So the choice is yours. His full lip curls with disgust, and I watch his meaty paw clench and unclench. Anger simmers just beneath the surface. He knows I'm right, yet doesn't want to admit it.
Until next time, then.
He snarls and turns on the heels of his shiny dress shoes, walking to the door. He opens it and slams it shut behind him. I rush forward and click the lock into place. How did he get in? It never occurred to me until this very moment to question how he got in. I was sure I had locked the door, but I don't know now. I slowly walk backward until my legs meet the table's edge, and I sink my hips against it. All over again, I'm left spinning in the wake of his turbulence, and have to ask myself, what the hell am I doing trying to defeat a man like him? He's a monster, a playboy bent on using and abusing. I can't be the person to fix him. Yet I can't be the person to watch him drown, either. I don't know what to fucking do.
Chapter 17. Drew. It's official. I found a new hobby, though it might not come as a surprise. Watching Maybelle. She is stunning. I could sit here in the library and stare at her all day. I've been here for an hour alone, but any minute now she'll spot me, glare, and then pretend to ignore me until I leave or talk to her. She's a creature of habit, after all. Guilt eats away at me slowly. I'm an asshole for treating her like I did the other day. It's a habit that's impossible to break with my father breathing down my back. I shouldn't have snapped at her, but she needs to learn quickly that I won't discuss my family with her. If being cruel is the only way to impart that lesson, so be it. I can't have her getting too close or seeing beneath the surface. Everyone prefers the person you portray. They never really care to get to know the person beneath. No one wants to see the broken, dark pieces of your soul. They only want to see the good, the image you portray to the world. The moment you show them the real you, they become scared or disgusted. I watch the basketball player dickhead sitting beside her, the one she's tutored twice this week already, and I note his every twitch. If he makes even one inappropriate move toward Belle, I'll be ripping him apart with my bare hands. I choose to ignore the territorial possessiveness I feel for her. She's tutored several basketball team members, but I haven't seen a single member of the football team with her since I started watching her. Either we are just smarter, or the team is steering clear for my sake. Probably the latter. The basketball player's arm goes to the back of her chair. I clench my hand into a tight fist. I'm about 2 seconds away from jumping out of my chair when a tiny little brunette cuts into my line of sight. Immediately, I'm pissed. She's blocking my view of Belle. She leans down, pressing her tits together so it's all I see on the way to her face. "Can I help you?" Her grin is lecherous, and I know exactly what she wants. She's wearing so much makeup I can't even tell the true shade of her skin, unlike Belle, who doesn't seem to wear much makeup at all, letting me see marks all over her creamy flesh. I sit forward, a hard-on hitting me fast at the thought of Belle's bare hips in my hands. The girl, still standing there, strangling me with her perfume, glances at my twitch and grins like she's the cause for it. "Did you need something?" I prompt again. I lean to the side to look past this girl and keep my eyes on Belle. Shockingly, I find hers locked on my little tableau with her gaze narrowed. Even if it finally gets a reaction out of my little Wallflower, I don't want to encourage the little groupies. As strange as it is for me to say it, I only want one woman right now. Thankfully, as I'm about to tell her to fuck off, a shadow cuts across the table, and I glance up to find Sebastian. He presses his knuckle to the wood, and the little girl takes an instinctive step back. Clearly, she doesn't need to be told to leave. I'm sure it has nothing to do with the dark halo of energy surrounding us. The girl flees without another word, and he takes the seat across from me, focusing his dark eyes on something over my shoulder, staring down anyone who might be watching us now. "What's up?" He lets out a long sigh. "I'm sure I don't have to tell you, but it pisses me off when I have to chase you down. I text you, no response. Check your room, empty. It's like you've vanished, but for some reason, I thought to check the library since your latest obsession basically lives here. And would you look at that? Found you." "Okay, so that doesn't explain why you're here." I stare at him blankly. He rolls his eyes and grits his teeth, impatience dripping off him. "I'm here because you haven't signed up for one of the fucking volunteer slots for the carnival. The charity carnival we are obligated to put on by the school, the one you fucking asked me to run this year. Ringing any bells?" We stare at each other for a moment, and I lean in enough so I can see Belle over his shoulder. Basketball boy still has his arm on the back of her chair, but his hand isn't touching her, so I guess I'll let it slide for now. As I anticipated, he notices my movement and glances back over his shoulder. There's no way he doesn't notice her, and it makes me want to rip his eyes out of his head and remove the memory of her from his mind. It's completely unhinged and wrong, but I don't want anyone else to look at or touch her. Only me. Turning back around, he gives me a scowl. "Don't start," I say. "I already got a lecture from Lee, so I don't want to hear it from you too. Who I'm fucking has nothing to do with any of you." "Your father..." I cut him off before he can finish. "No, don't ever fucking start a sentence with your father to me again. What he does has nothing to do with me. I make sure he has what he wants, and that's all I need to worry about. None of you assholes need to have anything to say about it." He leans in, his voice an urgent whisper. "No, you're right. Your father is your business. But as your friends, we have a right to worry about you. We don't want him to pull you out of school, and we sure as hell don't want you to show up with a busted lip and a fucked up eye again. Your actions have a direct impact on all of us." I pull back, swallow hard, but keep my face neutral. "That wasn't..." "Bullshit!" His voice rings out across the nearly silent room, and everyone in the area turns to look at us. I can lie to myself and everyone else at this school, but I can't lie to my 3 best friends. They've been with me through it all. That doesn't mean I have to be okay with the way he's calling me out, though. We continue glaring at each other, the tension strung tight enough to choke, until everyone returns to their business, talking and whispering loud enough we can resume. No, finish our conversation. The carnival, I prompt, making it clear we aren't fucking talking about this anymore. My friends have earned the right to be a part of my life, but that doesn't give them the right to question my need to have a life outside what my father requires of me. Yes, everyone wants to keep Dad fucking happy, but I'm not willing to sacrifice my own life to make that happen. At least not anymore. Sebastian's jaw tightens, and he stares at me, his eyes blazing. I can see from the slight twitch in his arm and the curling of his hand into a fist that he wants to swing on me. It wouldn't be the first or last time. Now that I think about it, we're overdue for a fight. You're a real asshole, you know that? I don't have time to sit here and have a staring contest with you all day, not when I have to finish this fundraiser you saddled me with. Don't you have your own shit to do? And what the fuck is with the girl? She was a chase in the woods, a good lay is what you told us. So why are you so far up her ass all of a sudden? Feeling a bit like we're on safer ground, I sink in the chair and let out a long, breathy sigh of my own. Yes, she was a chase through the fucking woods, but there's something about her. Something that draws me in. Something I'm keeping. Keeping? Like, exclusively? His face twists up in a scowl, incomprehension etched into his high cheekbones. I don't answer the question. I don't want him to know how much interest I really have in Belle, because, like me, he gets his own fixation from time to time. I haven't decided yet. Now, the carnival, just sign me up for something, and let me know where to be and at what time. We have practiced before, so make sure I have enough time to get cleaned up. I shift enough to catch a glimpse of Belle over his shoulder again, and I notice that her eyes keep tracking over to us every couple of minutes. Like Sebastian's outburst has her more on edge than the girl who came over to flirt with me. Not sure how I feel about that. Sebastian makes a frustrated noise deep in his throat and shoves out of the chair to stand. Watch for a text from me, asshole. If I have to hunt you down like a kid again, it won't be to give you a date and time. It'll be to kick your ass. I give him a cheeky grin and flip him the bird. He shakes his head and turns, walking away. I keep my eyes trained on his back as he crosses the library. My heart clenches in my chest, sinking low into my stomach when he stops at Belle's table. I shove out of my seat and pretend to stand nonchalantly. The basketball player and Belle glance up at him for a moment. I see Sebastian speaking, and what he says makes Belle's nose wrinkle in disapproval. What the hell is he up to? Curiosity wins out, and I stalk over to them and shoulder up to Sebastian. He's a few inches shorter than me, but his shoulders are wider and broader. Still, he doesn't move an inch as I bump into him, subtly telling